Hello, everyone. Hello. Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you guys, setting up some final things. But eventually, the event will start. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Put it in theater mode. There we go. Go for the storm. Awesome. I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready. Give me a couple seconds. Just setting up really quick. I'm almost ready. What's
How
up?
you doing?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Okay, I am.
It's true. I am usually in the live just to be quiet and listen to what the others are saying and debating.
Yep, you're welcome here anytime. Give me 1 sec.
Because I usually just turn my mic off while two people are bickering. And if it goes too far, I step in.
Okay, I am good on my end. Hammy, okay, yeah, for sure, Hammy, take your time. Absolutely, you are totally good. I'm still kind of setting my stuff up.
Yo.
Hi.
Hi.
How many debates you got on for tonight, Coco?
I've got 5 of them. I think
Wow,
5 or 6 of them I'm gonna get done.
that's crazy.
So
It's gonna be a
Ceases and
long night.
Souls is going to be a different event, right? I don't know
Yes.
why I thought you were adding it to today's event.
No, it's gonna be on the 24th.
Okay, my bad. Because I guess because it was like breaking news, I was thinking you were adding it to this one for some reason. I'm just dumb.
No, you're thinking of
Who's up first?
AR.
Hell,
Who's
it
up
starts
first?
now, doesn't it?
Give me
It's
1 sec and I'll let
supposed
you.
to start at 4.
It's supposed to start at 6.
Oh, is it?
It's 6
Oh
right now,
well,
isn't it? It's Central Standard
it's
Time.
4 for me. I'm in Oregon, so
Someone go get AR
But I'm
and
finishing up
J
some.
Rob. They're supposed to be going now.
J Rob's going first. J Rob's going first.
Pretty sure.
oh J Rob. Oh my goodness.
I hate that like we're doing the same topic twice, but it'll be good. I like
What
hearing
are
like the different arguments for the same thing.
what's the topic of the first debate, Tiny?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not in the first debate, but if it's J Rob, it's does a Christian God exist? I believe
Oh,
that should
okay.
be J Rob and AR. I believe
Okay.
I could be wrong though. When
Should be
Coco comes
good.
back, he can confirm.
Should be a
Okay.
good one.
No, the first debate is going to
My
be
bad.
it's going to be Kunta versus Hammy on whether the MAGA movement is fascist or fascistic.
Fascistic.
Yep. So waiting on them. But here, let me send them an invite. Everyone send an invite to follow me.
Alright. I got him now. It's follow me and who? Amy?
Follow me and Hammy, but he was in the comments.
Yeah, I know Hamy's here. He just posted in Discord, so I think he's just sharing it out.
Yeah. So let me see.
And for what it's worth, because I know you're nervous, Coco, you look great. It sounds fun.
Oh yeah. There's a reason I'm dressed like this.
Oh, now it's choppy.
I ordered a
Okay.
Chewbacca mask, but it didn't come in the mail, so I have to dress up as a different Star Wars character. So I'm dressed up as Finn from the newer Star Wars movies that include Rey, and
The famous lightsaber.
yeah, he had a blue lightsaber. So, happy May the 4th, everybody.
Happy May the 4th.
May the 4th be with you.
4th be with you.
Dude, I love how you were just like twirling. The other day, you were just like twirling your lightsabers, and people were just like debating on your panel.
Yeah. And also, you know,
Hell yeah,
Hello there,
Dream.
young controversial. I challenge you to a lightsaber duel.
Ooh.
hey, Tidy. Hey, Tidy. But, Dream of
I'm the stormtrooper.
What's good?
co-host. Tammy, you ready to go?
Shit, that's dope.
Are we starting?
Not yet. Once we get Kunta, then we will start with opening statements.
I see it, Jim.
You know what you gotta say? Dream of Dawn?
Yep.
Boo.
As for the topics we have today,
Wait, not yet.
as for the topic, I'm just trying to think of my voice for this.
Oh,
It's a little hard to see, so I'm pulling the mask a little in front of myself so I can peek the
Okay,
actual sentences.
Oh, there's Kunta.
yep. Let me wait. If I leave you guys up here, you have to be silent for the whole debate. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
It might be
Jeez.
better for, just because of how the algorithm works, does having
I'll
people
drop.
up who don't talk mess stuff up?
Let
Let me get the charger real quick.
Yeah, like we can like I don't mind dropping at all
Yeah,
Okay.
I can drop this.
because you've had a lot of followers like each debate night, and you haven't had everybody up. So maybe we shouldn't mess that up.
yeah, I'll just have you guys drop for now, and then we'll try to do audience comments.
Sweet. All right. Good luck, y'all. Good luck, Kunta and Hammy.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Bad. Angel, let me drop you just for now. But I'll bring you up later.
It's crazy.
But Kunta, Hammy, thank you guys for being here. Thank you everyone.
Wait,
Thank you everyone for being
I
here.
want to check something out real quick.
What? What is
I
it?
know what gadget my brother got. So you see this?
What is that?
Like I plugged this charger in.
Yeah.
There's this charger I plugged in. I thought it was a charger, but it's connected to like the monitor. I don't know. I just think it's cool. You see it?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Always. Who is this Star Wars dude?
Finn from the newer movies?
Uh,
Or you're talking about the Stormtrooper?
yeah.
Oh, that's
It's your boy.
Mills or Dream of Dawn.
Yeah.
But cool. We're gonna get started. So I'll start off with the introduction. Hello everyone. Thank you guys for being here. Wow, it's been a journey. I recently hit 9K. That's awesome. I'm hella tired, but we are here doing this yet again. I would like to welcome you all to Day of Debates 3, the 7th event put on or contributed to by my project or my social media project, The Controversial Compass, a space where only the best ideas win. And as you guys know, as you guys also know, it is May the 4th. So I want to say to all of you guys, May the 4th be with you, all of you, all 41 of you guys that are in here. And I was supposed to be getting a Chewbacca mask in the mail, but it didn't come in time. So I decided to dress up as Finn from the newer movies with Ray in it, with his blue lightsaber. So that's what I will be doing today for that. But as for all of those who might be a fan of like Chewbacca impressions, that's for you guys. Anyway, so now for some of the numbering, it might be confusing. Like when I say Day of Debates 3, the 7th event put on or contributed to by my project, The Controversial Compass, you're probably wondering like, what do I mean by that per se? Well, as of right now, we've put on like 7 events or 6 events. We had Bart Vs Cease, with the topic or proposition being belief in the existence of God is irrational or rational. Then we had me, Mr. Coco versus Brody, with the topic being is the problem of evil a problem for God. We had Wisdom versus Icy. They were talking about is our universe finally tuned? We had Day of Debates 1, where TikTok was getting bananaed for the first time. Day of Debates 2, where TikTok was getting bananaed for the second time. And then we had Day of Debates 2, the aftermath on the Sunday before TikTok was getting banned. So we've put on 6 events, and this is going to be the 7th one. Really quickly, I'm going to introduce myself, and then I'm going to pass it off to Nils to introduce himself. My name is Mr. Coco, and I run a TikTok page here, or a social media page called The Controversial Compass, a space where only the best ideas win, where my mission is to host debates, debate people, document my journey to figure out what I believe in, spread accurate and correct information about religion, debate, communication, science, philosophy, and controversial topics in general, and lastly, to steelman and properly represent multiple worldviews, as well as make sure information is more accessible to people via this app or via my blog site, everything that I do. Some of these goals I might not have achieved yet, but I'm going to keep working hard, and eventually I'm going to achieve these goals. I'm going to keep working on this project, keep making content, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So with that, I'm going to pass off the mic to Nils, or Dream of Dawn, who will now introduce himself dressed as a stormtrooper. Go ahead, Dream.
Not just any stormtrooper, the one that actually fought against Finn and did pretty well. If you remember the 7th movie? Not 7th. It's hard. There's too many now. Wait, it was 7. I can count. As for topics we have today, because you already know my cosplay right now, we have debates about many different topics. 1, does the Bible endorse slavery? 2, does the Christian God exist? 3, have biblical prophecies been fulfilled, or did Jesus fulfill any of the prophecies? 4, is the MAGA movement fascist or fascistic? We have a lot of debates lined up for this event and 2 other events that Coco will be hosting, as well as I, that are coming soon. Keep in mind there will be no judges for the upcoming debates that I'm hosting, and there won't be any declared winners via judge vote. Later in the live, I will announce where I am putting up a poll where the audience can vote on and who they thought they won. An audience will be able to decide a winner for themselves. I also urge the audience to set aside, to the best of your abilities, your proclivities and personal dispositions on the issue or related issues to make your best judgment. Vote for who you think won the debate, not who you side with more. And remember to not harass the debaters after the debate is finished. We don't like that here. Be nice. They're humans. And we have to and they took their time out of their day for your entertainment. So please, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the views expressed, let's be careful and respectful.
Absolutely.
Respectful is probably better.
Absolutely. Let's respect the debaters. Let's not take any of it personally. Also, last thing, and really quick reminder, feel free to give gifts to any of the contestants, the debaters, or me, the host, or my co-host, Dream of Dawn. We have all taken time out of our day to do this for your enjoyment and entertainment, but it is also okay if you can't give any gifts. That's totally fine. We just appreciate you guys for showing up today. Gifts simply do aid in helping everyone involved with this debate. All the contestants do this for a living and run their channels. All gifts are appreciated, but your presence is what is more appreciated than gifts. We just are grateful that you guys are here. We can't run our channels without your support. Regardless, with no further delay, we're going to start the debate with Follow Me, or Kunta or Love versus Hammy on whether the MAGA movement is fascist or fascistic. The person with the affirmation is going to start, so I think that's Hammy. You're going to get a 7-minute opener. Along with Kunta, you're going to have 2 rounds of 5-minute cross-examinations and then 3-minute closers. So, Hammy, whenever you're ready to start, we can start your 7-minute opener.
Well,
wait.
hello there.
Wait 1 second. I'm the opener. I'm the affirmative, right?
No, I'm the affirmative.
Wait,
Wow, that doesn't make sense.
How does that?
I'm
Do
the
you
one
think
who-
that the MAGA? Do you think that the MAGA movement is fascistic?
I don't think it's fascist, so that's why I'm affirmative.
No. So if you don't think it is, that means you're not the affirmative. I am the affirmative because I do think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea is that we're affirming whether
time
it's
out.
fascist or not.
I just literally checked this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because I looked this up, like, and it was like according to like the way that it's ran, it was showing that I was. So never mind. It's all good. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, Hammy's affirming.
I guess Google was wrong then.
Yeah, Hammy's
Google is
affirming that the MAGA movement is fascist, and Follow Me, you're saying that it's not fascist. So he would be the affirmative, you'd be the negation.
Yeah, I guess Google was wrong. Never mind.
Yeah, because if this was a yes or no question, I would say yes. You would say no.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's get this.
All right.
Okay, so Hammy,
All right.
I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
All right. Well, I'm going to start off by keeping in theme with the May the 4th and say, Anakin, I have the high ground. And now, hello, my name is Hammy. We're here to discuss the topic of if the MAGA movement is fascistic, where I am taking the affirmative position. I want to thank Coco for hosting this debate and thank Follow Me for taking up the opposition. Before we get to the topic itself, we have to define what fascism is. We go off of the dictionary definition, which Merriam-Webster defines it as a populist political philosophy movement or regime, such as that of the fascisti, that exalts nation and often race above the individual, that is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, and that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forcible suppression of opposition, which is a mouthful. And while it isn't untrue, it also doesn't quite cover what fascism is, especially since there's other fascistic regimes that don't tend to cover stuff like race above the individual. So I think that we should be using the basic ideas that all regimes that are fascistic cover that no other regimes do. So what are the attributes of fascism? That would be nationalism, authoritarianism, militarism, suppression of opposition, totalitarianism, anti-communist and anti-socialism positions, and a cult of personality around the leader. They tend to use propaganda focused on collectivism, suppression of a dissent, strong state control, and a glorification of violence. I could go into every single one of these topics here in the opening statement, but it would take much longer than the 7 minutes we agreed upon, and so we shall get into them later on in the debate. Now, it is easy to point to any of these attributes and characteristics and say, well, I have seen other presidents of the United States do exactly one of these. Does that mean that that president or that group is fascistic? And this seems like a good question, but it actually isn't. You can't just use one of these to be fascistic, or even just a combination of a couple of them. If you do, it's still problematic of a regime to use one or a combination of a couple of them, but in and of itself isn't fascistic. You need to have all of these together to be fascist. I would also argue that if you wish to point out that the opposition to the MAGA movement is also fascistic, you would then be conceding to my position, and therefore the debate is over. The only way to debate against this topic is for you to show how MAGA doesn't adhere to the attributes of fascism, or show me how I have not met my burden of proof to qualify them as such. I look forward to the debate, and I yield the rest of my time to either open discussion or to Follow Me for his opener.
Okay. And I'm pausing your time there. You had 3 minutes and 59 seconds left. So now, Follow Me. you're going to get 7 minutes for your opener, and I'll start it whenever you say your first word.
I appreciate you, man. First of all, this dude's on a bad start, but anyways, let's get this rolling, man. All right, so I just want to say this. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, and thank you for being here. Anyone that's here, anyone that hates me, I don't care. Y'all can suck whatever. I bet. So tonight we are talking about a world that's been thrown around a lot lately. Okay. Fascism, right? And not just thrown around, but also weaponized. All right, got this? The accusation that the MAG movement is fascist has become a popular talking point, okay, in certain circles, all right? And we're experiencing it right here. Talking point, all right? In media, on TikTok, being one of the medias, Instagram, you name it. Probably on OnlyFans too, you name it, bro. In some academic circles, academic spaces, and yes, often in partisan debates, as we're having it right here too, bro. So, but here's the truth, all right? Here's the truth. Calling something fascist doesn't make it fascist, bro. It doesn't make no sense. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Don't hear me. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. And it's not an argument. It doesn't make no sense. It's a label, all right? So, and usually it is a label used to shut people up, all right? Not open a conversation. I'm sensing, I can literally sense, or use my spider senses, although I'm wearing this helmet, I can sense the spider senses that this dude is not going to be an open conversation. He's just going to try and like shut me up, but we got him on you. He's not going to shut me up. No one shuts me up, right? So before we start tossing around heavy historical terms like nationalism, okay, we need to ask, okay, what is fascism actually? What is fascism? Fascism is not just a political position you disagree with, okay? Fascism is not just nationalism. I knew he was going to go there. It is not longing or loving your country, all right? It is not disagreeing with the media. Fascism historically and academically, okay, is very specific ideology. Totalitarian control. I'll say it again. Totalitarian control. Suppression of dissent. State-run propaganda. State-run propaganda. I have an accent, but it's all good. The ensure or erasure of democratic institutions. And often, though not always an element of racial or ethnic superiority, it is Mussolini, okay? It is Hitler. It is military rule. It is the destruction of free speech. Y'all coming out here in America, y'all living good, like Tesla's here. Come on, man. Like, grow up. Trying to make the MAG movement seem like it's some sort of Hitler. Mussolini. Oh, how do you pronounce that dude's name? Mussolini, okay? Oh, he got me all stressed up. I need Advil. I'm going to continue. Or, okay, now let's take an honest look at the MAGA movement, okay? It is populist. Yes, it is popular. Does it challenge the elite class or bureaucratic systems? Hell no. Maybe it does, you might say. Is it uncomfortable to the mainstream media and political establishment? I mean, we live in a world where people can't just grow up, man. Like, look at the UFC. They have grown up to an extent where they can express their views, and we don't have to be, children about it. But nowadays, every little thing that we mention, we have to cancel them. Like, come on, bro. All right, 3 minutes. I got you. Without a doubt. But none of that makes it fascist. In fact, check this. It does the opposite. Note this down. Write this in your notes. So whenever I'm done with all of this, y'all be like, oh, Samuel didn't make this point or this point. Note this down, bro. The MAG movement emerged from democratic participation. Okay? It emerged from democratic participation, all right? People voted. They rallied, okay? They spoke out. They challenged the system. Challenge the status quo, not to destroy it, but challenged the status quo of democracy, but to restore what they believe is a government that works for the people, not against the people. You might not like the tone or the candidates or the hats, but disagreeing with a movement doesn't make it authoritarian, bro. Like, relax, man, relax. Put some goggles on so you can see better. Maybe you can't read, bro. I'm playing. And here is the part I want my atheist or Democratic friends or any Republican who disagrees with me, or anyone skeptical, to hear my clarity. Okay, we can debate ideas, we can debate policies, we can debate strategies, but if we start branding every opponent as fascist, listen to me clearly. If we start branding every opposer as fascist, we end up losing the ability to talk at all. So we trade facts for fear. And that's dangerous. I'm going to say it again. We trade facts for fear. And that's dangerous. That is the kind of climate that actually feeds extremism. So let's wake up, man. Let's wake up, please. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate you.
Okay.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Bet. Okay, now that both of the openers have been given, the affirmative is going to get a 5-minute cross-examination. So, Hammy, you're going to get a 5-minute cross-examination. Dream of Dawn is going to keep time of the 5-minute cross-examination, and he will start his timer whenever, Hammy, you say your first word.
Just note, I will be showing up my fingers to show the time remaining.
Okay. All right, so Kunta, you had sat there and said that you knew that I was going to go to nationalism. Did you hear anything that I actually said during my opening?
Yeah, pretty much. You basically started out with, going on Webster Dictionary, defining fascism, which is pretty silly. I don't know how you go there. And then you basically start reflecting on the idea. I'm just paraphrasing, so you correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Talking about how it's basic extremism, how if I were to use the opposite of fascism, in terms of like, but they did this, we are hypocrites because the Democrats are doing this, right?
Follow me.
So therefore, that won't even. That's basically what you said.
Follow me. No, that's not basically what I said. What I said was, yes, I did give the dictionary definition, but I sat there and said that I'm not going to be using that. I'm saying that one could use that. But I'm using the actual attributes of fascism. So, and I listed off a bunch of different things that were the attributes of fascism, which nationalism is one of them. And I also included authoritarianism, militarism, suppression of opposition, and all that stuff. So, what is wrong with using nationalism as an issue, as a talking point? Or as part of a thing.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty ridiculous to use nationalism because I think it doesn't really reflect what we mean by fascism, but from like academic literature, it doesn't really reflect. It to me just sounds very misleading and very harmful for public discourse.
Do you not? So. When we look at academic,
it's more or less an emotional debate, right? Rather than actually looking at the.
Hold on, because this is my cross.
You didn't really define it precisely. Oh, my bad.
This is my cross. So the thing is I didn't define every single aspect of it because, like I said, if I did, it would be way over the 7-minute mark. But the thing is that nationalism in academic literature is one of the defining features of fascism. We see this in the Italian fascisti movement of Mussolini. We see this in Schmittler's fascistic movement of Nazi Germany, and we see this in Stalin's version of his own fascistic movement. So I don't understand why you think that using nationalism is wrong in this context. So can you explain that for me?
Okay, so that is that a question?
Yeah, I
So
said,
let's
can you
look at
explain why it's wrong?
yeah, sure. So let's look at Mr. Lou. You brought him up because I'm sure like you brought him up because I mentioned it. Okay, so
No, that's
no,
part
I
of where
mentioned it. I brought
fascisty
Mussolini.
comes
I
from.
brought up Hitler, Schindler in my openings.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned those two. Okay, so let's
Yeah,
look at
that's what a cross is.
the actual founder of fascism, right? He says,
It's
let's look at
Mussolini.
Mussolini for example. So he banned opposition parties, jail critics. We also know that if you're going to call someone fascist today, they better fit that mold. But it doesn't fit that mold. Yeah, sure.
How does hold on, follow me. How does
It's in the actual parties. He's
Mussolini's
not
fascistic
defining how he
follow me.
wait.
Follow me.
Go ahead.
How is Mussolini's fascistic regime not nationalistic?
Like I said, right? His was just only military or imperialistic regime.
Did he not do it for the nation?
In the year
Was he not
1922 in Italy? But to say he's a fascist doesn't make sense because what we look at regarding fascism again, my definition doesn't it opposes the definition that you're bringing up. I think.
No, as a matter of fact, your definition of fascism was the exact same definition I brought up. Because I brought up nationalism, I brought authoritarianism, I brought up the whole entire idea of that they suppress consenting they suppress dissidents. I talked about propaganda. I talked about all of that stuff in my opening, which shows that you weren't paying attention to my opening.
I was paying attention.
Well, then you wouldn't. Then how can you say that my definition is in complete opposite of your definition?
Well, I think I'm going to answer the question again. You're just probably not listening. Like I said, I'm trying to say that nationalism is not fascism. I don't think it is. I think it's false equivalence. Nationalism simply means prioritizing your own nation well-being. That's all it is. Every country does that. The United States does that. I think France is not nationalistic. Japan is nationalistic.
Follow me.
Israel
follow
is
me.
nationalistic.
Follow me. We're done.
Fascist?
We're done.
Of course
He
not.
said it.
Fascist.
We are out of time.
Time cease.
The 5 minutes have fully been used up.
Okay. And with that, we're going to move on to Follow Me's cross-examination. He gets 5 minutes on the clock. So Follow Me, those 5 minutes will start when you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
Okay. So thank you. So the question I want to ask is, can you define fascism using a recognized academic source? Okay, because you haven't done that, and then explain specifically how MAGA movement fits the definition.
All right. So, which academic source would you like?
I mean, any academic source, like
Any academic source
of your choice. Yep, any academic source.
Not a problem. I can pull up the definition from Encyclopedia Britannica. I can pull up the definition of anything.
Okay, not Webster. Not Webster.
Yeah,
That's not
The thing is my definition that I brought up to you earlier. It said everything that your definition said.
We don't want Webster. No. We don't want Oxford. We want an academic literature.
Here, I'll repeat what I said. I said here. Let's see here. It doesn't quite cover what fascism is, especially since either. Let's see here. Again, so I think what we should use the basic ideas that all regimes cover, that not other
Britannica
regimes
is
do.
better. I think you should go to Britannica.
Sure. Why not? Fascism. Alrighty. Encyclopedia Britannica. Here we go. Sorry, my computer's slow. There we go. Fascism, political ideology and mass movement that dominated many parts of Central, Southern, and Eastern Europe between 1919 and 1945, and that has also adhered in Western Europe, the United States, South Africa, Japan, Latin America, yada, yada, yada. Although fascists, let's see here. That gives me the... this just starts giving me... it says European first fascist leader was Benito Mussolini. Yeah, so it doesn't say there. It says national fascism.
So
then it goes on.
it's not establishing like any historian like that maybe would help you define it.
Well, I don't see what's wrong with the definition I gave.
I mean, so far you're just listing like names I've heard. I haven't really had like a specific.
Well, no. So the definition I gave listed everything that you said.
Okay, so what is the definition? Precise definition, please.
The precise definition I gave was the list of the characteristics of
and that is
what
list.
all regimes are.
I don't want list of characteristics. I want precise definition.
So how do you define something? It's
so you don't.
based
So
off of
is that?
characteristics,
Are
right?
you conceding that you don't know the definition of fascism?
No.
Okay,
no,
so
I
why
just
are you
told
asking me to define it for you?
Because fascism in and of itself is a movement that tends to be so broad because of the fact that you have a bunch of different. We're looking at nowadays, and we're looking at things
broad.
from the past.
Is that a definition?
It's a broad. It is a broad definition because it's broad because the fact that it is going off of the characteristics of the regime itself. That's why, like for instance, whenever we're talking about Mussolini's fascism, we're talking about the characteristics of Mussolini's fascism. When we're talking about Hitler's fascism, we're talking about the characteristics.
So far, you're just mentioning characteristics. You're mentioning
because this is what academics talks about.
So here's the funny thing, right? This guy's telling me that I was not listening, right? I tried to paraphrase exactly what he was saying, but he was like, "Oh, you're not paying attention." I'm asking him to find a simple definition to refute my point.
And I told you
as an African American
because
who doesn't even. This is not even my own point.
Follow me,
right? But he can't provide a definition. He can't. So please, again,
follow me. What was the definition you gave?
Okay, let's just move forward. Right? Because obviously this guy cannot provide a definition, right? I can do your homework for you if you want me to, because I came ready. I don't know if you did. All right, so let me just.
I came ready.
According to historian Robert O. Paxton, that his influential book, "That Anatomy of Fascism," right? He defines it like this: it's a form of political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and by compensatory codes of unity, energy, and purity. Okay, in which a mass-based party of committed nationalist militants, okay, working on easy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandons democratic liberties and pursues a redemptive violence without ethical or legal restraints, goals of eternal cleansing and external expansion. Where in this definition do you see MAGA's rhetoric or the movement promoted by a unified national identity or and when the way that operates as a populist mass movement fits that definition? Where do you see the relationship?
You are out of time.
So you can't. Can you create the relationship there?
We're out of time.
Okay.
So we're gonna move on to the second round of cross-examination. Hammy, you're gonna get 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes is gonna start once you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
All right, Kunta. In that definition, tell me that you just gave. Tell me, are those not list of characteristics of what fascistic movements are?
Nope, I don't see a characteristic. I just see a simple, precise definition. That's it.
So go ahead and read that definition one more time.
All right. So basically, it's a form of political behavior, right? Because you weren't listening, so I'm going to repeat it again for you. Marked by obsessive preoccupation. Wait. Stop.
Kunta. What did you say there? You said marked by, correct?
Yeah, marked.
So marked by. Yes, marked by.
I'm trying to repeat it for you. I'm answering your question.
I know. No. I'm asking about that marked by because that marked by simply just means that this is going to be a list of characteristics.
What? No.
Yes.
What? No,
that is.
That's what it means.
That's what marked by means.
Wait. So this is different. This doesn't mean MAG is identical. All we're saying is the scholar here is arguing is displaced, right? It doesn't mean that it's proto-fascist, nothing like that. You got it wrong. Stop taking out of context.
It's saying that whenever you use the term marked by, that means you are connotating that these are going to be a list of characteristics that are about this particular word.
No.
So, anyways,
so how would
going on to the next thing?
Wait, can you justify that? Because that's just a claim. Can you justify
this is my cross-examination. I don't answer.
So you're not going to you just make a claim, you can't justify. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, no. So you see, again, this is my cross-examination. I will answer yours on your cross-examination. All right, so I want to bring it back to your opening where you talked about how MAGA MAGA was a whole entire movement that was a democratic participation. Can you answer me what?
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
I
I made sure I wrote it down.
I said it rose out of, right? I didn't say
It rose out of. Yes, yes. That's a democratic yeah. So tell me, was Hitler himself? Did he not get voted in?
Did he not? Yes, I'm supposedly for sure. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So did Mussolini not get voted in?
Yeah, supposedly. Yep.
Yeah. Did Stalin not get voted in?
Supposedly. Yep.
Yeah. So these are all voting in. So these were democratically. This was a democratic participation where they got in. Yes.
Yeah, they got it. Yep.
So then and we can all recognize that Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin were all fascistic regimes, correct?
Yeah, but what does this have to do with MAGA?
So what I'm saying is like your point about how it
That was
can't
my
be
point.
fascist because they came out of a democratic participation doesn't make sense.
So, were you listening? Maybe it doesn't make sense because
Yes.
you're not listening.
Yes, I did listen, and that's why I wrote it down.
So you're not listening. The reason why I said that was quite simple. Do you mind if I repeat that? Remind me.
You can do that on your cross examination. I only have 2 minutes left.
So you was not listening. Okay, got it.
So the thing is that we are talking about a group of people who so we're talking about a group of people who how can I word this exactly correctly to make it a question? So do you think that the MAGA movement is not anti-communist and anti-socialism?
When you say it's not anti-communist, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that they don't the people within the MAGA movement that they are. Do you think that they're against communism?
I think the MAGA movement, there is a lot of different diverse perspective within the MAGA movement. So some maybe, some may not.
But the overall,
for example,
anti-communist.
No, for example, who's this president? He was going to run for president. He's from India, for example, but he didn't make it.
This is America.
He's a governor. He's a governor. I think he's going to be a governor of Ohio.
Oh, Indiana. I'm sorry.
I
thought you were saying India.
He's from India. For example, he appreciates communism. I met it for myself. Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you. He appreciates communism, for example.
He approves of communism.
Appreciates communism. He appreciates it.
Okay, but he doesn't actually want that to be in America, correct?
Necessarily.
Okay, so but again, we're not.
He had a different.
We're talking about. So we're talking about a group as a whole.
We are out of time.
Okay.
All right.
And we are going to be moving on to, I think, Kunta's 5-minute cross-examination to end the second round of cross-examination. And then after that, we will move on to conclusions. Kunta, you get 5 minutes, and we'll start as soon as you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
Yeah, I honestly don't even know why he brought that place where he was going with that. But anyways, my next question I want to ask is that, is it possible you are mistaking populism, right? Populism or nationalism for fascism without considering their distinct definitions?
No.
Do you know what I mean when I say populism?
That is controlled by the populace, right?
Okay.
Or that it's an popular opinion type of deal, right?
Yeah, populism by, like, for example, is it possible that you that it puts you it may put you within some sort of like recognizing the strategy that appeals to the common people, like you said? Because fascism, this is how I define it, the 3 terms, okay? And I'm going to ask my next question. Populism would be a political strategy, basically. Common people against the elite. And then nationalism, how I would define it, is sovereignty, interest for one's nations. We all do it. We all have it. Fascism is suppressed dissent, elevates the state. So my question again, how, if you say no, how is populism or nationalism not creating a distinct between that and fascism, please? Where's the symmetry breaker here?
Well, I disagree with your terminology for nationalism. I tend to go
So
off
again,
of
where's the symmetry breaker between populism, nationalism, and fascism? Because again, I've created fascism often involves violence, militarism, and cult of personality, right? So word and then nationalism, populism, sometimes excessive but not inherently authoritarian. If that was the case, I don't think MAGA will even survive in America. And all the populism, like I said before. So where is the symmetry breaker here? Can you create a symmetry breaker, please?
What do you mean by symmetry breaker?
A distinction between fascism, nationalism, and populism.
Okay, so the distinction between the three is that nationalism is not necessarily in and of itself. It has overlaps within fascism, but it doesn't necessarily qualify as fascism because of the fact that nationalism tends to be about it can cover a wide range of things. It doesn't necessarily just mean government. That's why we have stuff like Christian nationalism. And
Okay,
then
got it. So would you agree with me that like nationalism and populism, while they can be intense, they are not inherently authoritarian? Is that what you're saying?
I think that nationalism does have some authoritarianism in it.
So they have some, but not inherently authoritarian.
Inherently, I don't think I would argue that at all. No.
So are they sometimes not authoritarian?
Yeah.
Okay, so not inherently, but sometimes not. Okay, you agree that the MAGA movement is primarily characterized nationalistic, populist themes, such as what I would say is advocating for national sovereignty, economic protection, distrust of political elites, not by authoritarian governance or suppression of opposition.
Well, they are actually, when we're talking about the MAGA movement, they have been suppressing opposition.
So can you provide like an example of how they have been suppressing?
Sure.
Within the sense of militarism, within the sense of extreme
Why would it need to be in
violence.
this? Why would it need to be in the sense of
Because that's what
military
fascism
violence?
is. Fascism is defined
Not necessarily.
as an authoritarian system. So now you're creating your own
No,
subjective
so
framework of
do you know what
fascism.
militarism
Wait,
is?
are you now redefining fascism?
No,
So
because
according to academic literature-
militarism is talking about wartime.
No.
They tend to
Fascism,
have a
fascism, according to all the literature I'm looking up here, is defined as authoritarian system, okay, that centralized power. We live in a country that does not have centralized power. That is wrong. Suppress
and they're trying to.
elevates this. Oh, so they're trying. So you're not even sure.
Did you not? Did you not?
Wait,
did you
so
not?
hold on.
Hold on.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Yep, you're
so,
right.
like you said, they're trying to get there. So you're not even sure if they're there yet. Correct?
They are trying to, but
Oh, so they're not there.
They're not there
correct? I rest my case. I rest my case. This guy's cooked, bro. This guy's cooked.
do you know what fascistic means?
No, you're just contradicting yourself because you came up here.
No.
Kunta, wait. It's
hold
my
on.
turn. It's my question. It's my question. My turn. You came up here with all buffed up talking about, oh, I know that they're fascists, but now you contradict talking about they're trying. They're not there, but they're trying. It's either they're trying or they are. You gotta pick one, bro.
Okay.
You gotta pick one.
Would you like to rephrase that as a question?
Bro, you said that you're trying, so they're not there.
Would you like to rephrase that
You
as a
said they're
question?
trying, so not there. So to me, I think I rest my case by saying that labeling MAGA
we
movement
are
as
out of
fascist mistakes
time.
is populist and
Sorry,
nationalistic
Kunta,
nature.
but we
I
are
caught
out
him.
of time.
I caught his ass.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to the final statements. The affirmative is going to get 3 minutes on the clock to make his final statement. And the time will start once you say your first sentence, and Dream of Dawn will keep talking.
Who's going first, me or him?
It would be you, Hammy.
Okay, me? All right, not a problem. Yeah, so thing is we were talking about fascistic. Is this regime fascistic? Fascistic in and of itself means that it has the capabilities of being fascist. It means that it is not in and of itself fascist. It's that it's fascistic. That was what I agreed to debate. And the thing is that he thinks that I was quote unquote cooked because I didn't say that I didn't prove that it was fascist whenever I said that it was fascistic. I said that in my opening, and that's what fascistic means, is that it has the ability to be fascist. Now, as we didn't get around to actually doing the entire debate that was set up because time constraints. I will just say that that in the recent months, Trump has petitioned the government to have more power over federal spending, have more power over different things. His suppression of opposition comes in the form of trying to get the people who are opposing opposition to him out of federal government and put in the people who are loyal to him, not to the president, not to the office, not to the country, to him and him alone, including declining anybody who is applying to become a federal employee by, even if they have a picture with his opponent in it. We have the use of military in the form of ICE going into people's houses and deporting them without any due process. We have that happening quite often. We see the military using violence to take out people from the country. We see this quite often. Let's see here. We also, in the form of propaganda, we saw that during his actual run for presidency, with the fact that he owns Truth Social. He has Elon Musk, who has Twitter. He also has this very app bending the knee to him. We have a bunch of different things that the actual media not covering a lot of different things about him, and so on and so forth. People are bending the knee. Facebook bent the knee. Everybody bent the knee. So there's other stuff, but I'm out of time.
We are out of time, just like you said.
Okay, and with that, follow me. You're going to get your 3-minute conclusion. It will start once you say your first word, and it will be timed by Dream of Dawn.
Okay, so like I started, right, fascism is defined as a political ideology characterized by totalitarian control, suppression of dissent, the abolition of democratic institutions. I haven't seen that. Extreme utilitarian. I don't think this guy has a position. He says it could be, it's trying to, it seems like that's all the only phrases that I'm hearing. He doesn't have a position. And my justification is that we see complete self-dominance, a cult like leader, militant nationalism. You want to see fascism? You want to see fascism, bro? Go to Sudan. You'll see fascism there, oh, brother. You live in America. You have all of this food and good food. You complain about fascism. Come on, brother. And then I also said it's a movement. It's a movement that is only meets most of all the defining criteria. That the term fascist is not accurately applied to these groups. Okay, that share only a few superficial traits, right? It can be analogous to how a person with one could, does not necessarily have the flu or partial overlap with fascist traits. I mean, this is insufficient for classification, okay? And also, another point I want to make is the MAGA movement does not advocate for totalitarian control. We haven't seen that anywhere. It's not a one-state party system or the abolition of democratic elections. We haven't seen that anywhere. And it includes MAGA movements includes participation in democratic process like elections, rallies. There's judicial challenges. We're living in an economy that is a mixed economy, bro. I don't know what this guy is talking about. He's just making all these noise for no reason. And then also there has been criticism of this institution, right, for a strong leadership. There have been criticism from Harvard. There have been criticism from Yale. All of these criticism from professors who are criticizing these things already, right? So I don't know what word this guy is acting. You also brought up ICE. Let's go to ICE. What we've seen in ICE, right? ICE was empowered to carry out aggressive immigration. And it wasn't just, ICE was not a system that Trump created. ICE was already established by the Democrats, okay? Obama was included in that system too as well. When Obama was a president, he was also taking people out of the country too as well. So this guy's bringing ICE. I didn't want to go there, but I went there because he's bringing ICE to make it. What point is he trying to make exactly? Your own system is part of that. So you're just contradicting yourself. Trump, and then the last point I want to make is, as an African, everyone listen. People, I'm upset. It's sad to see immigrants being taken out to different countries. I don't really know why. I don't have to facts as to if they deserve to be taken out. I can't really make any claim there. Okay, but what I notice is if people
sorry, we're gonna have to cut you off and take you out like ice because sadly you are out of time.
And that will conclude the first debate. So thank you both for being here. The debate was really good, and we appreciate both of your candor. Thank you guys for competing. Thank you guys for giving my platform a chance and debating on my platform. We genuinely really do appreciate you guys. If you guys could stick around for as long as you can, we're gonna have a 20-minute in between debate time where people from the audience can come up, ask questions, make comments. After the 20 minutes is done, we're going to move on to the next debate. But if you have to go, you can go before the 20 minutes is over. But yes, 20 minutes starting now, Dream of Dawn. And I'm going to set up the poll so people can vote and say
Whit wants to
who
vote
they
right
follow.
now.
So,
and one more thing. Hit the likes, everybody. Jesus Christ, smash your screens, okay? We need those likes. We're greedy. Okay,
Yes.
if you don't do it, the force will not be with us.
Yeah, the fourth won't be with us.
Exactly. And also, the next debate is going to be Jeff for Truth versus King Donald on have biblical prophecies been fulfilled, and did Jesus fulfill any prophecies? That's going to be happening at 7:20 to 8 o'clock p.m. So tune in for that.
Starting the 20 minutes now.
Yeah, there's no tariffs on tapping, guys. Tap the screen. I had two questions. They're short though, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Follow me. You there? Follow me.
Yes, I'm listening.
Do you think that threatening the media is fascist?
Right there.
Threatening to jail the media platforms who do not support Trump, or
I think that's fascist.
you don't think that's fascist?
No.
You don't think that affects the amendment for freedom of speech or the media?
No, but I don't think that's fascist.
Alrighty, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask mine. Well, I'll actually give that statement I have. Coach is gonna hate my ass for this, but Obama's not black, right? Obama was Hawaiian.
Okay.
He was not black.
Your mom was Hawaiian and...
No, Obama.
Obama.
Yeah, Obama. Wait, what are you talking about? Obama's parents had parents from Kenya. Okay, so he's part black. Also have family from Hawaii. So I think I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeesh. Someone look on the wrong side of the bed.
But I don't
I
know.
only have two questions.
We
Oh,
should
go
probably
ahead.
fact check on that, but go ahead, Rhaegar, and the poll is up, everybody. You can vote. There's a clipboard in your left corner right there. You can vote and tell us who you think
You
won.
blocked it with the fucking prompt, asshole.
Oh, I did? Wait, hold on.
Anyways,
No,
W saying my name
sure.
correctly. Appreciate that. W respectful host. Anyways, first things first. Why didn't any of Luke Skywalker's marriages last? He always followed Obi-Wan's advice. You divorced, Luke. Anyways, my only question for Kunta and Hammy was, were there any arguments rendered through the entirety of the debate, or just definitions of what fascism is? And if so, what the fuck is it? I'm still confused.
All right, I'll answer first since Kunta had the last question, and then Kunta can follow me. I would say no. There was no arguments that got rendered during the debate because we got caught up. You're right. We did get caught up on the definition aspect. And as far as what fascism is, I said that, and academics, they don't. The reason why there's not a real consensus on what to actually define fascism, each scholar has their own definition of it, but they argue over semantics. So most people tend to, within the academic field, tend to just go off of a general, what each definition tends to have in common. And it's just the attributes that they have in common, which is what I read off in my opening statement. Would you like me to read that off again?
But really quickly, Dream of Dawn, you got a fact check for us?
So for Obama's parents, and the source is Britannica, it seems like his father was a Kenyan, while his mother was what we would generally see as white, and he was born in Hawaii. So take that as you will. Kenyan father, white mother, born in Hawaii.
Still means you're Hawaiian.
Okay. Thank you for the fact check. Absolutely awesome. Really appreciate it.
Don't play bombs like that, please.
If you
I'm not dumb.
Dream of Dawn, if you're like fast enough, maybe later in the live when we need a fact check, you could probably do that. But it's not a big deal. But like, if you can't, it's fine. But
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, I got the lightning fingers. I got it.
We know you do.
Any other questions? AR, do you have something for?
Okay, Maki, call me slow one more time.
Nah, I was just chilling up here. I mean, I could come down. I could drop if you need them.
So can I answer Cage's question?
No, one of your friends called me slow.
Rhaegar kind of like disappeared, but honestly, we've got like 20 more minutes because the introduction to the debate was kind of quick, and the debate did go pretty fast. So we can accept more audience questions or votes.
Who's next?
Yeah, I think it's fair, Coco. I think it's fair. It's respectful if I answer.
Who's next?
Follow me. I can repeat you the question that
I know what he asked.
not Rhaegar was. Oh, okay. You know what he asked. All right.
Yeah. He was just basically wondering if we're providing kind of arguments or we just limited it to a bunch of definitions.
Anyways, follow my server.
And I would say I provided deductive logical arguments, right? I provided that as part of my questioning. And we did get caught up in the definition aspects of it, but I basically brought up a historical scholar, Robert Paxton, and what I see here, also Roger Griffin, Jason Stanley, Roberto Eco, all of them have this generalized agreement on what fascism is. I think you are creating your own subjective definition. I don't know where you're getting yours from, but anyways, thank you.
Can I?
I think I had a question
real quick.
Seconds, guys. We're weak in the force here. Your mitochondrion count is low. We need more likes to increase our mitochondria. God damn it, I can't say it.
Mitochondria.
If you can, everyone, I really appreciate it if you tap the screen. And tap the screen for
your mitochondrian stream.
Yeah.
But
House of the Force.
Yes. I'd like to add something real quick.
Go ahead, Angel, and then Con, you can go after that.
Yeah. Maki, stop calling me slow. That's just my voice. I just don't give a shit.
Oh, that's it. Who is it in the comments that's saying that?
I can actually ping him right now.
But while that's happening, Con, if you got a question, go for it.
Yeah, I kind of got thrown off by the fucking mitochondrians, midichlorians thing, but it was a question for both Hammy and for Kunta. How much time did you guys spend preparing your arguments? I'd like to hear from Hammy first and then Kunta afterwards. Just a rough estimation of hours.
I spent, if I had to take a wild guess, I spent roughly the good part of each day I was at work and a little bit while I was at home. So roughly I would say I spent like maybe about 12 hours altogether. I think where I went wrong was it seemed to have managed to find all that time to do that and to do other things, but forgot to write down the actual questions I had, and so then when I came up here, they just all kind of fell out of my head.
Okay, target panic. That's understandable. How about you, Kunta? How many hours do you think you spent preparing for this?
1 hour. Simple, bro. There's no 12 hours. It's just 1 hour. Simple, basic.
Fair enough. I'm gonna keep my opinions to myself and let you guys continue. But I was curious on that one. Cheers.
No, thank you, Con, for coming up here. We appreciate the participation. We're going to take our next guest. Or Jeff for Truth, did you have any comments? But I know you're here because you're the next debate on the lineup.
No comments on this one. I'm just waiting for the next show.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for being one of the debate matchups for my events. I really appreciate that, and I love to host all these debates. Thank you so much. But Jesse, do you have anything for us? A second comment?
Yes, I do. I want to make it abundantly clear. I did not mean to vote for Kunta. MAGA is fascist. Thank you.
Okay. I do have the results of the vote in, but just like a debate tradition, I don't ever really show the results during the debate. I show it the next day after the debate. So after all the debates are done, the next day I'll post the results on my account. And you can also
I get to know the first because someone told me before.
maybe someone knows. Maybe someone
knows. And
Is strong in the force.
Yeah, maybe
I am
they
always with
got
the
results.
force. And
But,
now everyone tap your fucking screen.
But Fueled Orange, what do you got for us? You got a question for any?
Oh, I had a question for Kunta.
Go for it.
What are your thoughts on the scholar you cited, Robert Paxton, calling Trump a fascist?
What?
What are your thoughts on Robert Paxton, the scholar you cited for your definition of fascism, calling Trump a fascist?
Yeah, where did he say that? I just provided definition.
Oh, sure. So in Newsweek in 2021, he explicitly said...
The question, bro, wait. Let me answer the question. I can care less if my mom called Donald Trump a fascist. I can care less if my sister called Donald
We're
Trump
not talking about a random person. We're talking about the scholar you cited.
Bro, let me finish.
This is the scholar you cited.
Wait. I can care less if my little cousin who's 2 years old.
We're not talking about a random person. We're not talking about your cousin. We're talking about a scholar. The same one you cited.
Bro, all I know, right, is
this is disanalogous.
I'm here to just provide the definition of how Robert Paxton
and the person you used called Trump a fascist.
Let's bring the heat down a little bit. But just to clarify the question,
bro,
do you think it means any... Wait, could you stop for 2 seconds, Kunta? Just to clarify the question to make sure this is what you're
asking.
I
understand the question.
Wait, just to clarify for the audience, just to make sure. Are you
I
trying to ask if there's any...
Wait.
Are you...
Can I respond?
Yeah. Wait, not yet. Dream of Dawn is talking, and we're both moderating this live. So please, everyone, if I ask you or Dream of Dawn asks you to calm down, moderators for this live. So please be respectful of that. Dream of Dawn, say what you want to say, and then we'll go on to finishing up this question.
Yeah, so maybe this is a rephrasal, but do you think it's at least concerning that the person you're quoting for the definition of fascism seems to use said definition to describe Donald Trump?
Not at all. Because he can read a book and just like people do with the Bible, they can quote any verse or any quote and say, "Oh, he said this." I want to see the book, the article where he says that. What is he talking about?
Yeah. Oh, sir. So he said it in Newsweek in 2021 after the insurrection of the Capitol.
Yeah. So in 2021, you mean? Because I'm looking at 2021 interview of the New Yorker. Paxton said, "For the first time in my life, I think it is not unreasonable to use the word fascist in regard to Donald Trump." So what are we talking about? I see a quote that in 2021 that he literally says this it is not unreasonable to use the word fascism with Donald Trump. And then also we also see that he encouraged a mass based movement to reject the Democratic election. So I mean, I don't know where you're going with this, bro. I honestly don't.
Oh, where I'm going with this is that the person you're citing for your definition of fascism has explicitly called Trump a fascist.
Well, I'm
The
reading
title
here.
of it is, I've hesitated to call Donald Trump a fascist
Wait,
until
that's
now.
wrong. That's wrong. I'm reading here that he did not say Trump is identical to Hitler.
You're reading something else.
One second.
The title is, I've hesitated to call Donald Trump a fascist
Can I
until
respond?
now.
That's the question. I'm trying to respond. I'm reading here. You just don't like where I can also search up. Internet is very free. Okay, it's not just free for you. Also free.
No, you just don't. You're not engaging with the actual thing I'm saying. You're talking about something else,
brother. I'm responding to you.
Let's
He
get
did
it.
not say. I'm reading here that he did not say Donald Trump is identical to Hitler or Mussolini. He did not claim that U.S. under Trump became a fascist state. He continues to stress the importance of historical specificity.
I never made any one of those claims. I said that he called him a fascist. Not that he's Hitler, not that America became fascist, that he is fascist.
Brother, I know
you're not talking about my claim.
But I'm not talking about your claim. It says
no, you're
here,
not.
It says here what he meant. You take me out of context. It says here that it's important to stress the historicity, meaning that the analogy should be careful and contextual. That's what he's expressing here in the article.
Trump's incitement of the invasion of the Capitol on January 6, 2020 removes my objection to the fascist label.
Okay, guys. So,
his open encouragement.
Actually, finish up your sentence, Field Orange. But because of time restriction,
comment that
wait.
Sure. So in the New Yorker, his explicit quote is Donald, and is a whole breakdown of the whole thing is. Trump's incitement of the invasion of the Capitol on January 6, 2020 removes my objection to the fascist label. His open encouragement of civic violence to overturn an election crosses a red line. The label now seems not just acceptable, but necessary.
Okay, let's stop it there because we do have two more people who want to ask questions.
I agree with Kunta's source.
Yeah, so A Good, would you like to say anything to either of the contestants?
Yes, I have a question for Kunta and for
Go for it.
you mentioned ICE was processed by Obama, Trump, and the rest of the previous presidents. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
It was the movement of ICE, right? You guys limiting it to the Republican system. I also said that we also have to be open that both parties were included in this system. That's all that I said.
So what do you think the main difference between the implementation of ISIS?
The main difference between the implementation of ICE. You can educate me on that because I'm not sure.
It's called due process. Do you understand that?
Could go on.
Due process. Have you heard of due process?
Yes, I have. But how would you rephrase it? Because other people see it differently.
Due process is follow the laws that are implemented.
Sure.
That's the difference between Obama and other president and Trump. Trump did not follow due process.
Wait. So what are you talking about? So under Fifth Amendment, right? Obviously, we see that it appears to against the federal government. So can you provide me any information in which Trump was going against the Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment?
If you look at the due process,
bro, just answer the question. Can you provide any way in which Trump was going against the Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment?
The due process.
Bro, I don't want you to rap. You keep rapping to me. This is not poetry. Can you provide me any response to how Trump was going against the Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment?
I don't know what you're referring to the Fifth Amendment regarding the due process.
You're talking about due process.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, due process. So if you guys come up here making all these claims, trying to put me in a box, but when I question
are you asking for an instance where it was violated?
What are you talking about?
What it means that somebody, if the person that is arrested for crime has to go to due process, that means they have to go to court.
Again, that's just a claim. Can you substantiate a claim in terms of how they went against the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment, please?
I don't remember the exact law. I'm just telling you.
You don't remember. You're just asking questions just to try and put me in a box for no reason. Like, what the hell are we doing here, brother? This is not. I'm not.
Well, if you want a specific instance, you can just cite Albrego Garcia.
Doesn't make any sense. Like guys are
He was
just
deported to El Salvador without due process.
sorry. Who?
Albrego Garcia.
Okay, so it is possible. Okay, thank you. So it is it's unfair treatment. If that's just a claim, I'll look into that. But it's unfair if that had to be the case, right? But then we also live into a middle mixed economy system where there is going to be people who will protest against those kind of things. Maybe Trump
What
made
does the
it.
economy have to do with anything?
So they will bring that Alberto guy back to America if that's the case.
They're not though.
What do you mean they're not?
Trump was literally just asked if he was going to follow the Supreme Court ruling to bring him back, and he said, "I don't know."
Yeah, he says he
There are
doesn't
people
know.
you have to ask someone else. I don't
Right,
know.
exactly. He doesn't know.
He should know though. He's the president.
Wait. If he doesn't know, it could mean so many things. It could mean we have to double check if we did this right way or not, right? So it's an argument, it's a conversation. So we have to go back and look at what if we did it right or not. If he messed up,
Are you going
it
to tell
could
me
be
that the
back.
president doesn't know, so whether or not he's going to
No,
follow
I'm
the
talking
law?
about it's arbitrary. If he doesn't know, okay, then they have to go back
It's
to
not
the
arbitrary.
book.
It was a Supreme Court ruling
No,
to bring
you're
him
not
back.
listening. I don't know emphasizes agnostic position. I'm not sure. So we're gonna look this up. If I made a mistake, maybe he was tricked into sending Alberto to wherever Dominica, wherever he's from. Maybe he was tricked, right, into making a choice. So we don't
He
know.
was
We
tricked
don't
into
know.
doing
I
something that
don't
he
know.
said he's not going to do.
Yeah, maybe he
Like
was
in the
tricked.
interview today, he said he don't know, but prior he said no to bringing him back.
Okay, so now you're saying he doesn't know. Now you're saying he know. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, guys.
No,
we do
you're
have
not
to-
tracking what I said.
Wait, okay.
We do
All
have
right,
to
all right.
1 minute.
because okay, we're gonna let Wade go, and then we do have to move on to the next debate.
Okay. Yeah, we have to move on. First thing I'd like to say, Kuta won just by rhetoric alone because there was little substance that was given on either side. So Kuta won that. Secondly, give me my fucking mod powers back, you jackass. All right, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, Wade, for that. Although I do prefer to have no mods right now. That's typically how I'm running my lives, but I will consider it in the future. I might bring mods back, but typically I'm moderating my own lives for right now.
Unless there's Jay.
That's a boundary I'm setting for right now. I just want to moderate my own lives and keep the mods to a minimum. Or if I mod somebody, I mod them for a single live, and then take their mod powers after the live.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna get. Let me see. Do we have any more questions?
Nope, I'm gonna stay up here, you know.
We have Mike Redding. We'll get his question, and then we'll probably move on to the next debate. Mike Redding, what do you have to say for us?
Yeah, basically, the president has violated, of course, the primacy of the rule of law by, not bringing back the individual from, El Salvador. I mean, he could actually make moves in that regard, but he's made an excuse and he said, well, it's an issue of, extradition and, the Supreme Court obviously doesn't have powers to, it doesn't have any jurisdiction to actually bring back the individual in question. You've also got another problem with regards to Mohammed Khalil. He was arrested for protesting in these anti-Israel demonstrations. So, the primacy of the rule of law is just missed on someone like Trump, unfortunately. That's just what I'd like to say on that last topics. Hope I haven't resurrected anything from the last topic.
Oh no, you're totally.
You might be missing the rule of law, but you don't gotta miss your thumb on that like button or tap on Coco's
Smash that
face,
like
okay?
button.
Tap on his Finn cosplay and get those goddamn likes up.
Smash
so
that
much.
like button.
But we're gonna end it there and move on to our next debate a little bit early so we can be on time. We're just waiting for King Donnell to show up. He just followed me, so he's probably gonna be here. I'm gonna send him a message like I do to all my followers. I like to have interactions with all my followers, every single 9,000 of them. But yeah, thank you guys for being up here. We appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for allowing me to host your debate. I really appreciate you guys being a part of my project. I can't do this without you guys. And if you guys want to debate in the future, anyone, any topic, any partnership, let me know. We will set a date. We will get the debate format. We will work around your schedule. If you work night shifts, morning shifts, we will work around your schedule and get it done. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody watching. We're going to go to the next debate. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, follow.
Stay up here, you know.
Coco, is the follower count over 9,000?
I just want to say something real quick. I'm actually not a Republican nor a Democrat, nothing like that. But I'm just tired of people just being hypocrites.
I've heard that one before.
Where was I being a hypocrite?
No, we gotta go. We can talk about it later. We can talk about it.
We don't have time. We don't have time. We can move on. But yeah. Thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna drop everybody off the panel except for the next contestant and Angel.
Not if I do it first.
Yep, and thank you. Thank you for people who asked questions. Now, we're gonna try to get King Donald in here. Let me see if I can invite him. And start the next debate. I'm looking for him in my list of people. Let me send him an invite. Bear with me, guys. King.
Guys, like in May the 4th, we got Coco in his beautiful Finn cosplay.
I love the
me with this
Everyone's
bootleg. A bootleg Star Trooper mask that I made in 5 minutes.
Great.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Jeff for Truth, thank you for being here. How are you feeling about the next debate, which is, have biblical prophecies been fulfilled, or did Jesus fulfill any prophecies?
I feel great about it.
Absolutely.
And, just so you know, King Donnell and I have debated before, so we're familiar with each other.
Okay. So this is going to be it's a rivalry, and there's going to be some contention.
They're connected by the Force, I see.
Yeah, absolutely. They're like they're water and ice, or they're fire.
The light side and the dark side.
Yeah, that. But now we have King Donald up here. Thank you for coming, King Donald. It's an honor to host this debate with you and Jeff for Truth. The topic is going to be, have biblical prophecies been fulfilled, or did Jesus fulfill any prophecies? King Donald, you think yes, so you're the affirmative.
Hey, that wasn't the debate topic, brother.
What do you mean?
The virgin birth in Isaiah 53.
Oh no, those were the prophecies that you guys agreed on, but the overall debate topic was, have biblical prophecies been fulfilled? But you guys agreed to 3 prophecies.
Yeah, we can hone in on those, but the overall topic is, did Jesus fulfill prophecy? And then we can't talk about everything in a short amount of time, but we can focus on those 2 if that's what you want.
Yeah. Are you still okay with that, King Donald?
I'm pretty sure that's what we said in the back chat when we was talking. I read it again today. I'm pretty sure that's what we agreed upon.
Yeah, you guys agreed to stick to those 3 prophecies, but the overall topic was going to be, have any prophecies been fulfilled, or did Jesus fulfill any prophecies? But if that's okay, we can move on to, you're gonna start your opening statement, which is gonna be 7 minutes. You don't have to use all of it, and then Jeff will do his, then cross examinations, then conclusions, and whenever you're ready, we can start your opening statement.
All right, and I actually only did my research dealing with the virgin birth in Isaiah 53. So I want to start off by actually showing how the prophecies themselves, how they coexist and how they actually piggyback off one another, showing that the Messiah indeed went through a virgin birth, and he was the one prophesied in as the suffering servant. So once we go to Genesis 3:16, it states, "And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. He shall watch against thy head, and thou shalt watch against his heel." So according to Moses, the first introduction is the her seed. Okay, so now it's excluding the man here. Genesis 3:16 excluded the man. It went straight to the woman and said her seed. So once I go to Isaiah 7:14, which is another prophet that came after Moses, this is how Isaiah 7:14 piggybacked off of that same subject. Isaiah 7:14. Therefore, the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive in the womb and shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Emmanuel. So you can see once again Isaiah sticking to the woman and her seed once again, leaving out the man. So once we get to Matthew 1:18, it states this. Now the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son. This is Matthew 1:21-23. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord has spoken by the prophet. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. So you see, once again, dealing with Mary. Mary is included, Joseph is excluded, going through the theme of the her seed got to produce this child. Now, as we go venture on from the prophets to find out more about this child that was going to come from her seed, excluding the man, in Isaiah 9, it says this, starting in verse 6 and 7. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders. His name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and of peace, there shall be no end on David's throne and on his kingdom to establish it, to uphold it with justice and with righteousness from that time on, even forever. The zeal of Yahweh of armies will perform this, according to the Dead Sea Scroll. So we find out that this child is going to be born and given, and that given child to the nation of Israel, the increase of his government and peace shall be no end. So he has an everlasting increasing government, and that government is going to be of peace. David spoke about this same individual, so you can know, because this is David's throne. So he spoke about this same individual in the book of Psalms. Psalms 2:7-9 states this, declaring the ordinance of the Lord. The Lord said to me, thou art my son. Today I have begotten thee. Ask of me, and I will give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the ends of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron, and shall dash them into pieces as a potter's vessel. So we find out that this son has the inheritance of the heathen, and all of the ends of the earth was going to be his possession that he could rule over, aka the increase of his government shall be no end. So once we get to Isaiah 53 now, speaking on this same individual, this same son, when he grew up as a man, this is what's going on. Isaiah 53:12. Therefore he shall inherit many, and he shall divide the spoils of the mighty, because his soul was delivered to death. And you can read further on, but we see that the promise of the inheritance of many to that son who government is never going to have an end, this is the connection. So now, once we go to Psalms 22, speaking about how this individual was going to get this government, and which increases, Psalms 22:7. And they, all that saw me, mocked me. They spoke with their lips. They shook their head. He hoped in the Lord. Let him deliver him. Verse 16. For many dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked doers beset me. They pierced my hands and my feet. According to Isaiah 53:8, in his humiliation, his judgment was taken away. Who shall declare his generation? For his life is taken away from the earth because of the iniquities of my people. He was led to death. Now Daniel speaks on this same person who went through this humiliation, whose judgment was taken away. Daniel 9:26. And after 62 weeks, the anointed one, we know the anointed one means Christ, Messiah, the anointed one shall be destroyed, and there is no judgment in him. See, Isaiah 53 said, who's going to declare his generation? And he said that individual was going to go through the humiliation and his judgment was going to be taken away. And Daniel piggybacks on that, talking about how the anointed one was destroyed and there was no judgment in him. Okay, it was taken away. So as I finish up, Matthew 27 and 30, dealing with the Messiah, and they spit on him. Verse 31, they mocked him and led him away to crucify him. Verse 43, he trusts in God. Let God deliver him. Verse 50, and Jesus cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. But we find out after the humiliation, after the death, that son who becomes a man would gain the authority. He would gain the possession of the nations. So after Christ died and resurrected, he made this statement in Matthew 28 and 18. And Jesus came and said to them, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. All of it goes back, all of it piggybacks off of one another. It all makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess you're ceding the rest of your time. How much time was left, Dream of Dawn?
5 seconds, so he did that perfectly.
That was a really good opener. And now we're going to hear Jeff for Truth's opener. You get 7 minutes, and the time starts as soon as you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
All right. It is my position that there has never been a prophet and that all prophecy is a scam. In this debate, I will demonstrate how people have deceived others with an ancient art of deception that we call prophecy. No one has ever accurately predicted the future through divine revelation. There are two main methods people use to deceive others into believing in prophecy. The first method is to write about something that already happened, but pretend it was predicted by a prophet who lived before the event. This is how most prophecy is written in the Old Testament. Isaiah did not predict the Babylonian captivity. Isaiah was written after the events it describes. The same is true for Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, and every other so-called prophet. The same is true for Jesus. Jesus did not predict the destruction of the Jewish temple in 70 CE. The Christian Gospels were written after the temple was destroyed, and they lied about Jesus predicting the events. You can learn this by applying rational thinking to the actual evidence for the origins of these writings. There is no evidence that any biblical writing was written before the events being predicted, and it is foolish to presume divine revelation when all the evidence shows that people are willing to lie in order to convince you that their God is real. The second method of prophetic deception is to simply interpret a previous writing to be about your agenda, when the original writing had nothing to do with your interpretation. This is the method used for 100% of all prophecies attributed to Jesus. There is no Old Testament prophecy at all that predicted anything about Jesus. Every single prophecy that you have been told was about Jesus was originally about something totally different, and many of them were not even written as prophecies at all. For example, Isaiah 53 says, "Who has believed our message? To whom has Yahweh's arm been revealed? For he grew up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of dry ground. He was despised and rejected by men, a man of suffering and acquainted with disease. He has borne our sickness and carried our suffering." Isaiah 53 is clearly written about someone who suffered in the past and not as a prediction of a future suffering Messiah. The context around Isaiah 53 is all about the past suffering of God's servant Israel in Babylon. But Christians just reinterpret Isaiah 53 to be about the suffering of Jesus rather than the past suffering of Israel. Matthew 2 quotes Micah 5 to suggest the Messiah was prophesied to be born in Bethlehem, but the context of Micah 5 exposes this deception. Micah 1 says the word of the Lord came during the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah concerning Samaria and Jerusalem. Micah 5:3 says Israel will be abandoned until the time when she who is in labor bears a son. So the woman was already in labor and a son was about to be born, according to Micah. Micah 5:5 says, "He, the ruler who comes out of Bethlehem, will be our peace when Assyria invades our land." Micah 5:6 says, "He will deliver us from the Assyrians." when they invade our land. Jesus did not deliver Israel from Assyrian invasion, but Hezekiah did. Micah 5 is talking about Hezekiah, not Jesus. Matthew also says Jesus was born miraculously from a virgin mother in order to fulfill a prophecy from Isaiah 7:14. But the context of Isaiah 7 and 8 exposes the error. Isaiah 7:16 says, before the child knows to refuse evil and choose good, the land whose two kings you abhor will be forsaken. In Isaiah 8:3, a son is born, and verse 4 says, before the child knows how to say father or mother, the riches of Damascus and the plunder of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So we have the prophecy and fulfillment in Isaiah 7 and 8, and it is not remotely about Jesus in any way. It was not even about a miraculous virgin birth. The prophecy was about how young the boy would be when God gave victory to King Ahaz over his enemies. Matthew 2:15 says, Hosea 11:1 was a prophecy about Jesus coming out of Egypt. But Hosea 11:1 actually says, when Israel was a child, I loved him and I called my son out of Egypt. Matthew deliberately cut out the first part of the verse that identifies Israel as God's son and expects his reader to believe this was a prophecy about Jesus instead of a reference to Israel coming out of Egypt in the mythical story of Moses. Matthew is the only one to mention Jesus fleeing to Egypt, and the reason Matthew alone mentions it is because the author found another verse he could misinterpret and attribute to Jesus. The author just manufactured a false story about Jesus going to Egypt just so he could associate Hosea 11:1 with Jesus. For the sake of time, let me briefly mention one more false prophecy of Jesus from Zechariah 9:9, which says, rejoice greatly, daughter of Zion. Shout, daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, lowly, riding on a donkey, on a colt, on the foal of a donkey. The next verse, verse 10 says, he will cut off the chariots and war horses and battle bows from Israel, and he will speak peace to the nations. But Jesus did not end war in Israel. On the contrary, Jesus brought the complete destruction of Israel and Jerusalem and the Jewish temple. Jesus said in Matthew 10:34, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. When I realized, as a Christian for over 40 years, when I realized that prophecy is just a scam, it was difficult for me to accept, but it is true. And I became an atheist after I realized the Bible is just a collection of lies. And I'm here to offer my services to anyone who is struggling to accept the reality that the Bible is not true and that the God you believe in was just created by men.
Okay, and with that, I think Jeff is ceding his time. How much more time do we have, Dream of Dawn?
We had 50 seconds left, so almost a full minute.
Good job, both participants, for having really timely opening statements. So now we're going to move on to cross-examination, where the affirmative is going to do their first round, 5-minute cross-examination. During this time, King Donald, it's your time to ask Jeff for truth questions and try to solidify your point, but delegitimize his point. Your 5-minute cross-examination will happen as soon as you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
Hey, Jeff, so before we get into Isaiah 53 and the prophecies, in Numbers 12 and verse 8, when the Lord is explaining that with Moses, he's going to speak mouth to mouth and not in riddles. But the other prophets didn't get the mouth to mouth, meaning they got the riddles. Do you agree or disagree that some of the quote unquote prophets spoke in riddles?
I'm not aware of any riddles in the Bible.
Okay, so even though Moses, this is another question. So even though Moses explained some of the prophets are going to get riddles, you don't comprehend, or you did not know that information?
I'm not aware of any riddles in the Bible.
Okay, thank you. So now we know that you don't understand how Moses said some of the prophets are supposed to be understood. So now here will be another question. The things that you are taking hyper literal to say that these things happened in the past, are they coming from some of the quote unquote prophets that Moses said was going to get riddles?
Are you suggesting that God speaks deliberately confusing so people don't understand?
I'm sure you can't answer a question with a question.
I don't know who. I don't think anybody prophesied. I don't believe in prophets. I believe in humans who lie and write books.
Okay, so even if you don't believe in prophets, the ones that's named prophets, you don't got to believe they're prophets or not. The ones that's named prophets, was it already demonstrated in Torah that those individuals named prophets, regardless if you believe them or not, was going to get riddles that you are taking hyper literal?
I'm not even familiar with Numbers chapter 12, whatever it talks about riddles. So if we're going to talk about Numbers 12, we need to read Numbers 12.
Okay, I have already read it. Okay, so let me go to Isaiah 53 now. So the part in Isaiah 53 that said that he would be led to his death, is that written that happened to whom we call Jesus the Christ?
Yeah, that's what's written in the story, yeah.
Okay. Do they call Isaiah a prophet?
Yeah, they call Isaiah a prophet, yeah.
Okay, bet. Okay, so you saying that Isaiah 53 is not written about Jesus. So let me ask another thing about Jesus then. Isaiah 53 said that after his death, that this servant would inherit many. There's over 1 billion Christians right now. Does it seem like after Jesus' death, he inherited many?
I can't testify that Jesus received anything.
Okay, let me ask the question again. We have over 1 billion Christians now after Jesus died. So even if you don't believe the narrative, does the narrative show that after Jesus died, he inherited many?
No, dead people don't receive inheritances.
Okay, bet. So we're going to say that even though there's 1 billion Christians, Jesus didn't inherit nobody. Okay,
well,
so now
let's people don't receive inheritances.
Okay, I got you. So now Isaiah 53 and 5 says that, let me quote it, and he was pierced for our transgressions out of the ESV. Was Jesus pierced because of Israel's hatred?
Not in the past before Israel. Isaiah was written because it says he was pierced, not he's going to be pierced.
Well, you have already understood. You have already said that you didn't even know that they wrote in riddles. So I don't know why you're quoting that. What I'm asking is that it says in Isaiah 53 and 5, he was pierced for our transgressions. Is there anywhere found in our Bible that a Jesus was pierced for the hatred of Israel?
Well, it doesn't say for the hatred of Israel, but the Bible, New Testament, does say Jesus was pierced.
Okay, thank you. So now that's once again, Isaiah was written before the New Testament. Here's the last thing. It was prophesied that Jerusalem was going to be destroyed. Did Jerusalem get destroyed?
Which prophecy are you talking about?
Any of them.
Israel was destroyed, but I'm not aware of the prophecy that you're referring to in the Old Testament.
Gonna have to cut you off here. We are out of time.
That would be the end of that cross-examination period. Now it's going to be Jeff's 5-minute cross-examination period. Jeff, during this time, you can ask questions in order to legitimize your point of view or delegitimize your opponent's point of view. Your 5 minutes will start when you say your first word, and it's going to be timed by Dream of Dawn.
All right, Donnell, is it possible to write a fictional story based off of things that were written in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that the New Testament was written as a fictional story by using the Old Testament as its model?
No, sir, because the things of the New Testament has been quoted to have happened through history, throughout historians.
No, the Bible is not. The New Testament events are not corroborated or verified through history, just as a point of record. So is it more likely that God used to perform miracles and talk to people overtly and perform, overt signs of miracles? Or is it more likely that people wrote fictional stories about God performing miracles and speaking to people.
Well, since it still happens today, I would say that it's very plausible that it happened back then as well, because it still happens today.
Who does God speak to today?
There's if you actually go to YouTube, you can actually do this on your own. You will see a plethora, thousands and thousands of videos in which people who had went through near-death experiences have spoken to Christ, have spoken to the Father, as well as people who have been converted over into Christianity from different religions have said that they have heard from Christ or the Father.
Okay, God just came to me and he told me that he never spoke to anybody in the past. Now, do you believe what I just said?
Well, first of all, if God came and spoke to you, that would actually defeat your whole purpose that God doesn't come and speak to people. So I think that doesn't even make sense, Jeff.
Okay, I'm making a point here. Do you, just because someone says that they spoke to God or heard from God, do you just automatically believe when people say they talk to God?
Jeff, I don't believe that thousands of people are lying in order for you to feel good.
So are you aware that Christians are constantly saying that Jesus is going to return any day now?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe God spoke to them?
I believe God has spoken to them in their life. It doesn't matter if they're confused about eschatology or not.
Okay, so just for the record, everyone, King Donnell and I both agree that Jesus is not going to be coming back in the future. So I know that he does not believe that when Christians say, oh, I had a dream or a vision that Jesus is coming back soon and it's imminent and they're crying on TikTok, that even Donnell will say they are wrong, they are confused. So you admit then, King Donnell, that people can think they heard from God and they really didn't, right?
Well, you just misrepresented me. The Lord can show them anything that the Lord wants to show them at that time. Everything is done in order. So there's still time for them to actually understand more and more what's going on. So yes, I would say it's infallible that the Lord indeed is still talking to anybody that he want to talk to and show them anything he want to show them at that time.
Okay, so when someone gets on TikTok and cries and said they had a dream last night and Jesus came to them in a vision and said that he was coming very soon, do you believe that person actually spoke to God or that they imagined that?
Yes, I believe God works through dreams, so they indeed spoke to him and he showed them exactly what they needed to see at that time. Because some people don't need eschatology. Some people need something to
Okay, that's enough. I'm running out of time. So do you believe God deliberately confuses people and says things that are not true?
It's not a confusion.
If he comes to someone and says, you better get scared because I'm coming soon to burn the world with fire, and if that's not what he's really going to do, that means God is a liar.
Well, that's your take, and you're trying to explain how you feel about God. That's just your take, Jeff. That ain't everybody.
You would take it that way too, because do you believe Jesus is ever going to come back in the future, Donnell?
I believe that Christ comes in everybody's, when people are just ready for Christ, I believe he comes for them.
Do you believe Jesus is literally going to come in the sky so that people see him with their physical eyes and he's going to burn the earth with fire?
Okay, see, that's a different question from what you just stated. I believe all biblical prophecies have been fulfilled.
Okay, so when a person says Jesus came to me in a dream and told me that he's coming very soon to burn the earth with fire, would you admit that this person did not hear from God but convinced himself that or imagined it?
No, Jeff, I would say that the Lord is meeting them where they are at the moment, Jeff.
Okay. How much time? 5 seconds? 4 seconds? All right, we're done.
Okay. With that, that will end the first cross-examination period. We're now going to move into the second round cross-examination period. King Donnell, just like the first round, you're going to have, let me check. My brain is like terrible.
Should be 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes for your cross-examination period. Ask questions to legitimize your position, but delegitimize your opponents. The 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
Before we start, just remember, guys, keep tapping that like, okay? We need to get this out to as many people as possible to inflate Coco's ego. I mean, Finn's ego.
Oh,
anyway.
Absolutely.
I'm good when you are, so first word, and I'll start the timer.
Okay, thank you. So I'm finna read John 20 and 29. Jesus said to him, "Have you believed because you have seen me? Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." What does that mean to you, Jeff?
That you're supposed to believe without evidence, which is a scam.
Okay, thank you. So that's one. So now, when we have in the Bible that Christ stated all of the prophecies in the Bible was going to be fulfilled by the destruction of Jerusalem 70 AD. If it's a sham, which prophecy wasn't fulfilled by that time?
Well, off the top of my head, I can go to Jeremiah 33, which says David will never cease to have a king sitting on the throne, and the Levites will never cease to offer animal sacrifices continually. So Jeremiah 33 is one. Zechariah 12 or 14 somewhere says, whoever does not come to Israel and worship at the Feast of Booths, God will withhold rain from that country so that they starve to death. That has not happened.
Okay, so now, as you already stated that you don't understand prophetic riddles, was there a curse that came after that prophecy in Jeremiah that caused the lineage, the earthly lineage of David to cease on reigning on the throne?
So I know you're referring to, the curse. Well, shoot, what's his name? Jeconiah, yeah. So God lied then. So God said David would never cease to have a king sitting on the throne, and then turns out God was wrong.
So your first premise, let me get this right. Your first premise was that was a failed prophecy. But then once we show that the curse stopped that prophecy, now it's not a failed prophecy. God is wrong. That's what you're saying, correct?
So is God all-knowing or not?
Well, I'm asking you, is that what you said?
So I'm saying that the Bible is not the infallible word of God, so it's got contradictions all throughout it. So when God says that David will never cease to have a king sitting on the throne, and then he says, "Oh, change my mind. Now now no Davidic king will sit on the throne."
Okay, so now once again, so we disprove what you just stated. It's not biblical because we can see when the prophecy actually stopped. So now here's Zechariah 14. You said that all people were supposed to be coming up to Jerusalem to worship the Lord. Does it also say to keep the Feast of Tabernacles in it?
It says whoever doesn't come to Jerusalem and worship at the Feast of Booths, God will withhold rain so that they die or starve.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, is the Feast of Booths, is that the old covenant tradition or a new covenant tradition?
It's a Jewish tradition. It's Old Testament Jewish.
All right, so Old Testament, Old Covenant. Okay, so Jeff, if we are in the New Covenant and you try to use something as the Old Covenant, does that mean it still should go on or it doesn't go on, Jeff?
Well, the Old Covenant said that his laws and his feast days should be observed forever throughout all generations. That's what the Old Testament says.
Okay, so the Hebrew word for forever is olam. Jeff, does the word olam means forever, not ending, or it means a long time?
It can probably be used in different ways, but I would say it just means for a long time in general.
Okay, thank you. So was it did they have the laws and the feast days for a long time?
But he said for all generations. He didn't just say for olam. He said for all generations.
Well, olam and all generations cannot be separated, or do you say they can be separated?
Yeah, they're different. Yeah, they're different.
Okay, bet, even though he said it in the same pretense. Okay, so now let's keep going on then, Jeff. Is there any other prophecies that spoke of Jesus that you say doesn't actually deal with Jesus? Can you give us an example of that prophecy again?
Well, I mean, Isaiah 7:14, Isaiah 7:14 or Isaiah 53.
Okay, bet. Isaiah 7.
Neither one of them are about Jesus.
Okay, Isaiah 7:14 states that a virgin is going to conceive and bear a son. Did that happen in the New Testament?
In the fictional story, sure.
Okay, but it happened, no matter if it's a fictional story or not. So now, can we apply that to Jesus, even if it's a fictional story?
It was applied to Jesus as a fictional story, yes.
Okay, thank you. My time is over.
Are you ceding the rest of your time?
Oh yeah, I only had like 3 seconds left. I'm taking time. I'm taking the time as well.
Didn't
Okay.
want those 3 valuable seconds.
No, I think I did enough.
Okay. And with that, we're going to move on to Jeff for Truth. It's your second round, 5-minute cross-examination. Ask questions to legitimize your position, delegitimize your opponent. It'll start whenever you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
Okay, so since we're in Isaiah 7, Isaiah 7:14 says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign, a virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and will call him Emmanuel." Was Jesus' name Emmanuel?
Yes, he was in fact God with them.
Was he named Emmanuel?
Call his name, that means authority. So yes.
Did anybody call Jesus Emmanuel?
Name means authority to the Hebrews, so yes.
Okay. So are you aware of anybody else that was called Emmanuel in Isaiah chapter 8, maybe?
Yeah, in Isaiah chapter 8, the people themselves was called Emmanuel.
Well, there's the actual son who was born in chapter 8. You know who the son was born in chapter 8?
Yeah, they didn't call his name Emmanuel. Yes, I know that son.
So in the first few verses, it says, "So I called Uriah the priest and Zechariah son of Jeberechiah and reliable witness. Then I made love to the prophetess, and she conceived and gave birth to a son. And the Lord said to me, name him Maher-Shalal-Hash-Baz, for before the boy knows how to say father or mother, the wealth of Damascus and the plunder of Samaria will be carried off to Assyria." So this boy was born in chapter 8. And it says, while this boy is still really young, he can't even say father or mother yet, then these 2 countries that have come against Ahaz in war will be carried away in the plunder to Assyria. Now, Isaiah chapter 7, verse 16 says, "Before that boy knows enough to reject the wrong and choose the right, the land of the 2 kings that you dread will be laid waste. The Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your house of your father a time unlike any since Ephraim broke away from Judah. He will bring the king of Assyria." It says that before this boy is old enough to know right from wrong, the Assyrian invasion will destroy your enemies. And in chapter 8, there's a boy who is born, and before he's old enough to know right from wrong, the kingdom of Assyria comes and destroys Ahaz's enemies. How is that not a direct reference in the very next chapter? It's talking about the exact same thing, an Assyrian invasion, and a boy that was going to be really young. It doesn't say anything. So here's the question. Does Isaiah 7 say anything about a Messiah?
Okay, so now let's okay, first of all, that answer is yes.
Where?
Okay, thank you for asking that. The child that was going to be born by the woman's seed, which you left out, was verse 11. The Lord says, "Ask a sign of your Lord. Let it be as deep as Sheol or high as heaven." So according to Isaiah, the sign was either going to be in heaven or on earth. And you are insinuating that the sign there was on earth. First of all, that son there, the one in chapter 8, his name don't even have anything to do with God with us. So you made that up. But in Isaiah 7, that son that was going to be shown in the sky as a heavenly sign, yes, Moses spoke about that same son in Genesis. And that was the prelude to the Messiah. So yeah, they all knew that was the Messiah. Yeah.
So you see how you had to run around the world. So Isaiah 7 and 8 never mentions the word Messiah. Will you admit that Isaiah 7 and 8 never uses the word Messiah?
Right. Yeah. They never used the word Messiah.
So you have to interject Messiah into something that's talking about. So do you understand in Isaiah 7 verse 16, it says, do you think Isaiah 7:16 is referencing the same boy that's prophesied in Isaiah 7:14, only 2 verses earlier?
That boy in Isaiah 7 and 14, according to Isaiah 7 and 11, was a sign that was going to be given on earth or in heaven, Jeff. So if the sign is given in heaven, Jeff, it's not a real boy at that time, Jeff.
So can Ahaz see what's going on in heaven?
It wasn't said Ahaz. It said the house of David. Would you like me to read it?
No.
Okay.
So I want you to clarify. It says in verse 16, for before the boy, who is the boy? Is that Jesus, or is this talking about whoever is being prophesied in verse 14?
The prophesied one that was going to be seen in the heavens.
Okay, so this boy that is being prophesied, it says, before that boy knows enough to reject the wrong and choose the right, the land of the two kings you dread will be laid waste. What has that got to do with Jesus?
First of all, that happened before Jesus was born. So before he was able to do all of that, that happens, Jeff.
We are out of time.
Okay, so that's going to conclude Jeff's 5-minute cross-examination. So now we're going to move on to closing statements. The affirmative is going to get their 3 minutes, which would be King Darnell, and then Jeff for Truth, you're going to get your 3 minutes. So King Darnell, your 3 minutes will start as soon as you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Jeff, for once again having a debate. I'm sorry that I beat you that first time and made you become atheist, but now it seems like that it's still happening. So hopefully this one will make you actually come back to Christ. Jeff, even in Jeff's Christian walk, he never actually really studied the Bible. That's why I'm asking him things that he's supposed to know, and he doesn't even know that these things even exist in the Bible. So how can he come and have a debate about the Bible and what's fake and what's phony if you don't even know the information pertained in it? See, you just grab 1 or 2 or 3 things and you ran with it. This is a whole Bible. This is a whole book. You need to study it for years before you even try to teach it or understand it, Mr. Jeff. Mr. Jeff didn't even know that this was a sign. Isaiah 53 was a sign in heaven. And how do we know it was a sign in heaven? Because once we go to Revelation 12, which speaks on this same sign of a virgin given a woman in Revelation 12, guess where John said he saw that at? In heaven. So obviously, the in heaven sign was the woman giving the birth to the son. And Jeff thought it was someone on earth when Isaiah was writing that, and he insinuated that it was what was going on in Isaiah 8 with no proof. Also, Jeff believes that the prophets are just going around making up stuff. And once you actually look at the dating of the ancient works, aka the Old Testament, with the dating of the New Testament, Jeff is saying, oh no, they just put that all together. They just made that all together. And Rome had something to do with it. Meanwhile, Rome don't say they have anything to do with it. Rome didn't even like the Jews like that. This is just how a person who's an atheist got to make it work, because for some reason God didn't do something for them that they don't like. So now it's their duty to try to destroy God. We're not going to live in that type of world, Jeff. We're going to bring the truth. And the truth is, the only way you're going to be able to understand spiritual things is with the spirit. So you're going to always be fighting against the spirit of the Lord who actually created everything, because you don't understand him yet. So I asked you to get off of TikTok, Jeff, and start praying and fasting again. Leave TikTok alone. Okay, leave it alone. Leave all that other stuff alone, because you're not going to be able to prove your foundation, because it's false. At the end of the day, it's false, and it's not going to be able to prove it. I prove once again from Old and New Testament that it's talking about the same thing. And once I asked Jeff, Jeff said, oh, it's just fiction. They just made it up. Come back to the Bible. Thank you.
And that will conclude your closing statement. Jeff for Truth, it's now your turn. 3 minutes on the clock. You'll start once you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
So it's really sad that there are so many people that will deliberately lie and deceive themselves and allow themselves to be brainwashed and refuse the words on the page. It doesn't. So, and by the way, I have studied the Bible for many, many years, and I know it extremely well. And I know that when you read the context of Isaiah 7 and 8, it has nothing to do with Jesus, and it's speaking in the past tense, and it's talking about things that happened, and it's talking about an Assyrian invasion. And the same is true for Isaiah 53. If you will just read Isaiah, like the 10 or 12 chapters prior to Isaiah 53, starting in Isaiah 41, you will see that it says over and over that Israel is God's son, Israel is God's servant, and that God has redeemed Israel from Babylonian captivity. That's what the entire context is about for 10, 15 chapters around Isaiah 53. It specifically identifies Israel as God's servant. And the same is true for, in the Old Testament, Israel was God's son. When Moses went to Pharaoh in the fictional story of the Exodus, and he says, hey, because you have held my firstborn son, this is what God says, you have held my firstborn son, therefore I am going to take away your firstborn son. So he sends a plague on Egypt to take away their firstborn sons. In the Old Testament, Israel was God's son. In the New Testament, which was written after the Romans destroyed the Jews in war, and it's written in the Greek language because the Romans were Hellenizing the Jewish world, and so they destroyed them in war, and then they rewrote and reinterpreted their holy scriptures, and they changed the Son of God and the servant of God from Israel to Jesus. Jesus was purely a fictional character made up in the imagination of Greek philosophers who just found texts like Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53 and even Genesis 3:15 that you brought up. They said, let's change it and say that everything's pointing to Jesus when actually everything was talking about Israel, the nation of Israel. Yahweh was the God of Israel. And the Old Testament is the scriptures, the holy scriptures and the religion of the Israelites. It was not true that God never showed up and talked to anybody, but this was their foundation for their false religion. So the New Testament is simply a fictional story written with Greek philosophy in mind as they were Hellenizing the world and destroying the Jews in war. There were major wars between the Romans and the Jews in the 1st and 2nd century, which was the exact same time that Christianity shows up on earth. And, you know, I brought up Hosea 11:1, which says, when Jacob was a child, I loved him and I called my son out of Egypt. Am I out of time?
We are out of time. Sorry.
And that will conclude the final closing statements. Once again, I would like to say thank you guys for coming on my panel out of all the panels out there to compete and debate. I really appreciate that. If both of you want to debate in the future, just let me know and I will gladly schedule another debate with any opponent, anytime, any place. I keep hosting these events. I keep creating them. I will keep doing them. Thank you both. As of right now,
say for what the riddles were?
Not yet, but we will. You'll be the first
Darn
guest.
it.
You'll be the first guest to speak in the upcoming. It's supposed to be a 20-minute time for the audience, but we are a couple minutes behind. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do a 13-minute section where the audience can come up and ask any questions.
The audience is asking for the poll already.
Oh yeah, and we will put up the poll. But yeah, we're gonna have like a 13-minute section where the audience can come up and ask questions to either of the contestants or just say your thoughts on the debate that we just had. So Dream of Dawn, if you can, just add
13-minute timer.
Keep the timer for 13 minutes, and yeah, we'll do audience points and questions. Angel, you can go first.
Thank you. I've been keeping. So, riddles are technically parables. I think that's what they're trying to come across, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, what do you think about that?
So, you know, the Bible also says that God is not the author of confusion. So this is what we're doing is pointing out a contradiction. If on the one hand, he says that, oh, God speaks in, he works in mysterious ways and you can't understand what he says. And then on the other hand, he says, well, God's not the author of confusion. That's a contradiction. So God can either speak clearly and prove that he's God, or we can all interpret riddles however we want.
Parables.
Okay. With that, thank you, Angel, for your points and comment. Big Up, you were up here first. So do you have any comments on the debate or any questions, points?
No, I'm not going to lie, bro. I didn't even try to request up. So I'm going to drop down and my fault, bro.
Oh, wait, actually, before you drop down, let me check. I think you are the next debate, so you can stay up here, actually.
Shoot,
and
yeah,
go.
yeah, bet.
Yeah, and Jesse, if you're in here, you are the next debate. So Jesse, if you could get up here, that'd be great. Next debate's gonna be Does the Christian God exist? Jesse versus Big Op. But John Boyd, do you have any points, criticisms, questions for any of the debaters?
What's the topic?
Wait, were you here for the debate?
I don't think they were here.
No, I don't think I was.
Okay, well, I would just say stick around for the other debates, and we're happy to have you. I have 5 guests I'm going to bring up. The first person I saw was Shark, so I'm going to get Shark's question in. And thank you, Jesse, for being here. It's good that you're early. Thank you. Shark, you can go, and then Theologos can go.
My question is for Jeff. What does 50% of what you said about people's interpretations or dream states have to do with the proposition of the debate?
We were talking about whether or not God speaks to humans or not. And I'm saying that God doesn't speak to humans and that people are delusional and they either lie or they're brainwashed to believe lies.
The proposition of the debate was?
Did Jesus fulfill prophecies?
Hey, can you put up what the proposition was again? Can we see that picture?
Yeah, I can do it one more time. Give me 1 sec. And I will flip my camera. Hold on.
So did Jesus fulfill any prophecies? My answer is no. And I'm saying that there's never even been a prophecy, so he can't fulfill something. It's just people interpreting things and telling fictional stories to associate it with other writings.
So you guys were debating 2 propositions at once?
It was supposed to be a combined proposition, according to what was discussed in the DMs.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, King, great job. Jeff, you got driven over by a truck driver. Love you, King.
Bye, Shark.
But okay, with that, we're going to move to our next point in criticism or questions for the competitors. Theologos, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, this question is for Jeff. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
So, Jeff, so you are referring to Pesher, is when Jews would reinterpret scripture. So being as Pesher was a literary tool used in the first century by just about every Jew, and it was seen as a legitimate tool to identify the Messiah. They used it with the teacher of righteousness. They used it with Simon Bar Kokhba. They used it with Judas Maccabees. And Jews didn't see it as an illegitimate tool. On what basis are you saying that this is an illegitimate form of interpretation when almost every Jew in the first century thought it was legitimate?
So just reinterpreting it, anything in order to fit your agenda is definitely a scam. So if God is going to predict the future, he needs to predict it in a way that people can't just interpret it however they want. Like if I say, hey, it's going to rain sometime in the future, I'm not a prophet. God didn't come to me and tell me, hey, it's going to rain sometime in the future. And then it rains sometime in the future. Oh my goodness, there's a prophet. So God has an obligation to demonstrate that he can actually predict the future, not that people can just interpret whatever he says in every single way that they want to throughout time. That is an absolute scam.
I'm gonna restate my question. I'm not sure if you got the basis of it. So on what basis are you saying that this is an illegitimate form of Jewish interpretation?
Because it doesn't prove that God ever predicted the future. All it does is prove that people can interpret whatever they want to fit whatever narrative they want to tell. That completely destroys any ideology that God actually told people what the future is. If you think it's legitimate to just interpret things however you want, then you don't believe in prophecy either. You just believe in interpreting things to fit your agenda.
I think so. I'm going to ask my question one last time. So, on what literary basis? Because you're bringing theology into the question. So, on what literary basis or literary methodology are you saying that this is not a legitimate form of Jewish interpretation to an ancient Jew?
So, Wayne, I even said in my opening statement that one of the two main ways that people lie and deceive people about prophecy is they simply just reinterpret it to fit whatever they want it to say. That is not a legitimate evidence of prophecy. That's just evidence that people interpret things to fit their agenda. So I know that's what they did. This is the primary tool that people use to say that God prophesied something. But it is an illegitimate tool when you want to say, did God actually prophesy this? Or are people just lying and scamming and interpreting things to fit their agenda?
It's your literary basis?
I've already answered it 3 times.
Okay. We can go on to the next question. Rhaegar, what do you have for us in questions, critiques, points? But thank you for being here. Sorry that I said that kind of weird. I'm trying to make a poll at the moment.
No problem. W, respectful host. Look, why couldn't Luke find love? He was looking at all the wrong places. Anyways, look, my question for King here was, where did you learn all of this biblical theology here, and how difficult was it searching through the verses to sort of satisfy the narrative you wanted to present here today?
First, I have a library, and I study ancient Near Eastern understanding as well as the understanding for the Israelites. So I made sure I was well equipped in these areas before I actually got online and wanted to teach a Bible or anything. And getting these verses are quite easy once you surrender yourself over and let the Lord actually teach you. So I came with the understanding of the debate was going to be about one broader topic and not something as vast as all prophecies. And I got the pictures on my page to show that that's the reason why I'm debating these subjects how I am, because it was already explained that I would not have enough time, 7 minutes, to go through all of the prophecies. So I had to change up some of the things that I was doing in order for this not to seem sloppy. But this isn't my original things that I actually made for the debate. But it's pretty easy, hopefully that answered your question.
Okay, with that, we can move on to the next question, Vizzy. But before we get to Vizzy, Dream of Dawn, how many more minutes do we have on the timer?
All right, I'll check that in a second just because I'm getting some food.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, but yeah, Vizzy, go ahead. You're the next question. Thank you for being here, by the way.
What's good? I wanted to ask King Don. So if you think Daniel 9 is about, Jesus in his time, right? Daniel 9:27 says, for half a week, the prince will put an end to suffering. Can you tell me how, and half a week is like less than 7 days. Can you tell me how this fits with the context of Jesus in the time of Jesus, where an end to sacrifice was put for just a few years?
I think you have a presupposition that 7 days is actually 7 days. Daniel's.
No, I did say 7 days.
Well, tell me what you said.
I said it's like a few. Oh, I said it was like less than 5 days, but I know it's like years. But yeah, it's years, so it's a few years. So can you tell me how it fits in the time of Jesus, where sacrifice was put just for a few years?
Okay, thank you. So now, as I was continuing to give my response, the 70 weeks of Daniel is broken down in moeds. Moeds is dealing with feast days references. So what Daniel was explaining, he's explaining the last 10 Jubilee periods in which the final judgment was going to occur, because he was in the Babylonian captivity from the first 10 Jubilee period where that judgment occurred. So the angel told him about the last 10 Jubilees. So when Christ came in speaking on proclaiming the final Jubilee in Luke chapter 4, what followed was the destruction and the killing of his saints, which Daniel proclaimed as the quote unquote sacrifice and offerings. So the sacrifice and offerings was going to cease after the number of saints was killed. This is your Revelation chapter 6. And when that number of saints was killed, and as in Revelation 6, Revelation 7 explains that the inheritance is given to those that's dead, and then judgment follows, as in Revelation 8, dealing with atonement. So to make a long story short, what Daniel was explaining is that what was going to happen during the time of the final judgment and the final atonement and the final tabernacles. And that all centered around Christ, his ministry, and what happened to the church. That's going to be the easiest way I can explain it.
I don't. Yeah, that didn't really answer the question, but I'm not gonna ask any more questions. I'm just gonna like give everyone else a chance. But appreciate you responding though.
Okay, thank you for your question. Hey sis, what question, points, critiques for both of the debaters?
Yeah, so just to Jeff, so like the prompt, like specifically the prompt, right? It says, have biblical prophecies been fulfilled? I felt like you sort of conceded that they had been within the book, but then you sort of argued that all the prophecies are fake, which I just don't see as like actually like valuable when it comes to the actual debate. I mean, there's one point where you said that this specific prophecy was fulfilled in the next chapter, which sort of seeded the entire, prompt. I was wondering if, like, you think that prophecy.
So we mostly talked about Isaiah 7 and Isaiah 53, and both of them are talking about things that happened in the past. That's not even a prophecy. So Jesus can't fulfill something that was not even a prophecy. So Jesus did not fulfill prophecy because the things that people are pointing to are not even prophecies. They're not even predictions of the future.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that because I heard you say that that this I just heard you I don't know if it was verbatim, but you essentially said that this was fulfilled in the next chapter and wasn't applied to Jesus. All right, so I was just confused on how that would go with the prompt if you're saying that they were never fulfilled or any biblical.
So Isaiah chapter 8 talks about the boy that was going to be born in Isaiah 7, and in order to write a story, if you write Isaiah 8 and Isaiah 7. Then that means you're writing about things that happened in the past. It says, and this boy was born. So it's easy to write about the past. It's hard to write about the future. So Isaiah 7 and 8 were written probably at the same time about the same event. And so obviously the boy had already been born. So that was not a prophecy. It's somebody writing and saying, this boy was a prophecy. It's a scam. All prophecy is a scam.
Thank you. That's all I had a question. Yeah, and I will say I am an atheist. I was just confused on it. So, but thank you.
Absolutely. And let's see. Can we do a time check? Are we good?
Actually, out of time, out of the 13 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. We should get on it. I'm not sure if we can take any more questions, but maybe if we have time in the future, we will definitely accept more questions. We got Jesse here. We're just waiting for Big Op. But thank you, Jeff. Thank you, King Donald, for being here. Thank you guys for debating. If you guys want a rematch or a debate in the future, let me know, and I will put you on the next quickest debate events that I can get you guys on.
All right. Thanks, Coco. I'm signing off.
Absolutely. Very, very much appreciated. We appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Shalom.
And we are going to move on to our next debate, which is going to be Jesse versus Big Op on does the Christian God exist? So we will get on to that. I know there was like 2 more people that wanted to ask questions or make points. Maybe we will allow for that or questions about the previous debate maybe on the next free time that we have. So the prompt is, does the Christian God exist? Big Up, you are taking the affirmative. You're saying yes, so you're going to be the first opening statement. You will have 7 minutes, and that will start as soon as you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will keep time. Or Dream of Dawn, if you want at any time during this debate, I can also go back to keeping time. Whatever's best for you.
I think I
Change the
can keep time
background,
for
bro.
now. I'm just eating as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, and say
Where
what?
did they go?
Bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let me
Yeah,
change
we
the
need the
background.
lightsaber.
And right now my lightsabers are charging. They ran out of power, unfortunately. But yeah, they're just charging right up, and
Wait, that's
we'll be right
Jesse?
back.
That's Auntie Jesse?
But
So y'all ready when I'm ready?
yeah, whenever you say your first word, Dream of Dawn, we'll start the timer. You have 7 minutes for your opening statement.
Wait, time
Okay.
out. That's Auntie Jesse?
Yeah, that's Jesse on the bot. That tiniest smalls is Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, so I appreciate the host. I appreciate the panel. I appreciate the children of God, and I appreciate those who reject the existence of God. It doesn't matter. I still love y'all. But I stand before you to defend the truth of God, God's word, and the reality of his creation. I believe God created the heaven and the earth in 6 days, which is described in the book of Genesis. It's not a nice story. It's not because it's just based off tradition, but because it is true, scientifically, historically, and biblically. And if anybody don't mind, can they let me know if I got 1 minute left just for the opening standpoint? But so if we start with the foundation of the earth, which is recommended or evidently in Genesis chapter 1.
Oh, pause the time real quick. Pause the time. Are we having technical problems? What happened?
It was God.
I
It was
don't
God.
know.
Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can get him. Sorry about that, Big Op. I think. Okay. We did pause your time. We're gonna continue your time. For
Let
your
me just
opening
add 6 seconds to his timer.
Absolutely.
Actually, I don't have any mod powers.
Oh no, it's okay, Angel. We got it for now.
Oh no, Russell was saying, Angel, why did you kick him?
I think you left off at like the 6 days part.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah,
So
we can
once you
continue.
start your word again, I'll start the timer.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so let's start from the foundation of Genesis 1. It said, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That verse itself defeats the entire theory of evolution. Evolution teaches that everything comes from nothing by chance. The Bible teaches that everything come from God by design and by purpose. The Bible say that God created everything in 6 days, not in 6 billion years. So we understand that just like we experience today, in Exodus 20:11 says, for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in it. And in the 7th day he had rested. So it's not just in Genesis or in Exodus, but it's repeated throughout all of the Bible. So we understand that if we believe that God if we believe in God, we understand that we would take his word serious. Now, some would try to mix the Bible with evolution. They'll say, well, maybe God used evolution to create friends. That's not the God of the Bible. That's the God of their imagination. The God of the Bible didn't need millions of years of death, suffering, and mutation to create life. He spoke and it was done. And this is also mentioned in Psalms 33, verse 6 says, by the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all of the hosts by the breath of his mouth. So let's talk about the age of the earth. The Bible gives us clear genealogies from Adam to Jesus. If you add up those years, you get an age of about 6,000 years for the earth, not millions, not billions. That's what the Bible teaches. And that's what the early church believed. But what about science? They'll say science proves that the earth is old. No, it doesn't. What it proves is that many scientists assume the earth is old and interpret evidence based off their assumption. But real science, observed, testable, repeatable, confirms a young earth. Carbon 14 is still found in dinosaur bones, soft tissues, and fossils still exist. comets are still orbit. Earth magnetic fields is decaying. The moon is moving away. And all these things point to a young age for our planet. Like, I'm going to repeat myself. So if y'all don't mind, when I get to 1 minute, could y'all let me know if y'all don't mind, just saying. So let me tell you something. So evolution is a religion. It's not science. It can't be observed, tested, or repeated. No one have ever seen a dog produce a non-dog. We see various within kinds, like different types of dogs or cats, but we never seen a change from kind to another. That's because the way that God created everything, he created everything after its kind, just like it says in Genesis. That that's not just faith. That's consistent with everything we actually observe in biology. The Bible also tells us about global flooding in the days of Noah. Genesis 6-9 describe a worldwide judgment on sin. That the flood explains much of geology which we see today: fossil layers, sedimentary rocks, even the Grand Canyon. You do not need millions of years to explain these things. You just need water, a lot of it in a short amount of time. The flood was not fairy tale. It was a real event. And the evidence is all around us. Now, let's talk about dinosaurs. Evolution say they died out about 6 million years before humans ever showed up. But the Bible say they were created on day 6, the same day as man. That means they lived together, and we have evidence that support this. Dinosaur carving in ancient art, footprints of human and dinosaur together in places like Glen Rose, Texas, and soft tissue found inside dinosaur bones. Even the Bible could describe dinosaur in Job 40 and 41, which is Behemoth and the Leviathan. You see, when we start with the Bible, the world start to make more sense. Sin explained death. Design explained life. The flood explained fossils, and Jesus explained salvation. So in Romans chapter 1 verse 20 says, "For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, so that they are without excuse." In other words, creation itself is the evidence of the creator. And without the creator, and without excuses if we reject him. This isn't just about science. It's about eternity. If Genesis isn't true, then what else is the Bible can we throw out? If death came before sin, then why did Jesus have to die? The gospel is rooted in the historical evidence pertaining to Genesis. That's why this matters. That's why I'm standing here today. And to sum it up, God created everything in 6 days. The earth is around 6,000 years old. Evolution is not science. It's a belief system. The flood was real. Dinosaurs live with humans, and the Bible can be trusted from the very first verse. So I have 2 direct syllogisms that I would like to point out. So premise 1, time cannot exist without space and matter because there's nothing for it to act upon or relate to. Premise 2, space cannot exist without matter, or else it would be nothing stretching into nothing. Premise 3, matter cannot exist without time because you need time for it to exist in. Conclusion, time, space, and matter is created simultaneously by who God exists outside of all 3. I'll let my plan.
Okay, thank you for that opening statement. We appreciate your candor. Now, Jesse or Tiny Smalls, it's going to be your turn to give your opening statement as the opposition. And you get 7 minutes. It starts whenever you say your first word, and Dream of Dawn will start the timer as soon as you say your first word.
Okay. Hallelujah. I'm converted. Just kidding. I'm going to get serious now. The Christian God is a bitch. His reputation persists despite his existence. However, it would be better for his reputation if he didn't exist. I would rather God be imaginary and a bitch than real and a bitch, because that would be a toxic relationship. God is not evident in reality, but people are. God is not evident in reality, but pain is. God is not evident in reality, but suffering is. God is not evident in reality, but oppression is. We've looked at the trees for so long, and the conclusion is that the trees contribute more to the world than a supposed God does. They provide oxygen, which is required for life. They provide shelter, also required for life. They provide food. They filter the soil, and they predate the idea of a God. I've looked at the sky for so long, and the conclusion is that natural disasters affect the world, that there are unknown components of the universe that we've yet to discover, that there are things beyond this globe, yes, a globe, that that we live on that contradict a supposed God creating everything. We've observed the miracle of life for so long, and the conclusion is that childbirth is often times humiliating and even painful, yet some call it beautiful. That cancer does not discriminate, and that our bodies have flaws. We've observed the innocence of children for so long, and the conclusion is that, excuse me, and the conclusion is that their vulnerability is often preyed on. That the closer those who are supposed to be advocates for these children get to God, the more that the children get left behind. We've observed people overcome very difficult obstacles for so long, and the conclusion is that humans are resilient with or without God, and that the same people who preach love and forgiveness and kindness view those people as less than human and push them and keep them to the margins of society. Today, well, nope, sorry. The trees that we look at are often defiled by humans or destroyed by lightning from the same sky that we look at. It should not be frowned upon to question or scrutinize how these things contradict an all good and all loving and all knowing God. When belief in life supersedes life before death, when belief in life after death, excuse me, supersedes life before death, empathy becomes suppressed, and ideas that are offered are just thought terminating cliches that the believer considers wisdom, and that wisdom gets passed on to their children, and that wisdom gets passed on to their children, and so on and so forth. Today, I'll be arguing the evidential problem of evil, not to be confused with the logical problem of evil, as well as lack of evidence or an appeal to ignorance. I hope to encourage my opponent as well as those listening to participate and be involved in life instead of escaping into death. Imagine a faith so empty and weak and fake that you want prayer in school instead of free lunches in schools. All the while, having more evidence that God is a made up idea than evidence that the Christian God exists. And with that, I concede my time.
3 minutes left on the clock.
How much time was left?
Minutes.
Full minutes.
Okay, that was a good opening statement, Jesse. Thank you for your candor. Now we're going to go into cross examinations. Since Big Op is the affirmation, you're going to be doing your cross examination first, and this is your period to ask questions, make points in order to legitimize your position or delegitimize Jesse's position. You have 5 minutes on the clock, and it starts whenever you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
Going first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Asking questions, making points, to establish your position.
Gotcha. So, do you agree that the Christian God is a bitch?
Yes.
Okay. So, in order for you to be a bitch, you have to exist, right?
No. I
You
think
don't?
Thanos is a bitch.
Okay. So, does Thanos exist in your imagination?
In my imagination?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Would that be a reality?
No.
It wouldn't.
No. He's not in my reality, no.
So, would it be okay for me to consider you as being crazy?
Sure, you can do that all you want.
Okay. So, why is there something rather than nothing?
Why is there something rather than nothing? I only
Absolutely.
recognize something. I don't know what nothing doesn't exist.
Nothing doesn't exist, right?
Right.
So there has to be something, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me how did the world come into existence?
Oh, it's a hard one. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Okay,
I
so
don't know.
is it okay for me to say that God created the world?
Uh, I don't agree with that.
You don't? Can you
No.
give me any type of proof that he didn't?
No, because I don't know how the world was created.
Right. Okay. So would you agree, or would you call me crazy and a billion other people crazy for saying that God created the heaven and the earth?
I wouldn't call you crazy. I would disagree with you and a billion people, though.
You wouldn't agree?
I wouldn't agree because we don't know.
Okay, so can you give me the definition of like evidence?
The definition of evidence?
Right.
No, I cannot.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I understand your argument. So if you don't mind, like what is basically that you believe, since you're trying to hide?
I don't have a belief system.
You don't have a belief system. So how
Correct.
can you call something that don't exist a bitch?
Oh, because I can call Thanos a bitch too.
Yeah. So you're crazy?
You can say that all you want. I've been called
No,
worse.
I understand, but are you crazy?
I mean, what, divine crazy.
Why are you asking me a question?
Oh, sure. I'm next. Go ahead.
Okay. So
I
are
don't
you?
think I'm crazy.
I think you are.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine.
Oh yeah,
Next
no
question.
problem. So did a human put the sun in the sky?
Seriously doubt it. No.
Okay,
No,
cool.
I'll say no.
Yeah, okay. Did a human put the moon in the sky?
No.
What about the stars?
No.
Oh my gosh, if a human didn't do it, who did it?
Oh no, you're really cooking right now. Go ahead.
Who did it?
I don't think anybody did it. I don't think
You
any
don't think
person did it.
you don't think any person did it?
Correct.
Can you define person?
A human.
A human?
Hmm.
Okay, so if it wasn't a human, can we come to a conclusion that it would be a higher source?
No.
No, we can't come to that conclusion.
No.
So everything is intelligent and conscious on its own.
I don't think that everything is intelligent and conscious.
Are you intelligent or conscious?
I mean, I think I'm pretty intelligent and I'm definitely conscious. I'm 100% conscious.
Absolutely. And that derived from something, right?
It derived from me being born.
It derived from you being born. Right.
Mhm.
So let's talk about humanity then. Where
Oh,
did
absolutely.
humanity get their intelligence from?
What do humans get their intelligence from their brain? Intelligence resides in the brain.
Yeah, intelligence. Yeah, I understand that. But intelligence or consciousness could be outside of the brain, right?
Where?
Where?
Intelligence of
Yeah.
humans?
So
Like, I
when
mean,
we're talking,
like animals can be intelligent too. So it's outside of humans. So, like, is that what you
okay,
mean?
okay. So is the brain a material thing?
Yes.
Okay, so if I see your brain, am I looking at your mind?
You're looking at what contains my mind and what facilitates my mind. Yeah.
No, I ask if I'm looking at your brain, am I looking at your mind?
No, you're not.
Okay,
You're looking at
cool.
my brain.
Absolutely. So if I look at your brain, we understand that your conscience would be something that is immaterial, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Is your brain material?
No, but it can be measured. Or my consciousness can be measured. The brain is material. Yeah.
Your consci- your consciousness can be measured.
Yeah. You can measure consciousness.
Could you give me the source to that, and I'll
Sure.
pull it up on the screen
You
right
can
now?
look at probably like even you could probably look at the American Red Cross, American Heart Association. Look up if you look up Glasgow Coma Scale. That's the measurement of consciousness.
The measurement of consciousness.
Glasgow,
Time.
G L
Yeah,
S
I
G
I
L A
let I let
S
my
It's
C O
time, so we're
W
gonna have to cut it short.
Okay,
G S
we're
G
thank you.
GSC Glasgow Coma Scale. Sorry.
Whoever
I
was
got you.
rubbing
We'll talk
on
about
their
that later on. Appreciate
mic.
that.
We're
I appreciate that.
stopping the cross examination right there. Next is going to be Jesse's 5 minute cross examination. You got 5 minutes on the
Coco, were
clock.
you
It
rubbing on
starts.
your mic?
Huh?
Some one of our friends said they heard rubbing on the mic, and that's
Oh,
not me.
I think it's coming from somebody else,
Probably
but
you.
we'll figure it out later.
It's not
But,
Dream because Dream's mute.
okay. But
Can I
yeah,
do a quick mic check to make sure I'm not echoing?
yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Um, So your 5-minute cross-examination is going to begin. It starts with your first word. Ask questions, make points to establish your position or delegitimize your opponent, and it's going to be timed by Dream of Dawn.
Before I start the timing, I just want to say, can you like that? Look, I wrote it on the little guy's head. It says tap the screen. Come on now, tap that screen. Oh, it's backwards right now because the mirror. Listen, it's flipped. Okay, I can't. The mask is too.
Tap the screen.
Tap
But yes,
the goddamn screen.
if you can, please tap the screen so we can get more people in
Let's
here.
not say the Lord's name in vain. Come on now.
Yeah,
I didn't
but
say anything.
but yeah, Jesse, your time starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. In your own words, what is good? How would you describe what the word good means? Like, what is good?
Yeah, I would describe good as not being perfect, but I would describe it as being like I would say the best ability of a human, like one of the best abilities. Yeah, sure.
Of a human? What does all good mean? Like, if God do you think God is all good?
I don't think God is all good. I believe that God is just.
You think God is all okay? What is evil?
Is absence of good.
Absence of good. Okay. So, is God all loving?
God is all loving.
So he possesses the quality of humans.
Absolutely not. God is the direct essence of love. So if I simply say that I have the ability to love, it comes from the essence, which is something that is eternal.
What is that essence? Can you
Because it's
describe that
something,
essence?
yeah, this essence is something that is immaterial. Love is something that is immaterial. So if I love you, a person can't come and grab love and put it in a chokehold.
Okay. Is God all knowing?
Absolutely, God is all knowing.
Okay. Is God all powerful?
Absolutely, God is all powerful.
Okay. Are we made in the image of God?
God, I have to stand on that.
Which word of God is that? What address is that in the Bible?
Topic to which we're not ignorant of.
Yeah, what's the address in the Bible for that?
Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27.
Okay. Does God exist right now?
Hey, I'm just up here arguing air.
So God doesn't exist right now?
Absolutely, God exists eternally.
Eternally or internally? So God exists right now. How is that evident? How do you know that?
Yeah, it's evident because even you conceded. You understood that no man can put the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky. So obviously, we would have to depend on an eternal source in order to
I
prove
didn't
that.
agree to an eternal source.
Yeah, you
I
didn't
just
agree
said
to.
no. I just
Yeah,
said no because we
yeah,
can
but
explain those things.
that's a sign of conceding. Because
No, it's not.
if human didn't do it, you wouldn't say that
I
animals
reclaim my
did it.
time. I reclaim my time. I did not say that animals did it. I did not say that humans did it.
Absolutely.
I denied that humans did it. We can explain
Okay,
these things.
cool.
We can also explain how the sun is older than the earth, which actually contradicts one of your first claims that you made about how about how everything was created. It says the earth was older than the sun, but I digress.
Earth was older than
So,
the sun. I never brought up a claim
no,
like that.
but you were claiming Genesis explains how the world how everything was created.
Said
And
in
in
the be-
Genesis, it also says that the earth was created before the sun, and the sun is older than the earth.
yeah, that would be according to your theology.
Sure. I don't really care about the honestly about the Bible about how like things were created and if God existed then. I'm more concerned about what evidence we have right now. So, like, do you think that God created evil?
All things.
Maybe he created evil? Did God create cancer?
Yeah, God created all things. Now, when we're talking about if God created cancer, that is minor things to God. So when Adam and Eve fell, there was a curse upon the earth. And if you were so-called Christian, you would have read upon that and also came to the
I've read
revelation
upon
of
that.
that.
I have the same
Hmm.
eyeballs that you did, and I read the same, probably one of the same Bibles that you did.
Yeah, but obviously you ain't came to the revelation of that.
Right,
So
but if,
yeah,
if Adam and Eve were the cause of like the evil and the cancers and things like that, dinosaurs had cancer. Did dinosaurs exist with Adam and Eve?
word of God, dinosaurs did exist.
They existed with Adam and Eve.
Say that.
But what word of God said dinosaurs existed?
Evidence in Job, I believe it's 40 and
You didn't give
41.
me that evidence yet
I absolutely did. I brought that up in my opening statement.
about dinosaurs in Job in 40,
Absolutely.
41.
Absolutely. I brought that up
Okay,
in my opening statement.
okay. So how old do you think the Earth is?
Hey, the Earth is around 6,000, maybe a little more. I
Time's
wouldn't
up.
argue that.
Fine.
We're
That's
gonna
fine.
end
Go
the
ahead.
time there. But yeah, that will end the first round of cross examination. So we're gonna go on to the second round of cross examination. Big Op, you're gonna get your 5 minutes to ask questions, make points. They will start whenever you say your first word. It will be timed by Dream of Dawn.
So, can an infinite regress of cause really explain the universe?
I don't know. I don't understand infinite regret. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Okay.
I can't answer that question.
Okay. So, if the universe had a beginning, what caused it?
Did the universe? I don't know that the universe had a beginning.
So, do you believe that the universe is eternal?
I don't know that it's eternal. That would. I had no idea.
So, if you had a beginning,
I was
no, no,
born.
no.
Yes.
Okay. So, everything that is material, could you say that it's immaterial?
No.
Okay. So, is the law of logic immaterial?
Um. I don't know much about the law of logic.
Yeah, the law of logic would be based off things that obviously define morality.
I'd have to look more into it. I can't answer that.
Okay. So, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I understand what the Big Bang is. I know that the universe. The Big Bang is still happening. We're still banging. Yeah.
Oh, so a Big Bang happening right now as we speak, right?
Yeah. The universe is expanding. Yeah.
My God, we got so many
Hot
Earth and
dog.
so many U's, right?
Hot dog.
I'm finna go debate you in the multiverse. okay, so okay, so would you agree? Would you agree that it's possible for God to exist in one of these universes?
I'm agnostic. I don't know much about. I don't know that there's other universes. We don't know that there's not other universes or that there are.
So, is it possible for you to believe in God?
Right now, no. I don't believe in God. No.
Okay, so it's not possible.
I don't believe in God. No.
So, would it be illogical for you to call something a bitch that doesn't exist?
Yes, I call Thanos a bitch all the time.
Okay, so does Thanos exist in your mind or does he exist in a possible reality?
No, he exists in my mind.
Right. So, by you calling Thanos a bitch, could I consider you crazy and it be logical?
You can call me crazy all you want. I don't know if it'd be. I can't answer whether it's logical or not. I can't tell you what you can and can't do,
Okay,
or whether or
so
not it's logical.
okay, cool. So, could we possibly have our next debate on the tooth fairy?
Absolutely, I'm down.
Oh my gosh. Would you consider yourself believing that the tooth fairy exists or don't exist?
I don't think it. I don't think a tooth fairy exists. No. Do you think
Oh
it
my.
exists? Then I get
No,
if we.
no,
Oh well, we can't debate it then.
no, no,
Yeah.
yeah, we both agree
Okay.
on that. That's crazy.
Okay.
That let me know that I'm not crazy.
Yeah,
So,
it's fine.
okay,
You believe in
so
God, so but okay.
yeah, that's fine, and that's very logical, and you can't prove me wrong pertaining to that, obviously. So,
Okay.
obviously, does time, space, and matter exist simultaneously?
Yes.
It does.
Does it?
You just said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so can time exist without space?
I don't know. I don't know much about that. No, I don't know.
You just gave me an answer. You gotta know something about this.
No, I literally don't know much about that. I'm telling you I don't know. I know you don't understand much about I don't know, but I don't know.
That's a great argument. That's a okay. So let me give you another syllogism. So the scriptures say, I mean, not. I'm sorry. My syllogism is God is not bound by time. He is eternal. Obviously, you don't know, so I don't know what this debate about. So premise one: God not bound by time. So he is eternal. God is not bound by space. He is omnipresent. God is not made of matter. He is spirit. My conclusion. So God must exist outside of time, space, and matter. Why? Because it was created. Do you agree?
No, I don't
Okay.
agree with that God exists.
Okay. So time, space, and matter, it came from.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's spelled IDON apostrophe T KNOW.
Oh man, I didn't know you was intelligent enough to spell it out. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
no
don't know where
problem.
your intelligence come from. That's crazy. So,
Yeah,
would you
myself.
say that time, space, and matter gave you this intelligence?
No,
It didn't.
no.
So where do you get it from?
I get it from learning, from education, from experience.
Learning from a caveman?
Up.
No, learning.
Thumbs up.
Oh, go ahead.
That is
We're ending the cross examination there.
Yeah, you're cooking right now. I'm not gonna lie. Go ahead.
Next, we're gonna have Jessie do her 5-minute cross examination, timed by Dream of Dawn. It starts whenever you say your first word.
Do you think that Bibles belong in schools?
I would throw my Bible at you. I would throw it so hard it'll probably be in your heart.
I'm talking about in schools. I don't care about my heart. Okay. Would you throw the Quran in schools?
Throw the Quran in
Why?
schools.
Why not?
Because the Quran is plagiarism. It derives, it doesn't exist if the
Oh.
Bible doesn't exist.
Okay. Um. So you're okay with like not separating church from state, right?
Please.
You're like, what about separation of church and state?
By church and state. I
Oh,
don't know what you mean.
separation of church and state, that the Bible does not belong in government or public entities, or script. Excuse me, religion.
No, no,
Excuse
no,
me.
no, no. It absolutely does. Why? Because majority of the law is grounded in its fundamental. It is fundamental from the scriptures. Yeah, thou shalt not unalive. Thou shalt not steal. That is derived from the Bible. These laws were attributed to Moses in BCE. So the laws that you're looking at now, yeah, it's derived from the scriptures and the commandments that God gave to Moses.
Amen. Um. So if we're made in the image, I want to go back to you answered. We are made in the image of God. There are people who, great people. There are people who abuse their children, neglect their children. We're made in the image of God. Is that what God does? What God would do?
Because it's some people that are made in the image of their father, the devil, and Christ strictly described that in the Bible.
So why? Okay, so Howard, what evidence do you have for that? Like, what?
It's in the Bible.
Oh, the Bible would claim it. Okay. In reality, like, what evidence do you see of that?
In reality, it's because that we understand morality. You know what a rapist is, and objectively, we will understand that. Hey, even you being an atheist, you will understand if a person grabbed your daughter and censor insult her. Me and you would agree, hey, that's wrong. But guess what I can do? I can line it up with the Bible. You would just line it up with strictly morality, which would be objective to you.
Yeah, morality is subjective to me. To me, it is. You can't tell me what it is to me.
I promise you it's not. I
I
promise you it's
swear to
not.
you, it's not. It's subjective to me. Like morality doesn't exist to me. So,
Go ahead.
do you have children? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
I got two of them. I'm comfortable.
Okay. How would you feel if your child went to school and someone told them that um they should believe in Allah?
Depending on his reaction, I would correct him. But it's not my position to force him. That's what a lot of Christians don't understand. So y'all might have met the wrong Christians, but a lot of Christians' positions is not to force one into
Okay.
believe in a certain
How would
system.
you feel if, heaven forbid, one of your children come down. They got a malignant cancer. You've been praying to God for them to be healed, and they were not.
Understand divine timing, whether I believe God will heal them. If God don't, we still got to understand that God is the ruler. It's just like if a person be praying whether, or if a person don't pray, they would just simply hope or pay for a lawyer that their case would be beat. If I don't believe in God and my case don't be beat, I guess I'm just gonna blame my lawyer. I guess
What if your child was an atheist and got cancer, and you prayed for them, and they were not? They did not get remission, go into remission.
I wouldn't be mad. I mean, simply, I would still worship my God because I know what He objectively done for me, proven
And
from
if your
facts.
child was a Muslim,
Bad. I simply try to correct them, but at the same time, I mean, he his own person.
okay, I'll relinquish my time.
Okay. You're relinquishing the rest of your time. Dream of Dawn. How much time is left?
40 seconds have been relinquished.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on to closing statements, and then we're going to move on to 20 minutes of audience can come up and make points or ask questions. So we're moving on to the closing statements. They're going to be 3 minutes. Big Op, you go first. It'll start whenever you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
I want to appreciate Jessie for taking the time out to have this form of debate. No disrespect to her. I do really appreciate her. When we first met, we came across each other and we was both crashing out. So I have no ill will toward her. Even pertaining to this debate, I appreciate her for this. This is my first time debating atheist or ex-Christian. I most definitely have love for all atheists. I most definitely have love for my brothers and sisters in Christ. I just pray to God that, they can come to a conclusion to at least having the motive to see what we see because we're not crazy. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it was a time to where, I was out in the streets. I was once incarcerated. I didn't believe in Christ until God actually found a way to communicate with me. God has his ways of communicating personally. This is how we know that we serve a personal God. So just because I can't explain this and that, we understand that God can communicate with whoever he will and to whoever he will. So, I love everybody once again, and I appreciate Jesse. No lie. All love to all sides of the story. Amen. I'll let my plane, bro.
Okay. You're ceding the rest of your time, right? Dream of Dawn, how much is that?
It was 1 minute 40 seconds.
Awesome. So, Jesse, you will now get 3 minutes.
Sure. I want to thank Coco for having me here. I want to thank Dream of Dawn for co-hosting, and I also want to thank Big Op for being my opponent tonight. This was also my first formal debate. I typically don't debate on formal debates. I typically go on panels or host my own lives. I like to understand how I come to my own conclusion, and I thought this would be a good idea. I think it was productive on my end. I think that we all have something to gain, and if anybody thinks that they have nothing more to learn, then we're very wrong for that. I think that regardless of who wins on the poll, or regardless of who gets the most W's, I think that there's something we could take from all these types of discussions. I think that also there was a lot of claims made that didn't have any evidence. I think there's a lot of burden shifting. I definitely could have come prepared differently with resources that could have backed my claims a little bit more. And I probably could have pushed more on claims that did not have evidence for. So I will continue the rest of my time.
Okay. And with that, that will be the end of the debate. Thank you both for coming up. I really appreciate you guys. It's an honor to have you guys debate on my platform and participate in my projects. I appreciate you both. If you guys ever want to debate in the future, feel free to send me a DM. I'll put you on the next event that I'm planning. I do have spots open for an event that's happening on May 24th. It's a Saturday, so I'm still trying to fill up that event. But as far as like my events for May 30th, I think I have one spot left for May 30th, and then I might have a couple spots left on the debate that I'm planning for June 13th. It's 13th now rather than the 20th. But thank you guys for debating, and now we're gonna have audience comments, points, concerns. First person we're gonna get is Wisdom Songs. We'll go ahead, Wisdom Songs.
All right, so God bless you, Big Up. God bless you, Coco. Jesse, I just came up to ask you a question. Would you like to debate me May 24th on this topic? Subjective morality is dangerous to a stable society.
Objective morality is dangerous to
Subjective,
society.
yes, subjective morality is dangerous to a stable society.
May 24th?
Saturday.
May 24th, 24th?
Yep.
I am down where?
On this page.
On my platform.
Okay, I'm down.
All right.
It's also
All right,
nice
God
to meet
bless you.
you.
Yep,
Okay.
nice to meet you too.
Okay, Wisdom, send the details in my DM so I can remember to put that in my notes.
Okay, yep, I'll send it to you. Have a good night.
Yep. And we're gonna have two more guests up. Tiny Science, you can go ahead, and then we got Tootski.
And then we have to have
Yeah,
the poll.
I just wanted to say, Jesse, you did great. I think just a critique. You should have brought it to the God's existence a little more. I think, but other than that, you did fantastic. And I did have a question for Big Ops. Did you provide any non-biblical evidence for God's existence?
I absolutely did when I brought up time, space, and matter. Yes.
Yeah, so about that, did you provide any evidence for God being involved with time, space, and matter?
Yeah, why? Because Genesis 1 and 1 describe time, space, and matter in 10 words.
Non-biblical.
That's not the prompt. The prompt is proving that the Christian God exists. So I had to stick to the scriptures. So yeah.
Really quick, the poll is up. Everyone in the audience can vote on who they thought won. The poll is up.
I think using the claim as evidence is circular and begs the question. So I don't think you
Okay.
succeeded.
So even by me not
Okay, God.
Okay. So even if I just strictly say that time, space, and matter will have to exist simultaneously, and this was caused by a cause which is uncaused. So that would be your answer.
Identify that. But that's all I had to say. Thanks, guys.
Okay, that's the end of your question, Tiny Smalls.
Thank you, Tiny.
Tootski, you can go next.
Yeah, Tiny actually, or Big Op actually led it right into my questioning. Do you care if I state 5 premises in a state of a question? Yeah, sure. So it's in relation to God and time and the creation of time. Do you agree that creation is a change in states?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Do you agree that a change in states is a change?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you agree that a change requires a before and after?
Yeah, my fault. I'm tripping on
Yeah.
service a little bit. Say that again. Sorry.
Do you agree that a change do you agree that a change requires a before and after?
He has 2 bars.
I'm gonna jump on my other phone. 1 second. I'm right here. 1 second. Hold up.
Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna wait briefly while Big Op switches his phones. If you guys could, please tap the screens. Thank you for the taps so far. Very much appreciate it. We're at 26.6K, but keep tapping so we can get more people in here. Very much appreciate it. I do want to say thank you guys for being here and watching my debates, voting on the polls. I appreciate you guys just being here. I can't do this without you guys. Can't do this without the support. Thank you for the people debating on my event. I can't do this without you guys either. I just really appreciate the debaters, the supporters, the tappers, everybody. So thank you for that.
The tapper's the most, so keep tapping.
Y'all make him try to generate on this question. I need that question. Can he ask that question again?
Yeah, do you agree that a change requires a before and after?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you agree that a before and after requires a past, present, and future?
The whole argument of before and after, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then premise 5, do you agree that a past, present, or future require time?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you agree to all those premises, then you also have to agree that God could not have created time because it requires a before and after, a state of change in order to create time, meaning time would have had to have already existed in order to create such time. So to say that God being outside of space and time is possible and to create time at the same time is paradoxical.
Not a setup question. If God can exist in my little bitty brain, which consists of time, matter.
No, the concept of God exists in your brain. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
God, in order for time to exist, something that caused time to exist, which time, space, and matter came to existence, no matter what y'all say, something that caused time, space, and matter would have to be outside of it, period. No matter what you say.
Yeah, why do we assume?
If you believe, hold up, one second. If you believe in the Big Bang Theory, you can either say nothing or you would have to say something.
Not how the Big Bang works.
Okay, so can you give me your definition of nothing? Anybody?
No, that's not what he means. So I think your concept of the Big Bang is kind of misconstrued. So because the Big Bang isn't the creation of everything. The Big Bang is only stated as the creation of expansion. Or I'm sorry, the start of expansion.
Yes. The start of what? How can nothing start something?
So yeah, matter would have started expanding, but we can hold that matter is eternal.
Why are you just saying matter?
Model.
Why are you just saying matter? Can matter exist without time or space?
I never said that.
Absolutely. So why are you just saying matter?
What I'm saying is that when we're talking about the Big Bang, it's called it's the start of the expansion of matter.
Okay, so what is the cause of this matter?
Why does
time, space, and matter?
Why does there need to be a cause of matter?
It's because if time, space, and matter exist simultaneously, what caused this to exist? You cannot say this came from nothing because
that's irrelevant.
It's absolutely
can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not irrelevant.
All right,
that's
I really just want to refute the entire first argument that he made. It was just completely illogical and just pretty much stupid. No, the biblical creation story does not amount to a better explanation than the last 1,000 years of science. We have better explanations for how things came to be. We have better explanations for how we came to be, how we developed intelligence, how the biodiversity in the world. Pretty much everything that you said was just dumb. The sun is older than the earth, so that doesn't make sense. The earth is, the universe is,
What's your
is 14.
What's your question? You have no argument.
I'm refuting.
No, you're crying.
Yeah, so
What's your question?
How can you
Hold on, guys. The audience members can make points or criticisms of the debate or question. So,
yeah.
He's not bringing up no question. Stop crying.
How much?
Ask your question.
Big up.
Yeah,
Big up.
because
Remember,
they
he's
ask
allowed
you
to make
and
criticisms. He's allowed to make criticisms, so
Yeah,
criticisms are allowed.
Go ahead.
So yeah. Anyways, yeah. Your entire first premise in the debate was just idiotic. Smalls didn't really refute you, so I find it a little annoying. So I just like to offer you to debate some other time, me and you, maybe the 24th, whenever Coco's able to.
Absolutely, hit up Coco, and I will most definitely love to debate you. Sure.
All right, it'll be the same topic though. That's fine.
Sir, I would have to agree with that, but we'll talk about it. Hey, Coco, just put us in the group chat, bro, and we'll come to terms if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have much more time for me to ask any more questions or anything. I don't want to just start an argument in here.
Just cry.
I was making a critique, which is available, was possible.
I think we do have to move on to the other. We have like a lot of people in line. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 people to get through, and probably like 10 minutes before the next debate.
I can do this super fast.
Is it okay if I just ask one question then?
Yeah, just one question. Go ahead. We'll move on to the next guest.
Big up. You have 3 misunderstandings about the universe, and I want to know where you got them from. Would you like me to list them, or would you like to state where you got them from?
You came up bold. Go ahead.
My question was, you have 3 big misunderstandings about the universe. Would you like me to state them, or do you know what I'm talking about?
Do you speak English, or do I got to repeat myself?
I literally am speaking right now.
Okay.
Is the question not coming in clearly?
I don't know if it's coming in clear. I don't even know if you understand your own question. I said, go ahead.
My question is, you have 3 misunderstandings about the universe. Would you like me to state them, or do you understand what they are?
Misunderstandings. Can you
quickly to just get back?
Misunderstanding number 1. The Big Bang is the expansion of the universe, not the creation, not the start, not anything else. It is the aspect of, we see that the visible universe is slowly expanding, aka like a Big Bang. The Big Bang is a colloquial, I don't know if I said that word right, term. Thank you. Second, evolution is not how you explained it. A dog will not make something different, as you said. A canine will always give birth to a canine. Evolution specifically is a mother gives birth to a baby that has an advanced trait that helps it prevail in the species. Therefore, they are able to live older and breed better.
You're supposed to come up here, talk about the debate, ask a question, shut the fuck up, and leave.
I asked him, did he want me to explain the 3 misunderstandings he had and where he got them from?
Let's calm it down.
I'm explaining the question.
Shut up.
Yeah, guys, let's get it together. We also have like.
Thank you, Sean. He didn't say nothing.
So let's try to.
No one's moderating, so I have to do it. Shut up. Ask questions. Shut up.
Yeah, we got to keep it quick. We got like.
Yeah, because I also have something to say.
Let's just stick to questions for right now. We got to keep it snappy. We do have.
It's gonna be super fast.
So we got 4 other people. Let's go on to let's do Shark. Go ahead.
I was not next in line. Rhaegar, or however you say his name, he was next.
Rhaegar.
Rhaegar, go ahead.
Yeah. Why did movies 4, 5, and 6 come before 1, 2, and 3? Because Yoda was in charge of directing. Sorry. Anyways, be quick.
All of them
Big up
suck. All of them suck.
The first syllogism you provided. Can you tell me the form of what it was? I wasn't entirely sure as I was writing it down.
Well, time cannot exist without space and matter because there is nothing for it to act upon or relate to. Premise 2. Space
Get that
cannot
information
exist.
from?
Yeah, I got this information for a direct theologian / historian. Absolutely.
Okay, name them.
And if you want to know, I'm not going to name them.
Can we just let Big Off reply?
Look at you lying again in the name of God.
Black, can we just let Big Off reply to Rhaegar?
Okay, guys, we are literally on a time crunch. We need to keep this between the person asking the question and the person answering. We literally have 4 other people to get to, so we can't be doing the back and forth debating on the panel. Sorry, I have to be a little bit strict, but I do want to be fair to the rest of the audience members who are here. So Rhaegar, ask your question, Big Op answer, and then we got to keep it going, like only between the persons asking the question.
Can I say something afterwards?
Yeah.
Just so like I understand what your syllogism was. I'm just asking the form and how the inferences follow, just the rule, and that's it. I won't ask anything else.
That's what I tried to get to, but it was whew, his nuts was ticklish. But
My turn.
okay, so
My turn. Wait, did he answer?
Could you answer the question?
Oh, okay, I thought he answered.
Okay, could I give my syllogisms or what's going on?
Sure. Chris said my question. You can move on.
You
Cool.
said
I'm
it.
talking about.
Yeah, he
I'm
said
talking
he's just
about
going to move
time,
on.
space, and matter.
That's going to take too long.
These
Okay,
are the
my
three
question.
components.
Okay,
go
listen, I'll be
ahead.
quick. I promise. Super quick.
Go for
Big
it.
Op. Question: what shape is the Earth?
That's an argument that I don't really get into, so
Jesus
I'm not
Christ.
gonna answer that.
All right, Jesse. Next time, will you pinky promise me to stay on the proposition so that you can dog walk them better?
Duly noted.
Love you.
Love you.
Okay.
For that.
Okay.
Okay. Queen G, go ahead. Ask a question.
Sure. My question is for Jesse. So Jesse, I want to know why you all don't believe in God, right? You all want evidence for God, but there's no evidence as to where life came from or what caused the Big Bang, according to science.
Well, regardless if there's evidence on those other things, like I still don't see evidence for God. But I see evidence for like the Big Bang, and I see evidence for evolution.
No, what caused it?
I don't know.
So you don't know what caused the Big Bang or the origin of life, but you want us to prove that God exists.
No, well, I would like to see evidence for God existing. Yeah,
I know, and I would like to see evidence of where we came from without God, because
that came from my mom.
No. Where did your mom come from?
Her mom. Want to keep
And
going?
where did your mom come from? Her mom.
Her mom. Yeah.
Yeah, and where did the origin of life? Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Wait, that's like 20 questions. If we get
Yeah.
one,
I mean, the
can
other
we
guy
move
asked
on?
questions.
Let's go.
Don't be scared. Stop being
Okay,
scared.
but I'll be
Stop.
done. That's fine. But y'all let the other guy ask like 20 questions to Big Up, and you've been talking back and forth with him with the syllogism. So I'm just saying, let's keep it fair on
No,
both sides.
no, yeah, we actually.
Do you not know how to say I don't know? Do you not know how to say I don't
Oh yeah,
know?
but okay,
You don't
so
have
if
to be
you don't
scared.
know, okay, so if you don't know, then
Okay,
you are
let's
based
get-
off of belief too.
I'm taking
Let's
control.
calm
Look, if
down
you want
for
to
a
debate,
second.
like if you want to debate, sign up for next day of debate. Right?
Yeah.
This
Whatever.
is it. This is
Hey,
about
y'all
to
don't
like
ask
ask
100
the people
questions if we
questions.
can't ask 100 questions. That's all I'm saying. I'm out.
This
You
is
asked
not
like
appropriate.
101.
This is not appropriate.
You just be out. Yeah, thank you.
We're running out of time. We have other audience members to get to. If you want to debate, you can sign up for another event. It was one question per person because we're running out of time. Earlier guests got the chance to ask multiple questions because we had a little bit more time then, but I should probably be stricter on the question asking. We're going to move on to the next guest. We don't need debates on the panel. We need to be fair to everybody here.
I'll
Okay.
try to keep mine very simple.
Angel, you can ask your question, and then we'll get on
Thank
to
you.
Nahuva, and then just Jim.
Okay, so this goes both ways. Big up, please don't call people crazy if you don't know everything about them. And I love you, Auntie Jessie, but we gotta keep it calm.
Keep it calm. Got you.
Yeah, is that all you got for us, Angel?
That's all it is.
Okay, Nahuva.
Respond to that, Coco.
Sure, but try to keep it short.
I am. I promise. I wasn't calling her crazy because I would throw myself in that same category. Like by me saying it wasn't an ad hominem or nothing. By me just saying that was just for anybody that would either believe or not. Like it wasn't no ad hominem or no direct insult. I promise.
Okay. Nahova, do you got a question for us or?
Yeah,
points?
I got a question for Omp. Real quick for a clarifier, do you believe in predestination or free will?
Free will.
Free will.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So before God created anything, he knew exactly how it was going to play out. And do you agree that he could have created an infinite amount of potential different universes? For example, like all humans had purple hair?
Would I argue with God if I believe in tenets of free will. That's idiotic.
No, I'm just saying, like, could
Well,
he have
actually,
designed?
wait, you're going on a bit of a debate here. Remember, if you want to debate, you can set it up another time on the next day of debates.
Sorry.
No, you're totally good. But what was like the main question that you were trying to ask?
Yeah, the main question is, why would God create a universe where Eve freely chose to eat the fruit instead of creating a universe where Eve freely chose not to eat the fruit?
Okay, answer the big up and then we'll move on.
Yeah, because I simply answered his question because he asked me if I believe in predestination or free will. And my answer was free will. So Eve chose to disobey, obviously. Thank you, sir.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next question. Just Jim, what question do you got for either of the contestants?
Yeah, can I limit one question for each one?
Sure, I'll let you have that.
Okay. A big op, real quick question based on the conversation. Do you take that the universe expanding currently means that there are multiple universes?
Not.
Interesting.
That was part of your dialectic, and that just seemed as if though that's what you affirmed. Tiniest, were you trying to run the evidential problem of evil to disprove God?
Yes.
Okay, I encourage you to kind of read up on the literature because it deviated a lot from that.
Okay, thank you. I could have read up a little bit more. I read a lot of papers from I think it was like I forgot the paper it was, but I probably should have looked at several sources. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And then our last two questions are going to be Rowdy and Dan. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I think with a couple cuts in the future, we can get back on time. The next debate is going to be the slavery debate between No Degree and Forrest Mendez. So if you guys are in the audience, please make your way to the panel so we can start that debate as quickly as possible and then get to the last debate of the night, which will be AR versus J-Rob on does the Christian God exist? But the next debate is going to be does the Bible endorse slavery, No Degree versus Forrest Mendez. The whole event is going to end at approximately like 11 o'clock. Afterwards, I'll stay up until like 12, 1 a.m. and everyone else can get their questions or points or critiques in. Any of the debaters can stick around and answer any questions or critiques. So we can have just like a group session afterwards. I do realize we weren't able to get to everybody. But Roddy Rod, go ahead and ask your question and then Dan can go.
I just wanted to ask Jessie if she's as proud of herself as I am of her coming up here and being so brave and answering her questions her honestly.
I
think
could do
that
better.
was the thing. I think that was the great thing was that you really were honest about what you didn't know and how you felt about things. And I think that fearless honesty is just admirable.
Well, thank you, Rob. I appreciate you.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roddy.
Love you.
We appreciate you for your points and coming up here. It's good to see you, man.
How's
Thanks.
everybody doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
I just want to say, Tiniest, that was very well done on your part. If you could just, like everybody else said, read up on it for the next parts. Is all just a tiny bit to tell you. But the question I wanted to lay out to Big Ops was the fact that do you think that the unnecessary suffering exists in this world?
I would think that is given by obviously free will, because if God doesn't exist, who we have to blame for man raping little children?
Yeah, the question of unnecessary suffering was not towards humanity, but animals, to be specific. If your God allows for unnecessary suffering and you call him just, that's a contradiction in his characteristics, is all I just wanted to say. But thank
Yeah,
you.
so by unnecessary suffering, you would have to give me evidence or define it, because you have to understand a deer still have the choice to run in the road when the car is coming, or they have the choice to stay on the side of the road. So regardless of the point, we would not say that this deer is ignorant to intelligence, because why? This deer know when it has to piss. This deer know when it have to take a dump. This deer know when it's hungry. So we understand that this deer have a certain type of intelligence to understand what to do and what not to do, period.
We can stop it right there. We do have to get
Thank
to
you.
the next debate. I will stay up afterwards eating food for and also allowing the debaters and everyone to interact so we can get the rest of the questions and points out of the way. But yeah, so our next debate is going to be, but also thank you Big Op and Jesse for debating, and let me know if you guys want any future debates. We'll set that up in an orderly fashion as soon as possible. We really appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you, Jesse, and I appreciate you, Coco, and I appreciate the panel as well.
Yep. Good to see you. Okay, and so now we're going to move on to our next debate. It's going to be the Bible endorsed slavery. It's going to be between Forrest versus No Degree. The format is going to be 7-minute openers, 5-minute cross-examinations, and 3-minute closers. Forrest, since you are the affirmative, you're going to go first with your 7-minute opener. You don't have to use all your time. When you say your first word, Dream of Dawn will start the timer.
Ready when you are.
Sorry, just scrolling up. All right. First and foremost, I'd like to take a special acknowledgement to recognize the constant dedication and diligent commitment Mr. Coco utilizes on a daily basis to proliferate his personal platform and his subsequent promotion on the behalf of the deconstruction community at large. It is a privilege and an honor to call you my friend. You're a bastion of righteousness and integrity, and you have my utmost respect and gratitude, even though you just took my mod power away. Secondly, I'd like to additionally thank the audience, because without you, there would not be a debate on this platform. Now, without further ado, I'd like to address the topic of the debate for this evening. Does the Bible endorse slavery? I'd like to remind you of the requirements for each of the contestants in this debate to successfully garner your vote at the end of at the conclusion of this discussion. My objective is to prove that the Bible does indeed endorse slavery, which is a very simple task that I will fulfill immediately by reading 3 Bible verses and then continue to elaborate and additionally support my argument by adding more verses from Scripture. In the NSRV-UE Bible, Leviticus 25:44 through 46 explicitly states, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from the aliens residing among you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." Within the context of this passage, it is abundantly clear that the Bible does in fact endorse slavery, as it gives specific instructions and parameters for how slaves may be acquired. As a reminder, my opponent's task is inherently impossible, as there is not a single passage within Scripture that articulates you may not own slaves. Therefore, any amount of effort that my opponent will undertake in the preceding discussion will simply be an exercise in futility. If my opponent is unable to demonstrate that the Bible does not endorse slavery, you as an audience member cannot in good faith cast your vote at the conclusion of this debate for his argument. I implore you to consider this, because my opponent will inevitably fail to deliver on the very premise of his objective. He will not be able to prove that the Bible does not condone slavery, because throughout the entire Bible there is no evidence to support this claim. I would like to additionally support my argument with a few more scriptures in this opening statement. Exodus 21:20 through 27 states, "When a slave owner strikes a male or a female slave with a rod and the slave dies, immediately the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. When people are fighting and injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judges determine. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. When a slave owner strikes the eye of a male or female slave, destroying it, the owner shall let the slave go, a free person, to compensate for the eye. If the owner knocks out a tooth of a male or a female slave, the slave shall be let go, a free person, to compensate for the tooth." This is yet another example of the Bible directly endorsing slavery, as not only are we expanding on the parameters of which individuals you can enslave and how you may acquire them, but now we see a set of guidelines and further regulations for how you are to treat the slaves that you do own. Essentially, there's no way for my opponent to win this debate based on these 2 passages alone. We will We see not only that the Bible endorses slavery, but that through the framework of these verses, you are literally allowed to inhumanely beat a human being so badly that they don't get up for 2 days without so much as a punishment. Keep these two passages in mind if my opponent takes his time to fruitlessly meander around them instead of facing them head on. These are the two passages that my argument will revolve around, and his only option is to contend with them directly. Otherwise, he is simply not engaging as a genuine interlocutor and is not able to rightfully defend these passages which directly endorse slavery. Just to add some context, as Christians so desperately cling to as a scapegoat but never understand, here are a few more verses that clearly demonstrate that the Bible irrefutably endorses slavery. Genesis 15:13. Then the Lord said to him, know for certain that 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not in their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. Jeremiah 29:14. I will be found by you, declares the Lord, and will bring you back from captivity. I will gather you from all the nations and places where I have banished you, declares the Lord, and I will bring you back to the place from which I carried you into exile. Judges 1:3-7. Judah said to his brother Simeon, come with me into the territory allotted to me, and that we may fight against the Canaanites. Then I too will go with you into the territory allotted to you. So Simeon went with him. Then Judah went up, and the Lord gave the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand. They defected 10,000 of them at Bezek. Then they came upon Adonai-Bezek at Bezek and fought against him and defeated the Canaanites and the Perizzites. Adonai-Bezek fled, but they pursued him and caught him and cut off his thumbs and big toes. Adonai-Bezek said, 70 kings with their thumbs and their big toes cut off will be used to pick up scraps under my table, as I have done, and so God has paid me back. They brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. Lastly, I'd like to remind my opponent that Deuteronomy 11:1, according to the New International Version, states, love the Lord your God and keep his requirements, his decrees, his laws, and his commandments always. This is just a special reminder to you personally, Matt. By engaging in this debate, you are not only violating the aforementioned Bible verses, but you are also arguing against and condemning your God's own decrees. With that, I concede my time.
Okay. How much time do we have left after that?
1 minute 30 seconds was on the timer.
Bet. Thank you, Forrest, for your candor. And now we're going to allow for a 7-minute opening statement from No Degree. Thank you for being here, No Degree. Your 7 minutes will start whenever you say your first word. Timed by Dream of Dawn.
Okay, so I thank everyone for coming to this debate. It's something I've been promoting for quite a while. I wish there was more people here. The reason why I wanted to debate this topic is because every time I debate this topic, I always get an atheist to concede a point that refutes their whole argument. And I don't expect this to be any different. The reason why is my purpose is to show how atheists are actually inconsistent. Basically, what he just argued, which is what I suspected, is because there's laws allowing for a certain action, then it necessarily follows the lawmaker is endorsing that action. Now, typically, people don't really think that way. I've even asked a lawyer about this, and she specifically said, no, just because a law is endorsing an act or allowing an action does not follow it's endorsing the action. Now, this is what my opponent argues. This is what other atheists will argue, except when it comes to modern laws. Now, when it comes to modern laws, they totally flip-flop. Example is today I went on Atheist Bulldogs Live and asked the panel of atheists and one Christian up there, if a law is allowing for pro-choice, is the lawmakers endorsing a woman to do this action? And they said, no, it's not. Well, that would be inconsistent with what Forrest just argued. Secondly, I've done a couple of polls in the past asking questions like, well, because there's laws that allow first cousins to marry, are the lawmakers endorsing first cousins to marry? Or other things. And unanimously, every time, the atheists would answer, no, it's not an endorsement. So atheists don't even really believe that laws allowing for certain things are necessarily endorsements of certain things. And what I'm using here as a word endorsement is to approve, support, or sustain, or to declare one's public approval for something. So I voted for Donald Trump as president. I endorsed Donald Trump for president. I was grateful and happy for him being president, and I'm glad of what he's doing at the moment. That is an endorsement of Donald Trump. Now, I think that people who voted for Kamala Harris should have voted for Kamala Harris. I disagree with them, but I think they should obviously be allowed to legally vote for Kamala Harris. But I'm not endorsing voting for Kamala Harris. And yet, Forrest would have to say, I am endorsing it by that same argument he made. So that doesn't even make sense to say that. But I have a simple syllogism that I'll just render here to prove beyond any doubt the Bible does not endorse slavery. Premise one, if the Bible places a higher value on freedom than slavery, then the Bible does not endorse slavery. Premise two, the Bible places a higher value on freedom than slavery. Conclusion, the Bible does not endorse slavery. The one thing that nails every atheist to the wall in these debates is they forget about all of the passages of Scripture endorsing and promoting freedom by their own standard. 2 Corinthians 3:17, John 8:6. I mean, there's so many of them here, I don't even have time to list them. I'm going to read a few here. I mean, in Exodus, there's commands to free people. Exodus 5:1, Exodus 7:16, 8:1, 9:1, 9:13. God is telling them to free the Hebrews. That's an endorsement of freedom by their own argument. Jeremiah 34, endorsing God gets angry because the Hebrews did not free people. And that would be an endorsement of freedom. We have 1 Peter says, live as people who are free, not using your freedom to cover up for evil, but live as servants of God. Endorsement for freedom. In the book of Philemon, Paul tells Philemon to receive back Onesimus, not as his slave, but as his very own brother. An endorsement for freedom. Jesus in Luke chapter 4 talks about the Spirit of the Lord being upon him. And the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty, aka freedom, to the captives and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. That harkens back to the year of Jubilee in Leviticus 25:10, where it says, you shall consecrate the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land to all the inhabitants. That would even include foreigners. So here we have another example of the Bible endorsing freedom, even in the Old Testament. Paul says, were you a bondservant when called? Do not be concerned about it. But if you can gain freedom, avail yourself the opportunity. So he's holding freedom at a higher level. You are bought at a price. Do not become slaves of men. There's another commandment. For freedom, Christ has set you free. Stand firm, therefore, and do not submit again to a yoke of slavery. Another endorsement of freedom. And then here we have 2 Corinthians 3:17, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there's freedom. I mean, heck, the list goes on here of how many passages of Scripture endorse freedom. Now, Jesus says there's weightier matters of the law. So if there's weightier matters of the law than owning slaves, then the Bible is not endorsing freedom. Jesus says the weightier matters of the law is love, justice, mercy, things of this nature. Well, that's not synonymous. That would not work with someone who's wanting to enslave someone else. We have Old Testament passages where God is specifically setting up guidelines and rules to keep foreigners and Hebrews out of debt so they don't become debt slaves. So we have throughout the whole Bible specific commandments, specific actions that will promote this idea of people not becoming enslaved, and therefore the Bible is not endorsing freedom. Even though the Bible does regulate certain things, it's not endorsing it. If Moses were around today and he saw what was going on in America, he would think that America was endorsing debt slavery by the way we enslave people to interest and things like that, which would have been forbidden in the Mosaic law for the Hebrews to do this. And yet this is what our economic system is built upon. Oh, wow, already?
Yep.
Okay.
We're there. So we're going into cross-examination. So the affirmation is going to go first. Forrest, are you ready and good to go?
I'm chilling, Coco. I'm just confused as to what any of that was. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And we'll start your cross-examination as soon as you say your first words. You can ask questions and make points in order to establish your position and undermine your opponents. Dream of Dawn will start it when you first start speaking.
Much appreciated. Once again, yeah, thank you everyone for being here. I'm not sure how long No Degree took in that insane diatribe to actually say the word slavery. I think it was probably anywhere between 2 to 3 minutes into his incoherent rambling. Does the Bible endorse slavery happens to be the topic. It took me 2 sentences, besides thanking Coco and the audience, to get to the topic. He was talking about God endorsing the slavery. It's not about God endorsing the slavery. It's about the Bible endorsing the slavery. So I'm not sure if you even took the time to read the topic, but you may want to stick to that. So you were talking about, a few different things where, obviously you're presenting a few contradictions in the Bible where you're saying that it's condemning slavery, yet I've obviously provided you with quite a few verses where it's specifically giving you a framework of how you get the slaves, where you get them from, how you treat them. So just a question to you, No Degree. Just how do you feel about Paul when he says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each one of you for whatever good they do, and whether they are slave or free. And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. Do not threaten them, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and there is no favoritism with him. How do you feel about Paul telling slaves to obey their masters? How could that be possible if the Bible didn't endorse slavery?
Oh, that's a great passage, because if you just read it yourself, this would have been revolutionary to end slavery, because Paul tells the master or the slave to obey his master. Then he goes on ahead and tells the master to do the same. What? Obey the slave? Well, that doesn't make sense. Isn't the slave supposed to have authority? The master's supposed to have authority of the master.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Paul is actually...
I'll reclaim my time real quick. So, unfortunately...
Yeah, that's a bad passage to bring up.
So I'm going to go reclaim my time. So unfortunately, it doesn't say for the slave master to obey the slave. You just misquoted the Bible. So
it
if
says
you could actually stick to real quick, I'm still reclaiming my time.
Do the same. That's what it says.
To let Forrest talk. Bad faith stuff. Yeah, I'm going to reclaim my time. It's not your time to speak.
It just says masters do the same.
Yeah, I'm not sure why
obey
you're
the
speaking
slaves.
Right? I'm reclaiming my time. So this is the beginning of No Degree's lies, bloviating, and misrepresenting what the Bible says. It does not say for the slave masters to obey the slaves. It says for the slaves to obey the slave masters. Why would a slave master obey a slave? It says treat your slaves the same way. It doesn't say for them to obey them.
Interesting.
It says don't threaten them. 2 minutes. Shit. Wait, that was 5 minutes? Okay. I'm sorry. So just as another question, because we see that these people are clearly, the Bible clearly condones slavery. My question to you, No Degree, in this time, would you have preferred to be my slave? Yes or no?
Well, just so we're clear here, the topic isn't does the Bible condone it? Does the Bible endorse it?
Yeah, endorse, condone. Endorse means to promote it.
Would I want to be your slave during that time period? No, you wouldn't qualify for it.
You wouldn't want to be my slave?
No, you wouldn't even qualify to be a master because you're an atheist.
Sorry. Would you want to be my slave if I qualified for it? Yes or no?
Sure. Possibly.
You would love to be my slave if I qualified for it.
If you were following God's decrees and laws and I needed it, sure, absolutely.
Fantastic. So I could beat you so badly that you couldn't get up for 2 days without a punishment. Is that correct?
Well, you could beat me.
Yeah, is that just a yes or no real quick? I don't want you to blow me.
Well, no, what you just said there, the Bible doesn't say, so I'd say no to it.
Oh, it actually does say that. That's funny.
No, it actually doesn't say.
That's another lie for me. I'll reclaim my time.
Oh,
we're going to go back to Deuteronomy. Yeah, I'm going to reclaim my time. I'm going to reclaim my time.
Degree, you have to let him talk.
I'll reclaim my time.
I'm going to add.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to add 5 or 10 seconds to that to your
okay,
time.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Quick.
Wait, actually, really quick. Can we pause the time? Let me just say this. Yes, during the debate, you can say, I reclaim my time in order to get your opponent to stop talking and for us to pause the time and then for you to ask your question. No degree, you can also do this during your time if you want to stop your opponent from talking and then
Okay.
ask your question. So I didn't want to make it seem unfair or anything, but that's typically what we did in past debates. So we can
Okay, fair
resume
enough.
the time. Yeah, so we can resume the time for us. You can continue, and then yeah, we'll go from there.
Much appreciated. So this is the second lie that I've already caught no degree in the first 12 minutes of the debate. Exodus 21, 20 through 27. When a slave owner strikes a male or a female slave with a rod, the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. You have previously mentioned that if I was qualified, that you would be my slave. And I mentioned that I could beat you so badly that you couldn't get up for 2 days, and you said that that's not in the Bible. Now, it is. So I've caught you in 2 lies already, and you bloviated for the first 3 minutes of the debate, never mentioned for the first 3 or 4 minutes about the Bible endorsing slavery. It took you a solid 2.5 to 3 minutes. Then you started talking about some philosophy
Sorry
that I
to
don't
cut you off, but time's up.
That's all right.
And then we're going to move on to no degrees cross-examination. You get 5 minutes to ask questions, make points in order to legitimize your position and delegitimize your opponent's position. It will start as soon as you say your first word, timed by Dream of Dawn.
Coco, can you check Discord real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I'm ready to start the timer when you are.
All right, Forrest, are you making any other claims in this debate other than the Bible endorses slavery?
I need to no degree. That's the whole topic.
Okay. Well, you just got through saying the Bible contradicts itself on slavery, therefore shifting the goalposts, which
That's
is a
incorrect.
fallacy, right? A
Would you
goalpost
like me to
shifting
answer?
fallacy.
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I don't. I'm just making a statement. Next question. When you say endorsing slavery, is that only human on human slavery?
Is this a rhetorical question, no degree?
No, I'm seeing if you're going to, just like you shifted the goalpost just a minute ago, I'm asking if you're going to shift the goalpost in something else. So when you're saying the Bible endorses slavery, are you only referring to human on human slavery, yes or no?
I feel like this is rhetorical, but I'm going to answer yes.
Okay. Does an enslaver steal another person's freedom when making them a slave, yes or no?
Steal? I mean, are these rhetorical questions?
Okay,
Yes.
Okay, so they do. Okay, so does the 10 Commandments forbid stealing, yes or no?
Can you tell me what the 10th commandment is?
Oh my gosh, you don't know what the 10 Commandments are? One says, do not steal.
Can you tell me what the 10th
No, you're
commandment
not. Look, I
is?
reclaim my time. You don't get to ask me questions. I'm reclaiming my time here. I'm going to ask you again. You've already said that an enslaver steals someone's freedom. Now I'm asking you, does an enslaver, as the 10 Commandments forbid stealing, yes or no?
It requires coveting, not coveting your
Okay,
neighbor's
the answer is yes, it forbids stealing. Next question. Does an enslaver covet, which would be the desire to possess someone or something they own without regards for their rights, when they enslave a person? Yes or no?
Are you referring to the 10th commandment?
Yes.
That's what I just mentioned.
Okay, so you're agreeing now. Do you agree the enslaver covets someone?
Yeah. What is it? What's that?
Okay,
person?
so that's a yes. You agree.
What's that person called?
You agree? Do you agree that the enslaver covets someone or not? Yes or no?
The slave? Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and that would be a violation of 10 Commandments by your own admission. So right here we have 2 violations of the 10 Commandments that he's conceded to. Folks, this debate over. The Bible does not endorse slavery based on his concession. Now we can add icing to the cake here. Got another question. Does laws allowing an action necessitate an endorsement of said action? Yes or no?
Sorry, repeat this ridiculous question.
Does a law allowing an action necessitate the endorsement of said action? Yes or no?
Does a law allowing something endorse for it to happen?
Yes. Does it necessitate an endorsement?
Is
yes
it commanding it or is it allowing it? Because
if a law is allowing an action, does that necessitate an endorsement of that action? Yes or no?
Can you give me the definition of endorsement?
No, I can't. You should know that already.
Oh, I just want to make sure that we're coming to terms.
Okay, so you don't have an answer to this question.
I asked you to define the term.
So let me ask you this. Are you pro-life?
What does this have to do with slavery?
Just answer the question. I'll show you. Are you pro-life? Yes or no?
I will refuse to answer the question. There's
Oh my gosh.
There's no contingency.
Okay, now this is getting problematic for you. Okay. So
no, you're talking about abortion, and we're debating on slavery.
I would like to reclaim a little bit of my time here. He keeps speaking when I'm not asking questions. Give me about 15 seconds.
You just asked me a question.
Give me about you answered something I didn't ask. You keep talking. Give me about 15 seconds back. Can I get that back?
I'll give you 30. You're
okay, 30 seconds back. Okay, thank you. So 30 seconds more. So here's the question. You're pro-life. I know you are. So therefore, you endorse the dismemberment of another human being by your own argument. Correct?
I never said I was pro-life or
you
pro
are pro-life.
anything.
I've heard you talk before. You endorse the dismemberment of another human being for
Did you say I'm pro-life?
Okay, well, are you pro-life? Are you pro-life or not? I'm sorry, pro-choice. My bad.
Yeah, you're not even defining the terms the right way.
So, are you pro-choice?
What does this have to do? Do I have to answer this?
Oh my gosh, just answer the question, I'll explain.
Refuse to answer.
I refuse to answer this question. There's
well,
no contingency to the argument about does the Bible endorse slavery?
Because he's pro-choice, then by his argument, he's endorsing the unaliving of fellow human beings by dismemberment. And I would like for him to state for this record he endorses that by his very own argument.
No thanks.
Okay, well, let's see. What do we got next here?
Your shit up.
You brought up Exodus chapter 21. Are you okay with indentured servitude, or do you think that's bad too?
Not the topic.
Okay. It is the topic because you.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off there because we're out of time.
Okay, and with that, I will take over the timekeeping. And we're gonna move on to the second round of cross-examination. Unfortunately, Nils has to go because of a emergency that he has to take care of. But Nils, I hope that you're doing well, and that's totally fine. Thank you so much for being here, Nils. You've made this process run very smoothly, and I appreciate your help in my process.
And yada yada, I get it. I'm the best, but you know what's better? Tapping that screen. Tap that goddamn screen, buddies, okay? I need you to smash that like button, as they say. I don't see enough tapping. I need to see hearts popping out.
Yep, if we could. There's 168 people in here. Imagine if all of you tap the screen and like the live. We could probably get this live up to 50K likes. But regardless, I appreciate that you guys are all here. 168 people is a lot of people, and I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here and all the debaters for being a part of my projects and giving me a chance and allowing me to do this. Can't do this without you guys. I appreciate you guys. So we are moving on to the second round of cross-examination. Forrest, you're going to get 5 minutes, and it will start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so, I mean, as you guys can see, this is just pathetic bloviating from no degree. He's asked me about he's talked about Donald Trump. He's talked about abortion more than he's talked about the topic. Does the Bible endorse slavery? I'm not sure how anybody with good conscience after the opening and this first round of cross exams could vote for this person, unless you're, Russell. So I'd like to ask no degree, what does abortion have to do with the topic at hand?
Well, if you're pro-choice, then by your argument, you are endorsing the dismemberment of another fellow human being. It just logically follows by the argument you're making. And I just want you to admit that. That's all.
Yeah, fantastic. So you don't know my views, actually, number one. And number two, my views on abortion have nothing to do with the topic of does the Bible endorse slavery. I'm actually really worried for you because I started doing my whole debate thing, argument, all my information today around 3 p.m. I'm sure that you've been working on this since we originally messaged each other. and you still, after a month, haven't understood that those words that are up there in blue say, does the Bible endorse slavery? You've talked about Donald Trump. You've talked about abortion. You've talked about pro-life, pro-choice. You've talked about everything but the argument that I originally made. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 and Exodus 21:20 through 27. It explicitly enumerates where you get your slaves, who they may be, how you may treat them, what you may do to them. You can bequeath them to your family members. They are slaves for life. You even told me that you would be my slave if I qualified for it. So you do understand that the Bible endorses slavery. The problem is that you have too much cognitive dissonance, and this is your brain on religion. So I'm not sure where you're going to go with the rest of this argument, but you've dug yourself a huge hole, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. I actually want to hear a contingent argument, because I came up here with the insinuation that you'd have something for me, and you've provided nothing during this entire debate. I don't even know how to argue with you, because you've brought no substance throughout this entire debate. So I'm going to concede my time, because I don't know how to argue with just moot points and big nothing burgers. So I'm good.
Okay, and I'm ending the time with you having 2 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. No degree, it's going to be your turn for the second cross-examination period. It will end the cross-examination period, and then we will move on to closing statements. So I can start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, well, Forrest, you said that I didn't make an argument. I actually gave you a deductive syllogism. Why did you not address it?
Sorry, I got lost between your talking about Donald Trump and abortion. Could you give it to me again?
No.
Fantastic.
You should have listened.
Great.
Basically, I argued because the Bible values freedom over slavery, then the Bible doesn't endorse slavery. That was it. You've not addressed it. You've not even brought it up, and you claimed I didn't get an argument. So there you were wrong. So you brought up Exodus 21 a while ago. Are you okay with indentured servitude since they choose to do this? Their body, their choice.
Do you want an answer?
Yes.
It's not relevant to the topic.
Oh, it is relevant because you quoted the passage about Exodus 21. If a master strikes his slave and he unalives as a direct result, he shall be avenged. That is about a Hebrew indentured servant. You didn't know that, did you? You should have come prepared here because you were probably the easiest opponent. I thought I had one before, but you are even easier. You've already conceded the argument because you agreed the Ten Commandments forbids slavery because you think enslaving someone is stealing their freedom. So this is debate over lights out. This is icing on the cake for me. Now you should you should have stayed home today. And you're right, I didn't prepare much because I debated this topic before. I knew I could nail you to the wall just like I did. I've nailed you, Matt Dillahunty. I nailed a guy by the name of Tom Rabbit once with these very questions, and y'all have never figured this out before. So the reason why you are making this claim, I noticed you didn't answer the question a while ago. You didn't bother answering about your pro-choice stance because if you're pro-choice, then based on the argument you're making in the Bible, you're essentially just saying the Bible endorses slavery because there's laws allowing for it. Well, since that's the case and you're pro-choice, then you're endorsing the dismemberment of another human being. It just follows. If you deny that, then you're special pleading one over the other. Now, my point is here, you haven't studied this. You just basically regurgitated, probably went to a website, got these passages, and just think, oh, just because law allows it, doesn't necessitate or necessitates and endorses it. So I'm going to ask you this question again. If a law allows a certain behavior, does it necessitate an endorsement of that behavior, yes or no?
Sorry, one more time. I was listening. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, if I have to ask it again, I want to reclaim my time. So are y'all going to allow me to give me about 10 more seconds? Does a law allowing a certain behavior necessitate the endorsement of that behavior? Yes or no?
It's implied.
Really quick, let me pause the time. Typically, reclaiming your time is to get your opponent to like stop speaking, so we can pause the time, and then you can continue whenever the debate gets back in order. But if Forrest agrees, we
Well,
can
he
do.
said he wasn't listening.
I
Oh,
said
Little.
I was listening. Can you repeat for me, please? That's the
You said
third
you
time you
was
lied.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So,
How much time do I have left?
So really quick, if Forrest agrees, then you can get like 10 extra seconds.
Fuck no.
Then okay. So you have a minute and 40 seconds left.
Okay. So, are you okay with indentured servitude in Exodus 21? Their body, their choice. Are you okay with it?
Yeah, I don't know why you're throwing these MAGA ideals into the Bible. However, the topic is, does the Bible endorse slavery? Slavery and indentured servitude are two different things.
Okay, you quoted Exodus 21. That begins with indentured servitude. Then you talked about someone striking someone else. Are you okay with indentured servitude or not?
My personal beliefs have nothing to do with does the Bible endorse.
Okay, well then why are you here?
To defeat you in this debate.
Obviously, you believe that just a law allowing a behavior necessitates the endorsement of that behavior, and I'm simply pointing out, why are you not consistent with that with your own beliefs? And this is why I love this topic so much. Atheists are never consistent. That's why I was saying a while ago that when I asked atheists the question earlier, none of them agreed that it was an endorsement. So you essentially must not think it's an endorsement either, because if you did, you would say, I endorse the dismemberment of a fellow human being. Would you like to state that for everyone?
I refuse.
Okay. How much more time did I have?
You have 8 seconds.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. With that, we're just going to go on to closing statements. So, Forrest, since you're the affirmation, you will get 3 minutes on the clock. But let me set it real quick.
Oh, I go first.
Yeah. So you're doing your closing statements. You can start it. I'll start the timer when you say your first word.
Okay, so yeah, during this entire debate, I think that No Degree has mentioned the topic for maybe 35 to 45 seconds. My stepson is 13. He just came over and he asked, why is the guy talking about abortion when the topic is slavery? To which I walked over to the wall and started banging my head on the wall, which seems like a more productive time than I've had here in this, quote, debate. I'm not sure what you were debating, what you were talking about. This is just quintessentially, how you debate. What you do is you're like the pigeon in the park. You're on the chessboard. You knock over the pieces. You shit on the board. You fly away. You claim you won. I really expected more from you. You're trying to get me to hold to all of these ideals that I never even talked about, never necessitated. You're trying to take information from other debates saying that you know what I believe when you don't. You're trying to get me to support abortion, which not even sure how that works into the frame of things. We heard you talk about Donald Trump. We heard you talk about nailing a bunch of different men. I would like to hear a little bit more about all the men that you've been nailing lately. I heard one of them's name is Tom and another one's name is Matt. I think that's your name too, actually. And even Coco laughed at that. So yeah, I really don't have a closing statement for you because of the fact that you provided zero substance the entire time. What you did was bloviate, not talk about the topic whatsoever. You asked me a bunch of questions about what I believe personally, and you had a bunch of different conjectures about abortion and dismemberment, but none of it was about slavery. None of this whole topic was for you about slavery. You talked about a syllogism that you never gave, so that's 4 lies that I caught you in. I'm just not sure how you prepared for this debate. This is just, for me, it's like Billy Madison when he's talking about the little puppy who lost his way, and the guy at the end is like, I award you 0 points and may God have mercy on your soul. And that's just the way I feel about you right now. So I wish you the best in the future. Maybe you should try to prepare a little bit harder and just, maybe next time read the topic and stick to that. Thanks. That's it. I can see the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, you had 40 seconds left on the clock. No degree. Your time is going to start as soon as you say your first word.
Well, I see some people in the chat here putting L Forrest already. I agree. This was the easiest win I've ever had, and I thought I had another easy win once, but this was even easier. My opponent literally brought nothing to the table other than just saying, oh, because there's laws allowing slavery, then it must necessitate that it's endorsing slavery. But you notice when I started asking him difficult questions about his own personal beliefs, about laws that he thinks are just, he didn't want to say that he's endorsing things like the dismemberment of another human being. But by his own argument, it would necessitate that's what he was doing. And the fact that he was unwilling to admit that shows the inconsistency. And as you remember, I pointed out at the beginning of this debate, the atheists are inconsistent, and I was planning on showing that, which I easily did here, easily. He gave the debate up when I asked him, does an enslaver steal someone else's freedom? And he said yes. And I said, does the Ten Commandments forbid stealing? He didn't want to answer that question because he knew he was cooked at that point. Then he brought up coveting, which ironically was the next one I was going to bring up. The desire to possess someone or something without regards for their rights is the definition of covet. And he admitted that the enslaver would covet someone, therefore violating the Ten Commandments again. So this was a double whammy. That was icing on the cake after the first one. He claimed I didn't give an argument and claimed I lied. I did. I'm going to repeat it. If the Bible places a higher value on freedom than slavery, then the Bible does not endorse slavery. Premise 2, the Bible places a higher value on freedom than slavery. Conclusion, the Bible does not endorse slavery. And I went through bringing up lots of passages. There were so many of them, actually just ran out of time. I didn't, manage my time wisely here. And I pointed out all of these passages where Jesus says there's actually weightier matters of the law, such as love, justice, and mercy. So when we read the Bible, none of us think, I should have owned more slaves to please God. No, we come away thinking we should practice love, justice, and mercy, and more important. In fact, Forrest made a Freudian slip just 2 days ago when he criticized me for not showing the fruits of the Spirit. Ironically, the fruits of the Spirit are patience, peace, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. So he innately recognizes through this Freudian slip that Christianity places a higher value on things that an enslaver would not be practicing and would be violating. So I don't think Forrest himself actually believes that the Bible endorses slavery.
Okay, that's time. Thank you guys so much for debating on my platform. I genuinely appreciate both of you guys for being here. Of course, I can't do this event without debaters debating on my platform. Thank
Coco,
you.
you're a god. I appreciate you. Give me my mod back so I can block Russell. Yeah, he bet me $100 and then cowered it out.
We'll have to talk about that later. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure if it was a good decision to mute Russell for the whole live because everyone's having fun today, and we want everyone to be involved.
That's my son. I'm allowed to do what I want, according to the Bible.
Well, I'd probably disagree with that standard. But thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Stick around for a couple seconds. We're going to allow audience to come up and voice their critiques, points, or questions. I'm going to put the poll up so the audience can vote. But I'm pretty sure the first person that requested, it was Rebecca, but she's not here anymore. No. But okay. I'm going to go at random here. Let me do 3 people to start. Shark, you can start whenever you get up here.
I have so many questions, and I'm sad I can only ask one. I'm going to ask one.
Ask as many as you can in 45 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes actually before the next debate.
Oh my
Give
God.
him one. Give him one. It's Shark. Come on,
Okay.
it's Shark. He's got 1 million followers.
Please. Yeah, I got you. No degrees. On a scale from 1 to 10.
do I get debates?
Yeah, maybe later. Maybe later, man.
DM me, and we'll set it up.
Okay, listen, the first question is to no degree. How many dudes are you nailing?
Well, when it comes to debates, every one of them pretty much got debated.
You confirm you're nailing dudes?
Yes, in debates, metaphorically speaking.
Oh my god.
All of them, Shark. All of them. Every single last one of them.
Okay,
nailing dudes. The next question.
No degree.
The next question is to. If you don't shut your mouth. The next question is to no degree. How does it feel that Forrest represents the fruit of the Spirit more than you?
Well, I love it when they say this because this is just a Freudian slip where atheists innately, subconsciously reveal what they really think about Christianity. So when you hear all of this, claiming the Bible is evil, claiming Christianity is bad, endorsing all this and that, and then they slip up and say, oh, I'm more of a Christian than you are. Well, what are you doing? Saying that you have more slaves, that you mistreat people more? Or are you saying that you act in a manner that's more consistent with what Jesus Christ taught? That's what you're actually saying. Because
No degree. I
everyone
literally
recognizes
read you
it.
the
So-
definition of a Freudian slip, and you still didn't understand it. And you got mad that I muted you while I read the definition from Coco's phone.
Well,
Anyway.
but
You don't know what a Freudian slip
why
means.
is
You don't know what the title of the topic is.
I only have 45 seconds.
Why is Forrest allowed to respond?
Guys, we got 10 minutes and a lot of guests.
I only have 45 seconds, so I'll just do one more question, and then Tiny can talk. Hey, Forrest, hopefully you can answer this more succinctly.
Absolutely.
How does it feel that you represent the fruit of the Spirit of Jesus Christ better than no degree?
I think that I have a lot more peace, love, joy, kindness, faithfulness. I don't know. I feel like no degree came in here with 0 of the 9 fruits of the Spirit, and he's going to walk out of here empty-handed. And I'm not sure how many more dudes he's going to need to nail tonight to make himself feel better. But I
Coco,
hope
you need the poll, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry guys, I'm putting up the poll right now. My brain is like.
All right, man. Hey, no
Pride
degree.
for
You
the
keep.
lack of argument.
Hey, man, you keep on nailing dudes, man.
Okay, Tiny Smalls, you're next. Ask your question.
Yeah, so my question is to no degree. Why did you pivot in your cross-examine to abortion when abortion and slavery have absolutely nothing to do with another, other than your opinion that they have something to do with another?
Because the argument is simply this, according to Forrest and according to all atheists that make this argument. If a law is allowing a said action, then it's endorsing the said action. And I'm saying, okay, well, look, you are okay with pro-choice. You're pro-choice. There's rules and regulations on how to perform this. So you are endorsing by that own argument the dismemberment of a fellow human being. Just simple as that. And the fact that he didn't want to answer it shows
Doesn't
he
follow.
knew he was cooked at that point, and he didn't have a response to it. That was why I did it, to show the inconsistency on how they define endorsement.
Do you know what a false equivalency is?
Sure.
Okay. Are you sure you know what a false equivalency is?
Yes, that's why I didn't make a false equivalency here. That's why I nail. Look, every time I do this, I nail atheists to the wall with this question. It's because yes, metaphorically speaking, I'll nail an atheist to the wall with this debate every time.
You failed to do that here.
Well, we'll just have to agree.
Forrest, I have a question for you. Did he ever show that slavery is not endorsed in the Bible?
No, he talked about Donald Trump, abortion, nailing men. There was a lot of talk of nailing men. A little bit about Trump and some abortion stuff, but and a little bit about what Paul said, but not God or Jesus or really even the Bible. Okay. He even mentioned what Paul said, but not God and not Deuteronomy 11:1 or Leviticus or anything like that. He talked to me about some my stance on indentured servitude, which isn't slavery, or isn't that type of slavery that I was talking about. So I don't know.
Why did you talk about it?
Let's also remember. Yeah. No degree, to be fair, did agree that he would be my slave back then, and now he is. So that just came to fruition.
Okay, and really quick, the poll is up to vote for who you thought won for this debate. So everyone, there's 197 people in here. Just vote on that.
Holy cow! I knew they'd come to watch this debate.
Yeah,
I never disappoint.
This is incredible. To be honest,
Yeah,
it's
everybody who votes for no degree should submit a 5,000 word essay.
I'm not gonna grade all those essays. That's not mandated. But we're gonna move on to the next question. Power, do you got anything for us?
Jesse, I will disown you.
Yeah, I do. No degree. When you talk about the Bible, it says there's no slaves. When it talks about slavery in the Bible, how would you define knowing a gay guy? Like, when you talk about gay people and knowing people, how would you define that if it doesn't talk about that in the Bible? It does talk about slavery, though, and owning people for
Well,
property.
it actually does talk about it if you're talking about in the sexual sense, and that's considered an abomination, and it's punishable by death.
But why are you into that, though, if the Bible talks about that?
Well, as I said, it's a
Like,
metaphor.
are you gay or something? Or
It's a metaphor.
Is that
No,
is
no,
that why
I'm
you?
not gay. Now, if I
Why
was an
would you?
atheist, I don't know what I would be really, but I'm not an atheist. I believe that Christ has given me a moral standard to live by. If I didn't have that moral standard and I truly believed God didn't exist, then, I mean, who knows what would be on the table? Like Jeffrey Dahmer, if a man doesn't believe there's a God to be accountable to, then what's the point in modifying your behavior to be kept within acceptable ranges? Thankfully for the blood of Jesus Christ, I'm not that person. So I don't know what I would have been doing.
Oh, so why talk about it then?
Well, it's just a metaphor, a figure of speech. You don't have
I
to
was
look
just
at it.
kinda-
You don't have to look at it as sexual. You just think of it like the olden days during the Three Stooges when someone got nailed to the wall. It wasn't sexual.
Yeah, no degree.
It
You
was
want
more
to
they
check
were
the
just
poll real
dangling
quick?
there because they couldn't go anywhere.
Okay, we do have to move on to the next.
Coco's trying so hard not to laugh right now.
That's all I had. That's all I wanted to ask because we talked about gay people.
Not
so.
good at it. Yep, look at him. He looks like a character breaking on SNL. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Jesse.
Coco, do you want to ask No Degree about nailing dudes too?
No, it's okay. Jesse, do you have a question?
Yeah, even though it wasn't the part of the actual topic, since you brought it up, no degree, can you tell me the difference between semen and sperm real quick?
Semen and sperm. Let's see. I just had a vasectomy about a year ago, and they were explaining it. But to be honest with you, I wasn't really listening.
Oh, you should have.
Well,
It's your body.
I didn't feel it as important. So, let's see. One of them is the thingamajiggy that gets you pregnant. The other one is kind of the sauce, you could say.
Sauce is crazy. You
One's
should
the
pay more
seed,
attention to your
the
body.
seed, and think of it like this: the spice, like ranch dressing. You have the.
Oh, you don't have to explain
that.
I know what it is.
Flavor.
I know what it is. I'm tired of men comparing men and women to objects that aren't human.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. I got a vasectomy,
and that's
so
the
you
best
don't
thing
need
that you
to
can do. That
you
is the
don't need
very
to
best
get on
thing
a
that you
high
can do.
horse or anything
Yeah,
like that.
that is the very best thing you can do. Even if even if you're nailing men, that's the very best thing you can do.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you for your candor, but also let's try to stay away from the personal attacks. Let's keep it respectful. I understand there's
that is your brain on atheism, folks. Personal attacks.
Check the poll, bud. Check the poll real quick.
Guys,
check the poll.
Yeah, you should get your brain scanned for brain lesions from Christianity.
Guys, stop.
Be nice, Jesse. Be nice,
like
Jesse.
atheists
You voted
love.
for no degree.
Guys.
I thought atheists didn't
be
need
professional.
God to be good.
Hey,
Guys.
it's fine. It's fine. She voted for you anyway. Okay.
We need to be professional. I'm taking control of the live. We need to go on to our next guest. Matt, what do you got for us? Do you have any questions?
Just a quick point to no degree. No degree, you kept talking about if the Bible has laws and rules around slavery, is that an endorsement? The answer is it is an endorsement and that it is implied. You would believe that the Bible is the word of God, therefore God is dictating what's in the Bible. If God didn't want slavery to exist, he could simply say no slavery, no beating people, no taking away their freedom. But because there's laws and rules established by it, it's an implied endorsement.
Okay, so that I guess you would say that a politician who's pro-choice is endorsing the dissecting of another human being, the dismemberment, right?
Well, it's not necessarily dismemberment based on the procedure, and also
Well,
there would be.
there
Hang
is a
on, hang on, hang
specific
on.
procedure that is done that
I'm
dismembers
not.
them.
I
So
did not finish my statement.
yeah, but you can't
And
say
the
it's
other
not
part of it. Hang
necessarily,
on.
because then you're asking for stuff that
Oh my
you didn't
God.
ask for the other.
All right, all
Degree.
right.
You're wanting to give justification at this point.
Wait,
Degree.
guys. Wait, hold on. Pause real quick. We don't have that much time for guest questions, but can we please not interrupt the guest when they're in the middle of like asking a question or speaking a point? We do have to get through these so we can get on to the next debate. And
Okay, as long as I have time to respond since he's addressing me.
I'm not finished talking.
Cut me off.
We need to get through this so we can be respectful to the debaters that are coming up next during their scheduled time. So let's.
I'll just bow out. He's not going to listen to me. It's fine.
I'm sorry about that, Matt. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Typical.
But
not from you, but from him. All right, bye.
Yep. We're gonna get Jeannie's question, Flencer's, and then we're gonna call it at that. Because AR's debate, AR versus J-Rob, is the last debate, and we need to get that done.
You got this,
Go
AR.
J-Rob.
You got this, AR. This is easy. J-Rob stands for justifying racism, oppression, bigotry, and blasphemy. Remember that.
Jeannie, do you have a question?
Word. So it's fine. It's not illegal.
I'm supposed to be. These are professional events. I need professionality. Jeannie, do you have a question? You there, Jeannie?
We were like peas and cats again.
Okay, Jeannie, you good?
Let Flencer go. Maybe she'll come. Maybe she'll come back around.
Okay, unfortunately, we don't really have too much time. So, Flencer, please go ahead. Any questions, points, or critiques?
Oh, what's up, Matt? It's good to hear you being an apologist for slavery as usual. But
Thank you,
my
Fletcher
question,
McMuffin.
my question is: can you name a single morally depraved practice like rape or child sacrifice or idolatry that God chose to regulate rather than explicitly prohibit? Because if regulation doesn't imply moral approval, then why is it only with slavery that God codifies ownership and beating and inheritance into the
So
Bible?
are you asking me if there's rules that God allows that he...
Yeah, can you name another morally depraved
Yes,
practice that God
divorce.
chose
God
to
allows...
regulate rather than
Yes,
explicitly prohibit?
divorce.
You
God
think
allowed divorce, but he actually called divorce. He doesn't like divorce and specifically teaches that in the Bible. But he still allowed it and regulated it. Also
divorce is a
asking for...
morally depraved practice?
I mean, according to God, yes.
Yeah, but that's regulating marriage. You don't think marriage is a morally depraved practice?
Divorce is. Because Jesus said, what God has joined, let no man separate. And yet God still allowed and regulated, even though he specifically expressed his disapproval for it. And I think the same thing here is going on with slavery.
Thanks, Matt.
No problem.
Did I get a question?
Wait, also really quick to clarify, Flencer, you were talking about like him, right? I'm not an apologist for slavery.
Oh, I know you are, Coco.
Yes, he's
That's
talking
obvious.
about me.
Okay.
Your
Just
platform.
We used to be on Discord together. Our roots go way back. He's
okay.
watched me spank atheists all over the place.
Just to clarify, I'm an African American, and
Spanking
slavery is
and
wrong.
nailing all sorts of men. You heard it here first. No degree loves to spank and nail men. All different types.
I spank Discord atheists like redheaded stepchildren.
Yeah, so no degree. The poll said otherwise. You lost badly. You got
probably
trounced,
voted
buddy.
on by
Wait,
people who
we're
I
not gonna do
spanked
that.
before.
Wait, guys, we're not gonna do that. We're on a time crunch. We're actually 4 minutes behind now. But thank you guys for debating on my platform. I appreciate both of you. No degree, even though I'm a non-believer. Thank you for being here, giving my platform a chance, debating and being one of the debates.
Well, I think you're a great host, Coco. Is that what you go by?
Yeah, Coco.
Yeah, I think you're a great host because you try to be fair, you try to stay calm. So I think this is a good platform to do that.
Thank you so much. And if you want to debate anyone in the future, send me a DM and I will get you on the next event as soon as possible, efficiently, quick.
Well, after this big win tonight for me, I'm
Yeah,
sure there'll be a lot of
you
atheists
lost
lining up.
badly. You lost in a landslide.
Oh, wait, what?
We got to get
You're
through
saying
this.
they voted against me?
Yeah, badly. Yeah, you did poorly.
Well, it's still
Guys.
early. It's still early.
We don't have time for that.
It's
We don't have
over,
time.
dipshit.
Guys, we
Wait,
don't.
what?
Okay. We don't have time for that. Please respect the platform. Forrest.
As for cussing.
We can save the gloating for afterwards. We got 2
30
people.
lashings.
Forrest. We got 2 people waiting for their debate.
Yeah, let's get that debate going.
Yeah, drop me. Like a ton of bricks.
Okay, we
Got
gotta.
this, AR.
Okay, we gotta move on. Thank you both for debating on my platform. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the debaters. We do gotta move on. Flunser, thank you for your candor. I appreciate it. And yeah. So thank you guys for staying until right now. We've got 174 people in the live. I appreciate all of you guys for being here because you could be on anyone else's lives right now. You're choosing to invest your time into my projects. Thank you for all the gifts. And I'm especially grateful for you gifting the debaters, gifting the people that are helping me with my projects. Gift them. They're doing the heavy load. They're bringing their knowledge, their time, their study of the literature to this event and showcasing it to you guys. So I really appreciate it. Can't do this project without the likes, without the gifts, without the people watching. So this is a privilege. Not everybody gets 176 people in their lives. Not everybody gets to host debates and have people support them like this. So this is a privilege, and I really appreciate it. Every single one of you guys. And actually, if anyone in this group of 179 people watching this right now wants to debate somebody on a future event, send me a DM. I'll get it situated as quickly as possible. Professional, formal debates on TikTok. We will get it figured out. I appreciate all of you guys. In regards to the next debate, we are having AR versus J-Rob on whether the Christian God exists. This is the topic right here. I'm going to get the timer set up, and we're going to start with the affirmation. J-Rob, thank you for being here. AR, thank you for being here. So J-Rob, you're going to get a 7-minute opener, and I will start it the minute that you say your first word. Thank you both for being here and debating. You there, J-Rob?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. All right. Let's see. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm starting off with the affirmative that the Christian God exists. Today, I'm just going to make an argument based off of empiricism, primarily. According to empiricism, ideas are grounded in the observable evidence, such as what we see here, rather than pure rational deduction or metaphysical speculation. So my argument is that we know the Christian God exists through the empirical data that we have. We have billions of people who have had interactions with the Christian God, and the consistency within those interactions is the evidence and proof that the Christian God exists. All right, so I'm gonna just give my premises. So one, knowledge of reality can come from direct sensory experiences, observations of individuals across history, cultures report direct experiences involving the Christian God, such as visions, healings, answered prayers, and transformative personal encounters. These experiences often share specific patterns, deeply transform individuals, and align with the Christian teachings from the biblical perspective, suggesting that they are not random or delusional. And the inference, if many reliable individuals have if many reliable individuals have consistent life-changing experiences that align with the specific framework of the Christian God, and these experiences produce observable effects such as moral reform and healing, then it is reasonable by empirical standards to take those experiences as evidence of something real. And the conclusion is, therefore, such supernatural experiences can be taken as empirical evidence for the existence of the Christian God. So, and I back up all this with not only the biblical accounts that we have. We have 66 books from over 30 authors, and they all have a consistent experience with the Christian God. They have this. They're from different countries, different cultures, and they all share the same consistent character, nature, and relationship with the Christian God. So I typically use an example of, if there's a person named John and you knew John and you know him based off of your experiences with him, you know his character, the things he likes, the things he dislikes. And then if you and I met for the first time and I tell you that I know a person named John, and I tell you my experiences with him and my, and his character based off of my experiences, all of the evidence that I give you, if it's consistent with your experience, then this is evidence that you and I both know the same John. It works the same thing with God. God is not some scientific project. He's a supernatural, transcendent, personal entity who has a desire to have a loving relationship with humanity. And the people who actually have a personal relationship with this God, right, regardless of how well they know the Bible, right? There's so many people that don't have much knowledge of the Bible, but when they explain their interactions with the Christian God, it is consistent with the billions of others who may or may not have the same knowledge that they do. So this is all affirming the fact that this personal entity has a relationship with these people. So what AR is going to have to do is typically what I see from atheists is they tend to gaslight our experiences by stating that we can't prove this or we can't verify that they had these experiences. Well, the problem is the result, right? We have an expected result of these experiences, which would be the transformation in that person's life. Whether or not you can verify a miracle, where I do have examples of verified miracles where people have these healings after they receive prayer. People have visions of things that they shouldn't even know, right? But they're able to know them through these experiences. Excuse me. People have all these experiences. Whether or not you can go back and actually, record these events, AR or most atheists tend to just gaslight them instead of seeing that the people who have these experiences, they're not motivated, right? They have no reason, nothing to gain from conjuring up a supernatural experience that did not actually happen. Because a lot of times, and I got examples of many people who grow up in these cultures that becoming a Christian would cause them all types of persecution, being excommunicated from their families, from their social groups, and then also be martyrdom. Their lives are often taken, right? Why would they just conjure up these experiences if it's going to cost them their lives? That goes against everything we know about psychology. People don't just make up things that is going to cost them their lives. Usually, when people change their lives in said way, right, that's going to cost them their lives or their comfort. These things, like that person is fully convinced that they had an experience, rather than just having a certain belief in a particular belief system, but a actual life-changing experiences causes these changes in people's lives. How am I doing on time?
Your time just ended.
Okay, cool.
And with that, we're going to move on to AR's opening statement. Thank you, J-Rob, for your candor. AR, I will start the time whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so my opener is going to be like this. It is very unlikely that the Christian God exists. There are a few arguments that Christians give for there being a Christian God. And all of the arguments are flawed. Some of the arguments that Christians like the Christian God. And all of the arguments are flawed. Some of the arguments that Christians like to use are centered around Jesus' supposed resurrection or miracles, Paul's experiences, other people's experiences, and the Old Testament prophecies. I'll start with the prophecies first. Let's talk about what we would consider a prophecy. If it's unclear and could be interpreted in more than one way, then it isn't a prophecy. We see Nostradamus doing this. He has these vague prophecies that can fit some recent scenarios such as 9/11. 2 steel birds will fall from the sky on Metropolis. In the city of God, there will be a great thunder, 2 brothers torn apart by chaos while the fortress endures. The great leader will succumb. The 3rd big war will begin when the big city is burning. Are we now to assume that Nostradamus is a Christian prophet? Or are prophecies / predictions not exclusive to God? If the verse lists an action or set of actions that can be done by the average person, thereby being susceptible to multiple people attempting to actively fulfill the prediction, the verse would then not be a prophecy. An example would be a waiter bringing someone a steak because the customer asked for it. We wouldn't say this is a prophecy, but merely just carrying out a request. If I can come up with a scenario that aligns more with the prophecy than the event that supposedly fulfilled the prophecy, then it's not specific to one event. Therefore, the Bible verse would not be a true prophecy. We also know that the Jews interpret the prophecies differently. They didn't expect a dying Messiah. They didn't expect a man who wasn't a king. All these prophecies are reinterpretations of the text after Jesus was crucified. Thus, it was an ad hoc rationalization of the perceived prophecies. Another claim that they make is that Jesus did miracles. Miracles are the least likely case historically. You need compelling evidence as to why we should believe the miracles. So we have the weakest type of evidence for the least likely scenario: hearsay testimony about miracle claims. The odds are stacked against you when you multiply the unlikeliness of this. There's even debate about the empty tomb. We know that Romans would usually leave the body on the cross until they're almost entirely decomposed and thrown whatever's left into a massive grave. Let's say the accounts of the tomb is actually true. Why would we assume that he, quote unquote, rose from the dead based on that? We can give a naturalistic explanation of an empty tomb. Grave robbers around during this time, they used to have temporary tombs until they moved them into a more permanent tomb. As long as we have one natural explanation, that explanation would be more likely than a miracle claim by virtue of the likelihood of what a miracle is. And even if we grant that this actually happened, we still need an argument for why that would necessitate a God doing it. Let's say someone has the ability to resurrect. How do we know that this is something that only God can do? If a magician fooled you and claimed it's coming from God, doesn't mean it's true, even if you have no other explanation. And lastly, Paul's experience of Jesus was likely just an internal experience, as we see from Galatians 1:16. Now that I addressed the arguments that Christians would bring up, I'm going to present some arguments of my own as to why I believe the Christian God doesn't exist. Divine hiddenness. If God wants you to know him and be saved, then why does he stay hidden? It's strange to say that God wants you to know him, but they are remote islands of people that have never heard of the Christian God. People that have lived and unalived without even hearing about the Christian God. Let's say creation, right? There's no indication that the universe was created. It's still an open question to whether the universe is eternal or had a beginning in terms of its existence, according to science. The problem of evil. Why is there unnecessary suffering? And why did God make obligate carnivores like lions? Lions were supposedly created in the book of Genesis before the fall of man. But a Christian could argue, oh, lions could have been herbivores, right? But we don't have any evidence that lions were ever herbivores. And then naturalism. The natural world explains all of the data in the universe, and adding a God to the universe doesn't add any explanatory power. It's extra baggage without explaining anything more. And I conclude.
With that, you had 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. So I'm going to stop your time right there. We're going to move on to cross-examinations. The affirmation is going to get the first cross-examination section. So J-Rob, this is your time to ask questions, make points in order to legitimize your argument or delegitimize your opponent's argument. Let me set the timer really quick. You're going to get 5 minutes for your cross-examination. It starts whenever you say the first word.
All right, thank you. All right, so AR, do you not agree that Christians, we believe that, our God is a personal God, a loving God who is transcendent of the natural world?
Sure. That's what
Right.
Christians do, correct?
Right. So do you not agree that, like, if God wanted a world in which he wants a relationship with humanity, and the only way to actually come to any knowledge of him is through means that he desires?
Sure.
Okay. So if the Christian claim is that you can actually know the God, right, empirically, like have actual tangible, observable interactions with him, but you have to seek him according to his scriptures, then wouldn't you say that any honest person who wants to truly know whether or not the Christian God exists, they would have to seek him according to the revelation that he has given?
If that's true, we don't know if that's true, right?
Well, again, if we're claiming that, okay, yes, you can know him, but you have to do it this way, right? So yeah, if it's true, then you, like, if anybody, if there's atheists out there and they're saying, okay, I don't see any evidence for this, right? And we give you our testimonies, right? Testimony is a actual form of evidence. It may not be the evidence that one may like, but when we're talking about a transcendent being, then you have to you have to change your perspective on how you approach, God. So if the God exists, then you would have to observe him the way he has chosen to reveal himself, correct?
So you're saying that the only way to observe him is through testimony?
No, not through testimony, through empirical experiences with him.
So why should I accept experiences as true?
No, I'm saying no. So if I said, hey, look, the only way for you to observe a microorganism is by using, a microscope.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking me, why should you accept that? And I'm telling you that, well, that's the only way you could actually have an observation of it. So would you not agree that if you truly want to know whether or not the microorganisms exist, you would have to accept or actually engage with the microscope to receive an actual observation?
The microscope, yes.
Okay, cool. So when we're saying that you can actually observe God, right, spiritually, but you have to seek him according to the revelation that he's given, and then you will have that observation.
Why do we assume that somebody's anecdotal evidence is true?
Well, until you actually observe the microorganism, all you are doing is taking a scientist's testimony on what he's actually observed himself.
Right. How do we know it's true?
Right. By you actually putting the microscope on and observing it for yourself.
The microscope, yes.
Right. So by you actually seeking God according to the scriptures and receiving the revelation yourself.
I sought God, didn't find him.
Okay, well, did you seek him according to the scriptures?
Yes.
Okay, and how does that look?
It doesn't look like anything. Again, I don't believe in God. God never spoke to me. God never revealed himself to me, so.
Okay, well, the problem is you might have some type of expectation, but that doesn't mean that you were actually seeking him according to the scriptures. Now, if we see that there's consistency within many different cultures, many different civilizations of people who have actually sought him and have observed and have felt his presence, have seen his miraculous power, and you being, one man, right? Atheists are maybe 7% of the world's population, right? Just because you haven't experienced it, does that somehow negate everybody, all these people, all of their experiences?
They have contradictory experiences, don't you think?
Finish your last sentence.
No, they don't.
They don't have contradictory experiences?
Okay, we'll stop right there. We're moving on to the next section of the first round of cross-examination. AR, you're going to get 5 minutes to ask questions or make points in order to legitimize your position or delegitimize your opponent's position. It starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. So when it comes to empiricism, he used empiricism as a way to prove God, but that's already a category error. Empiricism is an epistemic justification, right? It's talking about having a justified belief in God, not that God exists. So that's already a category error in J-Rob's argument. That was one. Another thing is, J-Rob, what type of evidence are you saying that we have for the existence of God? You haven't given any.
Yeah, so the consistency within these personal experiences is the evidence of the entity.
Okay, great. So do you believe that there's contradictory experiences?
When you say contradictory experiences, there's no contradictory experiences within the within the revelation of receiving the Holy Spirit. Everybody who has this experience, everyone who has this experience, right? We are all saying the exact same thing about the God that we believe in.
Really? Do you believe in speaking tongues?
Yeah, that's actually biblical.
Okay, so you believe in speaking tongues. So do you believe in Muhammad?
What do you mean? He existed?
You believe in Muhammad?
I believe he existed.
All right. Do you believe that people have experiences outside of your religion?
Of course.
Okay. Do they contradict Christianity?
Do they contradict Christianity?
Yeah.
Their experiences wouldn't contradict Christianity. Maybe the conclusions they come to from those experiences may contradict Christianity.
The conclusion to the experiences?
Yeah, the conclusions that one might derive from the experience.
So they contradict. So we know that it's an unreliable path to the truth if you have contradictory experiences, correct?
No.
No?
Again, the experiences aren't contradictory. They're just different experiences.
Wait, how do they not contradict? Like, if somebody has an experience that they believe, for example, there's an all-evil God, and then somebody else has an experience of an all-good God, aren't those two experiences contradictory?
So again, the experience is just a different experience. The conclusion, the belief that they're coming to, that contradicts, but not the experience itself is just somebody having a experience with a spiritual entity.
Now, how do we know that the experience is coming from God?
Like, are you saying the Christian God?
Any. How do you know any experience is supernatural?
Well, yeah. So again, when we're talking about because this argument was about the Christian God. So it's the consistency within these experiences.
Again, they contradict, but how do you know the experiences?
They don't. No, they don't. I said within the Christian dynamic.
Within the Christian, we're not talking about within the Christian dynamic. I'm talking about any experience.
Yeah, I just explained that the experiences don't contradict.
Bro, how do you know it's coming from God, bro?
Yeah, so our experiences are consistent with the character and nature of God.
Okay, so you have a coherence argument. But what I'm asking you, how do we know it's coming from God?
Bro, are you asking me, the Christians?
That's because, okay, so if I write something down, right, and I'm literally describing a certain experience that I'm having, like, for example, my arm falling asleep, and I say that's God doing that, right? But if somebody reads the book that I wrote that in, right, they're going to say, oh, I had that experience too. Does it then conclude that God gave me the sleepy arm? That I'm communicating with God?
No, so
No,
there's
right?
there's
Exactly.
more. Yeah, No, just describing something that we know scientifically what it is not claim is not like even analogous
So
to what
then
I'm
how are
describing.
you? Then how are you tying it to God? That's what I'm asking. What experience do you have that you're tying it to God?
Yeah. So the experiences we have are transcendent, right? They're not of this world. This is something that it cannot be explained through scientific means. It cannot be explained through psychological
Okay.
means. Because
You
some
have
would try to like argue that we're hallucinating or having some type of signs of mental illnesses. When I got studies right here that show that people who are having these experiences tend to have great mental health and they're not sleep deprived or under any circumstances by which hallucinations arise.
Yeah, how do you know the source of that experience is what I'm asking you, right? Because we only know the experience based on our our senses, right? So if we're limited to just the natural world, how do you know what the source is from that experience? How do
Okay,
you
we'll
know?
stop right there. We'll stop with that last question. That's the end of your cross examination. We're going to go into the second round of cross examinations. So, J Rob, you get 5 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Just to kind of keep it going. So when we're talking about the Christian God, right, we're talking about again his personal character, his nature, right? This is something that if two people are like I said, like kind of going back to my analogy, like if two people from two different sides of the planet, come together and start talking about, I don't know, let's say they just start singing the same song, right? You're not going to think that, uh, like, would you think that, they just coincidentally started singing the same song with the same lyrics? Or would you conclude that, hey, this is a song that both of these people heard that it's an original song?
What are you asking?
Like if two people begin from like two people from different cultures sang the same song, right? Would you just conclude that it's just a mere coincidence, or would you conclude that okay, they're singing the same lyrics, same
Any
melody?
any natural explanation would be more likely than a supernatural explanation.
Right, but if they never came in contact with each other, but they're singing the
Yeah.
same song, would you derive that it was pure
You can't
coincidence?
explain it. Yeah. If you can't explain it, then you can't conclude anything. It's the argument from incredulity fallacy.
No, but what if they said that like both of them, got a revelation from God, right? And they both are
Okay,
singing.
that's a claim.
Huh?
That's a claim.
No,
That's a
I'm
claim.
asking you. I'm
How
asking
can
you.
you
Would you
that?
conclude? Would you conclude that it was just a mere coincidence?
Again, I even argued this in my opener, right? A magician saying that his magic is coming from God doesn't mean his magic.
But that's not answering my question. Would you conclude that it's a mere coincidence?
I don't know what I would conclude. I don't have an explanation, right? Like
Two people from different cultures come together and they're singing the exact same song, and they said it was revealed through a dream or a vision.
It could be anything. Again, it doesn't necessarily indicate God.
So you're not answering my question. Is it a coincidence?
I'm saying it could be anything, right? It could just be.
Yeah. Okay. So it could be anything. So it could be God, right?
It could be. Yeah. Well,
yeah. It could be God. Okay. Great. So it could be God.
It doesn't indicate that it is God.
Okay. I'm reclaiming my time. So when we have multiple people through various different cultures and we're all singing the same song, right? That gives more evidence that these experiences that we're having are actually coming from a single source. Would you not agree?
No.
Oh my God! So how are you defining evidence then? Like when somebody says evidence, how would you?
Yeah. Well, when we're talking about this, when it comes to tunes, right? Like tunes are very limited in notes, and there could be thousands of tunes that have been repeated over time.
I'm saying the lyrics and the tune. Yeah.
So the lyrics too. So the lyrics are in different languages.
Right.
So it could have been heard on the radio. It could have been somebody that heard it through. Like
no. There was I'm saying like within this analogy, there is none of that. Right. They both woke up the same day and they were singing the same song, and there was no records of this song anywhere.
I mean, it's gonna be highly unlikely, but the unlikely things do happen too.
Yeah, not like that, buddy.
People win the lottery every week. People win the lottery every week.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, no. So here's the thing, man. When we're talking about people who have no ties to each other, right? But they're
Mm-hmm.
still having the exact same
Yeah.
experience, right?
Yeah.
This is evidence, right? Because evidence is a data point that raises the probability of a proposition being true. So if Christianity is true, then we should have certain expectations. We should have people having relationships with the Christian God, and those relationships, the character and the nature of these relationships should be consistent.
That's already affirming the consequence. To say if Christianity is true, then this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm just explaining to you what evidence
that's
is, right?
affirming the you're affirming the consequent when you did that.
No, I'm saying what is evidence, right? What would be evidence that the Christian God exists?
J-Rob, you did if P then Q, Q therefore P. That is affirming the consequent.
No, I'm asking you what is evidence in your paradigm. What it is not personal experiences with a entity that can't be traced through any natural means.
Okay, stop right there. That's the end of your cross-examination, AR. Your cross-examination will begin, and I think this will end the second round of cross-examinations, and then we'll move on to conclusions. After the conclusions, I will be awake until 1 a.m. in the morning, and anybody can come up and talk about any of the debates that happened today. It will just be a cool hangout session between the debaters, me, and the audience today. So that's going to be optimal time for everyone to ask questions. But AR, your cross-examination will start whenever you say your first word.
J-Rob, is it logically possible for the universe to exist without a God?
Is it logically possible for a universe to exist without God?
Yep.
I don't believe so. Okay,
what's the contradiction?
Yeah, because God is a necessary being for all things to exist.
That's just asserting it, right? I'm asking you for the contradiction.
Yeah, so if God is defined,
give me the P and the not P.
Yeah, if God is defined as the one necessary thing from which all things can exist, then you're saying that something
begging the question,
could anything exist? Could anything exist?
From the consequent. Again, I'm asking you.
You asked me
P and not P for the universe not existing without a God.
You just asked for the P and not P, and I just explained it.
Yeah, you didn't give me a P and not P.
Yeah, I just said if God is defined as the necessary thing from which anything could exist.
Already assuming that he's necessary. Give the argument for that.
Bro, you asked me, could he exist? Could this world exist without
Give the argument
God?
for the necessity of God, bro.
Bro, if we don't have any, if there's no being that can ground all existence, then you just believe in pure like randomness, and I think it's highly unlikely given the data that we have.
Okay, again, right? Like when you say that God is necessary, all you're saying is that God exists in every possible world, right? I'm asking you if the universe can exist without God, right? You're saying it's logically impossible. I want the P and the not P for that.
Yeah, I just explained that, man.
No, you just restated the claim. You're just saying that the universe is impossible for the universe to exist by itself because God exists. That's what you're saying when you say that God is necessary.
Yeah. So again,
I need an argument for why you believe that.
Yeah.
Give me.
Yeah. Again, because if you have no basis to which you can ground all existence, then again, you believe in the miraculous.
Right. Like you're not giving me a P and a not P, bro.
Bro, I already did, bro.
No, you didn't. You're saying that the universe can't exist. You're saying that the universe can't exist without God because God exists. That's what you're saying when you say that God is necessary.
Well, yeah, that's what God is defined as.
I'm asking you, what? No, bro. I'm asking you for the argument for why you believe that the universe can't exist without God, right? Logically, okay.
Yeah,
you got to give me a P and a not P. You haven't given it.
Yeah, I gave it to you, but I gave it to you. But if you just look at the world and you see the complexity within the world, I just think it's
Oh,
highly unlikely.
complexity. Okay, great.
Again, I think it's highly unlikely that the type of existence, life arising from non-living matter, I think it's highly unlikely that that could happen without a God.
Okay, so first of all, if you're gonna say that these things are fine tuned, right, in the universe, um, what what gave God the desires? What fine tuned His desires to make it so that this world is exactly how it is? Because
Yeah.
you're just pushing the can down the road when you say that.
How am I pushing the can down the road? God has a
Because
will.
the same way that you're saying that the universe is fine tuned, that means God's mind is fine tuned to to have those desires to make the universe as such.
No.
And also, couldn't God have made the universe differently and
God,
still support life?
of course, God has a
Okay,
will.
exactly. So that means that this world isn't specific to just one type of creation.
I never said it was.
You said it was complex and it was fine tuned, and you said that it was that by random chance the
Yeah,
animals.
yeah. I'm saying the evidence points to a intentional mind.
Yeah, again, right? When you say the evidence points to an intentional mind, how do we see that? What
Yeah,
evidence?
yeah, because we see like what we're doing right now, right? We're on devices that are highly complex that have purpose
By humans.
and could you imagine a phone or Android
Wow, the
just
watch face
popping
fallacy.
up without intention?
Yeah, again, this is
Wait,
contrast.
you can?
No, I'm saying this is contrast to nature, right? When we're talking about phones, those are things that we can see that are easily not in nature. But nature itself has a way of binding things together in such a way that we could actually see life forming out of it.
Well, yeah,
We have
because
a
nature is
desire.
nature is finely tuned to
Yeah,
produce life.
I'm saying that the things are in close proximity that they can come together. But
Huh?
still, this doesn't
Yeah,
prove
bro,
that God
yes.
exists,
You're
right?
not.
It doesn't even
Okay,
indicate it.
guys, I'll stop it right there. That's the end of the cross-examination. So we're going to go on to the closing final statements. The affirmation is going to go first. You're getting 3 minutes on the clock, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right, yeah. So I appreciate the debate. Yeah, I don't think he did anything to really attack my argument. Um, he kind of veered off into something else. But unless you want to just reject everyone's personal experiences just to hold on to your worldview, which is exactly what he actually did it for a little bit when he started talking about Muhammad and people having contradictory experiences, right? Pointing to a person having an experience with a different spiritual entity is not evidence against Christianity. It's actually more evidence against atheism because atheism has to deny everyone's spiritual experiences, whether it be a Buddhist or a Hindu, people who practice witchcraft or voodoo, or people who practice paganism. They have to gaslight everyone's experience in order to hold on to their worldview. And it's a sad thing from my perspective, but it's what atheists tend to do. I don't have to do that to hold on to my worldview. I do acknowledge that people have supernatural experiences with spiritual entities, but those entities are not the Christian God. The Christian God has demonstrated his power over life and death, which no other God has been able to do so. No other spiritual entity has been able to make the impact that Jesus Christ has done to all mankind. He's made his imprint on history to the point where no one could ever predict that a random Jewish man who was a carpenter who rode on a donkey would eventually have the entire world speaking about him. He didn't have to raise a sword. He didn't have to he didn't have to rule on some mighty throne. He walked this earth and showed the greatest love fathomable, right? And because of that, the entire world is continuously moved by him. And atheists have to deny and reject every personal experience. he started to bring up Paul, right? Even atheist scholars would not reject the idea, right? They think that it's a fact that Paul had a transformative experience that caused him to go from a Pharisee who was persecuting Christians to believing that Jesus Christ was the Almighty God, right? No, I mean you'd be hard pressed to find a scholar to deny that fact, right? So the personal experience has to be explained, and
Finish your last sentence.
yeah, the personal experience has to be explained, and science and psychology, it doesn't even it doesn't even come close to saying that this was some type of hallucination.
Okay, we'll have to stop it right there. AR, you're gonna get your 3 minutes for your closing statement. Please start whenever you say your first word.
So many flaws, so many arguments, so many fallacies that J-Rob produced. He did category errors. He affirmed the consequent. He used the weakest form of evidence, which is hearsay, and making miracle claims out of hearsay testimony is crazy. All right, this is just the lowest likelihood scenario, and all I have to do is just come up with one natural explanation, and it's gonna be more likely than all of these miracle claims that you're making here. Okay, so this idea that these experiences are coming from a divine source, you haven't met that burden of proof. Okay, this is not gonna say that it's from God. Okay, just because I had an experience, therefore God. It's not the case, because we have contradictory experiences. We even have people claiming that they were abducted by aliens, bro. Thousands of people. Do we now believe that aliens exist? Hell no. Okay, not even the Sasquatch stories either. Like, come on, bro. There are so many of these experiences and testimonies that we know are just completely false, and they contradict each other. I can see my time.
Okay, with that, you had 1 minute and 42 seconds on the clock. So, guys, that concludes the debate event. Day of Debates 3, The Calm Before the Storm, on May 4th. May the Force be with all of you guys and all of you Star Wars fans out there. I'm going to put up a poll so we can see who won this debate. Audience, feel free to vote. Please put your personal biases aside. And now would be the time for personal questions about this debate. I'll give it 20 minutes, but after the 20 minutes, people can come up and ask questions about any of the debates. So anyone can come up. I'm going to look at who's in the guest requests. I'm gonna let I Wonder go first.
Wonder, what up?
Then you have nothing to worry about. Us, worry.
I ain't seen bro in a minute.
Oh wait, what? Maybe he accidentally requested. Maybe he didn't want to be up here. I don't know. He dropped. I didn't kick him. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm letting anyone up here. Let's see. Yaka. Go ahead, Black Stallion. You're first.
Yeah, put the poll up.
J-Rob, you.
Yep, I am putting the poll up right now.
J-Rob, you did mention that Jesus didn't raise a weapon for TikTok filming purposes and still had relatively control over the whole world. Yes or no?
Control. I didn't say control over the world, but
well, now that's me being facetious. I'll admit that he has his name spread throughout the whole world without raising a weapon.
Yeah, in the sense that his message was about peace and love, and he himself didn't raise a sword, and nor did his true followers.
Okay, hold up. You just committed a no true Christian fallacy. Because by saying his true followers, you've now opened the door for, okay, everybody who did raise a sword, spread his name, which is the reason why his name is everywhere, is now no longer a true Christian, but you still concede to his name is everywhere.
So, one, it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy because Jesus taught against that. So anybody doing that is not practicing what Jesus taught. And then two, his name was being spread way before people began to use the sword. Many places like Ethiopia became Christian without anyone using a sword to spread. And same thing with the Roman Empire.
Anybody want to fact check that one?
Yeah. I mean, hey, look it up.
First 300 years of Christian. I mean, I'm not gonna do. I'm a Christian, so
Yeah.
Jay was wrong.
Yeah, like the first 300 years, and then also, the Roman Empire, right? They were peaceful. They didn't have any power, to even spread the sword to anywhere. But they came in peace. They came with love, and the power of the Holy Spirit moved the hearts of many people.
The power of the Holy Spirit that was backed by war and bloodshed.
No, that's what I'm saying. None of this took place.
Was it not backed by war and bloodshed?
No.
So you're actively lying about the Crusades, World War II, name 5 different others.
When did that happen?
When did World War II happen?
As well as the Crusades?
1940-ish.
And how many countries do you think Christianity spread to prior to that?
Multiple? I'll just give that answer to be logistically correct.
Yeah. Many countries, cultures embrace Christianity without a sword to their throat. Yeah, look.
Now you're lying.
Look up the Ethiopia.
Okay, hold up. I guess I should clarify the question of: do you believe there are countries that embrace Christianity only by a sword to their throat?
I say that they were influenced. Some were influenced by that. Sure.
But we probably should.
I'm officially never going to be a Christian again. Thank you, J. Rob.
Okay. Well, we probably.
Don't tell me, bro. That's your own wickedness.
But PRK, you can go ahead, and then we'll go to Dark Knight.
Yeah, I just kind of got a softball. I mean, AR, is everybody, is there not even one person out of all of the abundance of testimonies, like, are all of them wrong?
It's okay, right? When we're talking about the experience itself, you have your senses, right? But then you have whatever you think it's coming from, right? And if you're going to appeal to some sort of an immaterial mind or something like that, you could appeal to anything. It could open the floodgates to any imaginable possibility that can exist outside of the universe, quote unquote. So, no, I don't think that they would be correct in just assuming that it's coming from God.
That's all you had for him?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Dark Knight. What do you got for us?
All right. Yeah, what's going on? So, J-Rob, I just have a question for you, man. What mechanism did you use to determine that the universe was created by your God?
What mechanism did I use to determine? Just through observation, inductively, when we see things that are more complex than the complex systems that we use to use, like these phones that we're on right now, we see how it requires only intention. I don't think anybody up here thinks that a phone can pop up by just random activities. So to say that the world around us and the humans that made these very complex systems just happen through random activity, I just think it's highly improbable, based off of the evidence.
Host, am I allowed to give pushback a little bit, or do I just have one question?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay. So J-Rob, so the reason why we know that cell phones exist is because we know that humans are responsible for the existence of these devices. We can see them being made, and we don't even have to be in the same room to know that cell phones are here because humans decided to create them. But we can't make the same, and it's just my position. I don't think we can make the same claim when it comes to the universe. We've never seen anyone designed the universe before, and neither have you, correct?
Yeah, no.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, guys. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. So I never seen somebody build a phone, right? And even if I never, even if I never heard of a phone, if I was in a foreign, island and a phone pops up on the ground, and I've never seen this device, I've never had any contact with any technology similar to this, I would never come to the conclusion that nature just brought this about. I would never come to the conclusion that pure coincidences brought this into existence. It's just too far complex. It requires intention. So even though I never seen somebody create a universe, I see very complex systems in play. Things like DNA that uses code and memory and transference of information. These things require a mind based off of what I see within the world. So even though I didn't see anybody create the universe, I see the things within the universe require intentionality.
JR, can I say something real quick?
Go for it. You can ask your question or make a criticism.
So that's not technically the case because we have solid evidence that the universe, well, technically, necessarily, no one really created the universe. If you format your biology and you actually do the research, you will know that the universe was created from the Big Bang because of the explosion colliding with different meteorites and also colliding with different astrophysical circles, which are things that surround the planet and are allowing us to actually have gravitational force. So ultimately, the universe wasn't created because of just one person, or that not even that. The universe was created because of an explosion that rewrote the entire concept of it, just the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Coco,
what's the so the problem is all you're doing is potentially describing the means.
Coco age check.
Yeah, we might have to wait. How old are you, Dar?
18. Well, technically I'm 17, but I will be 18 in a few weeks.
Yo, drop him. Drop him.
Hold up, I will be 18
Drop
in a few
him.
weeks.
Drop him. Yo, what were the results? What were the results?
You won 82% to 18%.
Oh shit, y'all murdered.
Yeah, I will be releasing the results tonight, posting them on my page, but we don't gotta talk about the results of the debate right now. We can just answer the questions.
If I can respond, if he's still in the comments or whatever.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, just describing the means by which God created the universe is not somehow taking God out of the equation. All it's simply doing is like, if I built a machine to create cars, in a factory, right? You just describing, this, machine, balances the wheels, and this machine, brings about the engine. All you're doing is explaining the mechanisms by which the car is, created. You're not taking out you're not dealing with who built this factory. And that's what we're saying is we're saying that this car, even though you can describe the means by which the car comes from, you have to account for the one who designed the nature of this factory.
All right, can I say something?
Actually, let's let he is sus go, and then you can go after.
All right.
Go ahead, he is sus. You there, he is sus?
Yo, Jesus.
Jesus?
I think it's Hey Sus.
Hey sus?
He is sus. If he is sus.
He is sus.
I like to call him. Yo,
He
got a phone call.
You can go while we're at it. Binko?
All right. My question was for AR. Um, if in your view, do you think that, or how do you explain like the things that we can't explain through, like love, emotion, stuff like that?
The chemical reactions that occur in the brain.
Right. But what designed that? So, like,
Well, that's already a category. You're already saying that it's designed. It's a loaded question, right? You're assuming it's already designed. What happens is that the evolutionary processes happens to be the case that it entailed for something like that to occur from the environmental pressures.
okay. That was just a quick question I had. I was wondering.
Okay.
Can I say something to J-Rob?
Go for it.
Yeah, J-Rob. If someone collected all your holy books in this world, and you burnt them or you destroyed them or anything, all the holy books, Christianity, Islam, whatever. Okay, because Christianity get the scriptures from the Bible, from the Old Testament, from the scriptures. So if someone comes and destroy them, in 1,000 years, would they be the same?
Potentially, if God chooses to reveal the book to an individual to record the book, or multiple individuals to record the book, getting rid of the book doesn't get rid of God. If God doesn't want the book, then He can create a new book. All these books is just recordings of the historical events and the prophecies that have been fulfilled. But the books are, they're historical books. But again, burning the book doesn't get rid of God. God still has a relationship with His creation.
I understand, but it's not going to be the same. If you burn all the science book in 1,000 years, they're still going to come the same thing, because science is trial and error.
Wait, time out. You just said it wouldn't be the same. I just explained to you that God.
It's in that, because if you're saying God will, so does that mean if that happens, then who's going to believe that Jesus came and you got crucified? It's just going to be someone else writing it.
Yeah, just like God gave revelation and inspired the writers to write the book, He can do the exact same thing if somebody decided to burn the book.
Why would you believe someone else in 1,000 years that wrote the Bible?
Why would I believe someone in 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of, again, our own interactions and relationships with God.
You do realize Moses wrote the Bible, not God.
Yeah, I never said God wrote.
There's not even evidence that Moses wrote it.
Yeah, can I ask my question now? It was glitched.
Yeah, we do have to move on because we do have guests. But
okay. Yeah, so whenever you said that personal experiences are empirical evidence, scientific empirical evidence, it doesn't really make sense. There's 4 criteria that empirical evidence has to meet. One of them is falsifiability, and personal experiences don't meet that criteria. Yeah. Also, whenever you said that, all religious experiences don't contradict each other, that doesn't really follow. So, if there was a Hindu who had a religious experience, or a Muslim who had a religious experience, or any religion outside the Abrahamic religion that doesn't follow the same myth as Christianity, then it would contradict each other, and necessarily
No.
can't have all of them being true. Would you agree to that?
No, I don't think you got what I said. I said the experiences don't contradict each other. They're just different experiences. Somebody might have an experience with a spiritual entity that they believe is a god, a Hindu god, or whatever the case may be. Now, the belief about that experience may contradict the message of Christianity, but the experience itself is within Christianity. It tells us that people do interact with evil spirits. So the experience doesn't contradict what Christianity teaches.
Yeah, so J-Rob, would you agree that if a pagan saw a sun god, right, and he had a religious spiritual experience where he felt as if that attributed to his belief system, that wouldn't somehow go against Christianity, you would just say that's just a demon that's lying or something. That's your defense against that.
Yeah. There are other spiritual beings that do exist, and people worship them as gods.
Come on, man. That's silly.
Wait. You're laughing. Do you not? Have you read the Bible?
No, I'm saying that like that is just silly to say that so if it contributes to the belief in their God, right? And just as much as strongly it contributes to yours, right? And they were to say that your belief is just a demon from their religion trying to fool you. This is just nonsense. There's no evidence to be had here.
Well, it's not. And so it comes down to which of these entities has the most evidence to support them actually being God, the creator.
Hey, J-Rob.
And I'll wait real quick. And I would just say that the Christian God has demonstrated that he has power over life and death, right? Whether these other entities might have some magical powers, right? They haven't demonstrated that they could bring a person back to life, right? So if I'm going to unalive, then I want to put my trust and my faith in the being that has power over life and death, and Jesus has demonstrated that he has that power.
I just want to say that's a perfect segue into a question I want to ask AR real quick. If you had to pick a religion, which one would it be, bro?
If I had to pick a religion?
Yeah, if tomorrow, you had to pick a religion, which one would it be?
Buddhism.
Why?
It's not a religion. Buddhism.
That's atheism.
I'm asking you this question. Hold up. I'm asking you this question to show how badly you don't want to say Christianity.
Yo, I'm saying I'm not picking look with Christianity, right? Like obviously, I can't pick it because there's just too many immoral claims in there that I don't like. Like there's these ideas of God telling people to unalive babies and.
But you're assuming it's infallible.
God, man.
Why does it have to be only true if it's infallible?
I'm saying that you believe that Jesus spoke about the Torah, right? You believe that Jesus told you to uphold that law, right? That means that Jesus believed that it was infallible because he himself said so, right? He implied it.
The Torah is
one stroke of the pen. Not one stroke of the pen shall be what?
Just the Torah, yeah.
Yeah, the laws. That's what I'm talking about, right? And even some of the laws are pretty questionable. Like,
Sure.
why does it? Yeah. So,
but can't that fit into a model of progressive revelation or something where he's just working with sinful human beings through time, wicked human beings in time?
But see, when you say that, and then I'm seeing that you can't eat shellfish, but he doesn't address slavery. I'm kind of questioning God.
Well, real quick, one of the things Jesus said is with divorce. He said Moses allowed for divorce, right? But in the beginning was not so. Jesus explains that law, that's a law in the Old Testament that he's attributing to Moses. So there is a paradigm where you could understand the Old Testament as God working through Moses to bring about laws that are contextual for that group.
Yeah, but J-Rob, you would agree that if God can so easily command them to not do certain small what's the word for that? Millennial, just small things, right? That he could just as easily tell them, well, slavery is wrong. He could have just said that instead of giving them a process by which to do it. Would you agree to that?
Well, no. So if God can see above all and beyond what we can see, then I can understand allowing Moses to give laws that can keep Israel in place. Because the goal of the law was not to teach them, the true objective moral, moral standard. Jesus is the true objective moral standard. So the law was just to keep them in place until Jesus came. So when you're talking about why couldn't God just tell them not to do this and tell them not to do that, God is more focused on bringing about the greatest good, which would be the Messiah.
Okay.
Also, I would like to.
Jesus
add,
Christ hasn't came back.
Wait. I would like to add to AR.
We do have to move on with questions. So
can I say one more thing?
I'll allow it, and then we have to move on to Power, Lavardo, and Puke, and then after, and then Narada, and then after that, we're going to allow for people to ask questions about any of the debates that happened today.
Okay, bet. AR, I mean, I don't think I can accept Buddhism because that's more so philosophy. Do you have a better answer?
Yeah, it's not a religion. I understand. If you're gonna, like, I'm not.
Wait,
Man, you're trying to make me pick a religion, bro?
Yeah, you have to pick one.
Rastafarianism.
Yeah, yeah, I would be like,
No, be for real.
Yeah, the
Be
spaghetti
real with
monster.
me, man. Be real with me right now.
yo, I don't even know. Like this guy, it's just a weird question, bro. It's like, you want me to say Christianity? Like I know that's what it is, right? Like obviously, and I used to be a Christian, so obviously I tend to gravitate towards that.
I mean,
Okay, fair
I
enough.
won't answer for AR, but I'll be good faith and probably say that if like tomorrow there was just some unavoidable proof that there was a God somehow, I'd probably be Christian or some Abrahamic faith, right? I mean, I'll just be good faith and not say it. There's no wrong, but I just haven't seen it, so.
Yeah, I mean, like Jesus, like had a good message, right? But then there's things that I disagree with Jesus about too. Like, there's certain messages that he says that I don't agree with. Like for example, like when he talks about like LGBT. So
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
So we do have to move on. Narada, you want to go next at 3 o'clock?
Oh, all right, Owen.
I mean, I don't know. I think mine is too off topic. It's just like it was just such a side thing because someone asked AR where love comes from, and he said chemical. So I was just wondering if you could drop me like the data that proves that, and like the data of the emergence of love and that being proven through science.
So you just want me to like send you a paper on some science that talks about love being a chemical reaction in the brain?
No, I want you to show, like, give me data that like shows that exactly, like the entire process of how love comes about in the brain, not like dopamine and serotonin, which can be chemicals that have nothing to do with love. So I'm asking you for the data that explains the process of how love comes about in the brain, because you said it comes from chemicals.
Yeah, the love would be like the chemical reactions. We don't have we don't have any reason to believe that it's anything outside of like the natural.
Wait, you don't have any reason to believe. So does that mean that you actually don't have like evidence for what you're saying? You're just like believing it?
No, I'm saying like it's directly correlated with love, like these chemicals that are in the brain that are in the brain, like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins, and
Oh, they're correlated. But I'm not asking about correlations. I'm
yeah,
asking about the
yeah,
causation.
yeah, exactly. But we know that they're heavily correlated in such a way that it's a one-to-one
Okay,
mapping.
so what you mean to say is you believe that it comes from chemicals, not that it actually does. Because you said it like it was a fact.
A strong indication right there, right? Like it's what else could? Are you saying that there's some like supernatural cause for it?
I'm
Like
just
what
going
is
off of
your
what you
belief?
said.
What is your? I'm saying, what is your belief?
Well, my belief definitely is it's not likely that it comes from the brain.
Okay, where does it come from then?
I don't know, maybe immaterial source.
Yeah, so then you have to substantiate that claim because that's even wilder, right? Like there is no evidence of that. At least there's evidence to what I'm saying.
Right, but I just want to make sure, that
I'm
you
saying
actually phrase
are
that
you saying that
correctly.
yours is more likely than my explanation?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Where's the evidence for your claim?
I mean, this is why I said I can go into this in a much more detail on another live
Yeah, show me a paper. Show me a paper that talks about that.
a paper,
How the immaterial can
a
interact with the material
non-falsifiable
world.
paper. You want empirical
Yeah,
evidence?
an immaterial. Yeah, I want to know how you solve the immaterial interaction problem between immaterial interacting with the material world. Go
Well,
ahead.
I just want to make sure though that you say that correctly next time someone asks you where love comes
It's the
from.
chemical reactions in the brain, right? Like
That's what you
we
believe.
know
You actually don't. You say that like
it's
it's
not
a
what we
fact,
believe.
but it's not.
It's
No, it's not what you. It is what you
okay.
believe because you just said that you don't actually have the data that shows
There's a
that
one-to-one correlation between a chemical
correlations. So it's not a fact.
between.
It's what you.
Okay, great. So,
It's
This is
what you
such a
believe.
silly
but because
argument.
we don't believe.
You can just
Okay, so
use deductive
we have
reasoning.
every indication. We have every indication that every time these chemicals fire off, that love is happening, right? So that means that there's a strong correlation, strong evidence to conclude that love is coming from these chemical reactions. Now, if you're going to say, am I 100% certain? There's not 100% certainty in anything. right? Like we don't have
No,
100%
I didn't ask you
certainty.
for 100% certainty. I just
Right?
asked you at least for the evidence that shows that, but you don't have
Yeah,
that. So you
yeah.
can't
I'll
say
show
like
you. I'll
it's a
show you a paper.
fact.
I'll show you a paper.
Yeah,
I'll
I
show you a
think
paper.
it's fallacious to say that because people
We're talking about.
express love without those chemicals firing off in their brains. And then people have those chemicals fire off in their brains and they do very terrible things to the people they claim to love. So love couldn't be just defined by some chemicals because it's more of a commitment and expression.
That's not what love is. No, love,
But
an
anyway,
emotion.
could we possibly move on to the next person?
Yeah, we can. Just make sure that you say that correctly next time, AR.
No, this is evidence. It raises the
It's
probability
not
of the
as a
proposition.
fact though. You can't say it like it's
It
an absolute
raises the
fact.
probability
It
of the
raise
proposition
okay,
to
and
be true,
I'm with you on that.
right?
But you
That's
can't say
evidence.
like, it's not a
That's
fact.
evidence. Okay, again,
I'm
right?
asking you
We're
for
talking about evidence.
causation. I'm asking you for the
But
data on the causation.
science doesn't deal with facts.
Science doesn't deal with the processes of how like love
It
emerges from the
talks
brain.
about it talks about abductive reasoning.
Maybe you
So
guys
it's
should
an
schedule
abductive case.
for a debate on that.
Yeah, we can have a debate on it, but it's an abductive case, Narada.
No, I
Right?
Inference to the
completely
best
agree with that.
The inference
explanation.
to the best explanation. You don't
But you can't
have
say
any
it like it's
love.
a fact. You
It's an
can say,
inference to
well,
the
I
best.
believe the evidence points that it comes from the chemicals in the
It's an
brain, but
inference.
you can't say it like it's a fact because you don't know
It's
that.
an inference to the best explanation.
Okay, next time say it like that.
Yeah, again, right? When we're talking about facts, right? We're not saying it's 100% certainty that it's going to be the case, but it raises the probability that this is the evidence that shows that this is what love is.
Right. And next time just say that. Because
You
if you
don't have
say
to.
like it's a fact, you're gonna have to show me the data that says, well, this is how love emerges from the brain. You don't have
What
that.
kind of evidence do you want? What kind of evidence would convince you? Because it seems like you don't have a way that you can be convinced of this. You
The
don't look
evidence
for.
that I would
Yeah.
have is if you could show me, like even through a computer program, on how love emerges in the brain.
What's the criteria that you're looking for? You're looking for the exact process itself.
But actually,
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. We do have to move on because of time and stuff.
It's very simple.
I'll go. I'm just curious. Well, what makes you think Jesus Christ is the Messiah? There's no actually gen evidence that supports that Jesus Christ has ever came back, because all these different religions that we have today, not one has been shown to be the Messiah. So where's your evidence that can actually support that there's a Messiah? Because I have never seen Jesus Christ. I used to be a Christian.
Well, he claimed to be it.
Now I'm an atheist because what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, so we don't believe Jesus came back yet. We believe he's going to come back with the signs that we're seeing in today's age. It is evidence of his soon return. But we believe he's the Messiah because he did fulfill prophecies. And, it's very unexpected that, the first century Jews at the time would begin
what prophecies did he fulfill? Because I don't think he fulfilled anything.
Yeah, he fulfilled multiple prophecies, like the Daniel chapter 9 prophecy, which states that the Messiah will come prior to the temple of Jerusalem being destroyed. And it happened according to the prophecy as spoken, right? It gives a countdown, a timeline to when it's going to happen. And it says it will happen in the same generation that sees the temple of Jerusalem being destroyed. And it's a prophecy about 77s, and the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, and Jesus came 40 years before that.
And wouldn't you think God would have helped protect the city from being destroyed?
Well, that was what was prophesied. It was a part of the prophecy that not only the temple would be destroyed, but also the city would be destroyed. And that's what happened in the siege of Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. But what about the conditions in the universe, though? Because the universe doesn't require a God, and Jesus Christ doesn't seem to be the creator or the son of God, for that matter.
Yeah, that's a claim. Yeah, that's the claim that you're making. I see a very
that lack of evidence, and that's actually the claim that you are trying to make. Because there's no evidence that supports a God for the universe.
What I provided here is tangible evidence that anybody could seek out and find personally. God, we believe a God that's personal and who wants to know humanity. So if you do want to actually find God and know Him for yourself, then you have to seek Him according to the gospel, the revelation that He has given, and you will have tangible proof of His existence.
What about matter? Because I know matter can't be created, destroyed, and law conservation of mass.
Yeah, what
How would
about it?
that come
Even if the
together?
universe, even if matter is eternal, it could still be contingent or dependent on something outside of it to bring it into being. Like the universe could be eternal but contingent. It's no problem, logically.
What about internal inflation? Because the universe went through a rapid expansion using inflation.
What about it?
It was internally inflated, and it wasn't really created during that expansion when it went through that rapid
Hey,
expansion.
power. Let me ask you this: could God make the universe appear to us as eternal if He wanted to?
Yeah, but after we answer this, we do have to move on.
No, because the universe was extremely hot and dense.
Could God not create a universe that was extremely hot and dense?
Because since God couldn't survive the temperatures.
If God existed, could He not create everything that you just described?
No, because the universe was not created.
Okay, we can stop there. We have to move on to the next guest, Pupe, and
Because
then
matter's not created.
yeah. So Pupe, and then Lavardo, and then I might swap some people on the panel. But Pupe, you got anything for us?
Yeah. So for clarity, you said that complexity implies intentionality, which then requires a creator, correct?
Not just pure complexity, but complexity, real organized, complex system.
Okay, so is God organized and complex?
No, God is simple. He's divinely simple.
So you can explain every aspect of God.
Can I explain every aspect of God?
Right, since it's simple.
Like I can explain His like attributes.
So, okay. Normally, I wasn't prepared for you to say that God was simple. Normally, the idea is that He's incredibly complex as well, which is why we have a hard time understanding His quote unquote ways.
Yeah, well, just look into divine simplicity. It's a Christian theological description of God and His essence.
Understood.
Okay, and then Lavardo, what you got for us?
Back to the topic, J-Rob, because when I said if someone comes and destroys all the holy books, and you assume that God will reveal Himself to someone and to write the scriptures and the Bible again. Okay, that's why you said you assumed that's what will happen in 1,000 years. So if God will reveal Himself to someone, why wouldn't He reveal Himself to everyone? Like you're just assuming.
So I believe that God does reveal Himself, through creation, but I believe that there's a more intimate revelation that comes from somebody having a humble heart, and seeking God. God reveals Himself to people in a more intimate, tangible way, depending on their heart posture. I look at it like a billionaire who wants a relationship with a person, like a woman, and but he sees that woman might be a money hungry gold digger. He's not going to just reveal his riches to her. He might give some type of revelation, but he's not going to reveal all his riches to this woman until she humbles herself and sees that being money hungry is not going to get her a real, tangible, loving relationship. So God is not just going to reveal Himself to everyone, because people won't actually love God. People will be forced to just, obey God. and God is not, he's not looking for that. He
Yeah,
wants
but what?
true
No, no
love. He wants true,
why
authentic
would
love.
you? Why would you trust? Okay, humans, they don't trust each other. Why would you trust someone in 1,000 years that he will say he's a word of God? Why would you trust as humans? We don't trust humans easily. If God reveals himself to everyone, we still have a free will. If God, the way, like, I mean, he knows the fact how to say I am here. We still have a free will whether we
Yeah,
we
yeah,
we,
but
we
Lavardo,
worship him or not. So
Lavardo,
if you are
go on.
saying in 1,000 years,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Just
mean,
going back.
I'm speaking in logic and reasoning. I'm
Yeah,
not speaking
yeah,
that fake logic and
I'm,
reasoning.
yeah. I believe I answered the question, but I guess let me
You
just use.
didn't. You actually didn't. You
Well, well,
didn't.
let
You're
me use
just
the
running away from
analogy.
it.
Go back to my analogy, right? If a billionaire wants a real relationship with a woman who he sees is a gold digger, do you think that, yeah, she would have free will, but don't you think if he revealed that he's a billionaire, he's going to lose any chance of having a real loving relationship with that woman because she's only going to be with
That's a
him. She's only going to be with him because he's a billionaire.
that's a bad analogy. I'm talking about if God reveals himself to a humble person, why would you believe a humble person? He's a human. Why would you believe a human in 1,000 years? That's a bad analogy that you're making.
I'm confused with 1,000 years.
Understand.
I said to you, if someone took all the holy books and they destroyed them, okay, in 1,000 years, you said it's still going to be the same because God will reveal him. You assume that God will reveal himself to a humble person. That humble person can spread the word of God. Why would you trust a humble human, another human? Why would you trust?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not saying that God would only reveal himself to one person. But I'm saying that yes, God.
Then how many? Okay, assuming how many
I mean,
is going to reveal himself? You're assuming.
I believe God is
You're
a
assuming
wise.
things. So stop assuming.
Well, knowing God's character, I believe He's wise, and He's going to reveal Himself in a way that is sufficient for humanity. I mean, I don't have to give a whole rendition on how He's going to do it.
Exactly. So if why can he, exactly? So he could reveal himself to everyone, and then they still have a free will whether to choose him or not. I mean, common sense. Like there's logic into that. There's reasoning. But if you destroy all the science book, if you destroy all the science book, within 1,000 years, they're still going to be the same because trial and error. There's trial and error. If you destroy all the holy books, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with science being the same. I don't care about that. God is still going to be the same, even if the book is destroyed. I'm not saying that the book
it'll be
is
different
God.
books. That's what I'm saying. It'll be different Bible. It'll be different.
You do understand that. You do understand that.
Not Luke, Matthew, Mark.
LeVar, you do understand that. Prior to the Bible, there were people having interactions, and those people having those interactions decided to record what those interactions led them to do. So, we don't need the Bible, like I say, if the Bible goes away, we still can receive divine revelation from God.
Okay.
How do you know there's going to be Jesus that existed? Because everything was written in the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, by Luke, John, Matthew, and Marcus. So that you wouldn't have that anymore. So how would you just assume that there is God and Jesus that came through 2,000 years ago, and then he was crucified and all that? I mean,
again, because God can reveal Himself. God can reveal all of that to us.
Still not convinced, but you still didn't answer it, but it's okay. I'll end the debate here.
I mean, you give me a hypothetical. Like, you're not getting rid of the Bible. The Bible is the most sold book in the world. It's the most powerful book in the world. The most
powerful book.
Yeah, the life transforming.
How's it powerful?
Yeah. Because because through study. Yeah, through study.
I mean, it's changed the world.
Yeah. Like it's the most sold book in the world. So many lives have been transformed by practicing the teachings.
Yeah, so like all the kids that got touched in like the Christian churches and the Catholic churches, those lives were transformed, huh?
Yeah, that goes
Yeah,
against what
fantastic. Yeah.
that goes against
Oh
what
no,
the
no,
Bible
no,
teaches.
no. Actually, what did the Holy Spirit do to Mary?
Yeah, so again, that goes
Came and
against what
impregnated
the
her.
scriptures teach.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. Yeah.
Anyway,
So
we
in
do have to move
numbers.
on.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, what was the percentages on everything, real quick, Coco?
I still have to check them actually. I screenshotted everything. I will post them in probably like a couple seconds.
I think Jesse was at like 67. I was at like 84. I'm guessing AR got like 73. I don't know. I didn't get to vote. I would have voted for AR, obviously. I mean, I don't need to hear a single word out of J Rock now, but I'm guessing that he was at like 73.
Oh
I voted
wow!
for AR. I think AR got that.
Oh wow! What a
AR had a
surprise!
better point
Oh
than
wow,
J
J Rock
Rock,
voted for
so
no
Wow!
degree.
Wow! A bunch
We
of
can talk about
TikTok
that later. We
atheists
can talk
voted
about
for
that later.
atheism.
Yeah. No way. No degree.
Oh wow!
Voted for no degree.
Binko, what you got for us?
yeah, I think AR won that one though.
I dropped out the call earlier because I just thought I'd give everyone a chance.
Okay. Do you have any questions or points or concerns?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know. Connection was acting weird. Got a storm pushing through. The reason I brought up love as kind of one of my points, the only point I had, is because it is the case that we don't get immaterial, or well, I guess material from immaterial, and that's what I was trying to ask AR, like his world point. If I don't know material object get from immaterial, and I also don't know of intelligent design such as humans leads to someone with something with intelligence, just based on everything I can witness, at least.
Wait, you're saying that the immaterial can come from a material thing can come from something immaterial? Is that what you're saying?
I said, as we can witness that everything I can at least witness, I can't get material from immaterial.
Oh, do you believe in God?
I said, yeah, well, that would be immaterial.
That would be immaterial, and
That would be immaterial in my belief.
That's immaterial, right?
No, that would be the material.
Are you not understanding? I'm saying if you believe in God, right? You believe that the material came from immaterial.
No, not at all. That's not what I believe.
Is God
Because
material?
Christians believe that God is
God material?
that God. Well, yes, of course, because we got God
How
the
is he
Father, God the
material?
Son,
What is he made out of?
God the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ. That was the
What is he
material.
made? Hold up. He's actually made out of material.
Jesus Christ was human.
I'm talking about the Father.
Jesus Christ is human.
Yeah, was Jesus
Right.
Christ human
So
when he
we
created the
believe
universe?
that I am God, Jesus. Well, we believe through Jesus that he revealed himself as God,
Was Jesus human when he
as the
created the
Trinity,
universe?
by the way.
Was Jesus human when he created the universe?
Right. So we believe in all three, right? The Trinity. That's what most
I'm
believe.
asking you if he was. I'm
And
asking
so
you if
the
he was
material.
human. Yeah, but it's just so lost,
He's
right?
very
Like you're saying that he was human. He wasn't flesh when he created the universe.
We still believe he is a material being.
Yeah, but
He
he
is
was
all.
immaterial. He was immaterial when he created the universe. No,
Well, I don't believe that. We can't
you
go that
believe
way.
that he was a human that
No, I believe
created
he
the
was
universe?
a material being.
He's an immaterial or material? Which one are you saying?
Material.
You're saying that God the Father is material.
I believe so.
Where in the Bible does it say that?
This is your brain on religion, folks. Makes no fucking sense.
The Bible
I'm
contradicts
just saying.
Where in the Bible does it say that God is material?
Dog
Show me the verse.
pulled
Show
out
me the
of his
verse.
ass.
Show me the verse that said that God is material.
It does talk about flesh in the Bible.
Right.
Well, God was
What are you
flesh.
talking about, Worry?
Right.
Show
Well,
me
yeah.
a verse that says the Father is material.
Well, again.
Show me. Matter of fact, show me a scholar that believes the Father is material. One scholar. One.
One scholar.
Yeah.
You to bow out, little guy.
Well, I don't really want to bow out. I'm just saying.
No,
I
I'm
don't
asking
believe.
for
for
I
one
do
scholar
not
that
believe.
believes the Father was material. Just give me one God, one
I
scholar.
believe through Jesus Christ, God is
Yeah,
material.
give me one scholar that believes in your position that says that the Father is material.
Like I said, Jesus revealing I am.
Yes, but you're claiming that. Give me something that supports that claim. Do you have a scholar that believes this?
I mean, I would have to go look, but yeah, I do believe there are.
I mean, go ahead and look for your scholar, and then we could talk about it. But there are no scholars
Okay,
that believe that
but
the
can we go
Father
back
was
to the first
God.
point? What do you believe? I ask you a question. Do you believe that material can come from immaterial? Which was the question.
That material can come from immaterial. No.
Okay, so how do we get love? Which was the question I asked in the first
Yeah.
place.
Why do you believe? Why
How
do
do
you
we get?
believe love? Hold on. If you're talking about experiences, right? And you're talking about subjective experiences and how we perceive love. Like you do realize that
Maybe.
when we consume like a certain candy, quote unquote, right, that alters the brain state and causes you to hallucinate. It causes you to feel all types of things. So we know that it's directly correlated with the brain. Nothing about these experiences tell us that it comes outside of it, that it comes from anything outside of the brain. I don't see any indication.
Okay.
And if you do,
Okay.
please show me a source that says it.
Okay. I will. Like I said, I will definitely look into it. I don't believe in the opposition, so I just think that we don't see love outside of well, of course, look, if everything is created by what do you believe in the Big Bang? First of all, I was just wondering.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't think that the Big Bang, again, right, when we're talking about the Big Bang doesn't state that that's the beginning of the universe, by the way. The Big Bang is just the expansion.
I agree. I don't think any scholar would believe that is because there's something before that, because they do believe that material comes from material things.
It was a
From
rapid
what I've studied.
expansion, how it's called internal inflation. Matter collapsed into it as it
Right.
went through
Well,
this rapid
thermodynamics says
expand.
that chaos cannot create order. We have order.
It was actually law of conservation of mass, how matter is not
Right. But
created, but it
then
collapsed into
when
it.
we look at the Big Bang, it's kind of sketchy. Right. So I believe that
But
I
do
just think
you
that,
believe in
thermodynamics
the
got it
do
correct.
you believe in the multiverse? Because there was actually another universe prior before the Big Bang even took place.
I want to figure out our universe before I try to figure out if there's other ones. Just to be
Because
just for fair.
that's what led to that expansion though.
Well, yeah, I just think that if we look at the Big Bang Theory, there's a lot of contradictory stuff in there, such as, chaos cannot create order. We have order. Um, it, I think if we don't believe in, it's not hard for me to
But
believe in an
the
omnipotent.
law of thermodynamics does not apply to the universe because the universe is not a closed system. Law of thermodynamics is
So then
applying
what
for
would,
a closed system.
so if the laws
The
are,
universe is not the universe
so,
is not a closed system.
okay, so in your opinion, the laws that are in the universe don't apply to the universe.
Well, yeah, the law of conservation of mass is not the law of thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is totally different than the law of conservation of the conservation of energy is different than the law of thermodynamics. It's not even the same. It's applying to two different materials in two different environments. The universe is totally different to that environment.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. Like I said, I was just curious to what
And
other
I'm
people
studying
thought.
cosmology at the moment, so that's what I'm actually doing. So I actually study the universe, and that's what I'm doing at the moment. So
Did you guys know that energy can be created and destroyed?
I don't even study
you
that type of
mean
stuff.
you
So
mean can't be?
All
Yeah.
right. I didn't get to hear the debate
What up,
between
Kate?
AR and J Rob. I just heard the opener statement where J Rob used a big word that was categorically wrong, and I remember laughing about it and leaving. So what happened after that?
Wait, Cage, did you see my debate?
I didn't watch any of them except Jesse's. I watched.
Oh, that was like the worst one.
Yeah,
Hey,
I don't
we're
know.
not gonna say
I don't
that.
know what the fuck happened there. Respectfully. I
That
mean,
was
like, look,
false.
the arguments the other guy gave were like
They weren't
informally
arguments.
invalid,
They weren't
and
arguments.
well, they were like syllogisms that did yield a conclusion, just not the conclusion for the prompt, nor were they like, I don't know, even informally valid. But I mean, whatever for that front. I heard AR1,
Yeah.
but I
Once
wanted to
again,
know.
never been a theist or Christian that's ever won ever. Period.
I wanted to hear uh, AR's and J Rob's how that went on after the J Rob's opening statement, because it was my interpretation that the prompt for um, AR and J Rob, and this could be completely wrong, was "Does the Christian God exist?" or something like that.
Yeah, right. That was the prompt, but he went on some empirical argument, which is just the justification of the belief in the God. So it doesn't go to actually show that the proposition is true. So
What? Well, again, it wasn't whether or not the God is true; it's whether or not the God exists. And if the God, if there are actual consistent experiences with this entity, um, or just if there
Oh
are
my
tangible,
gosh.
there are tangible supernatural experiences associated with the Christian God, then that is
Yeah.
evidence
Yeah,
that
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 that's
God
fine
exists.
and all. The kind of thing that I mean, Ray Jab, you would agree with me that we can be justified in believing propositions that are actually false, right?
We can be justified in
Yeah,
believing.
like if you have like if we wake up, if we're like spending the night together or something, cuddle buddy type shit, and we wake up in the morning, right? And like both of our phones are dead from like I don't know doing whatever it is, and we look outside and it's summertime, and we know that the sun comes out at about 7 in the morning in summertime, and we just look at the sun. It's like I don't know an inch past the horizon, so we shit, it's 7:20. We form that belief, and then we get up, right, and we look at like the analog clock. You glance at it, half like fucking asleep, and you look and it's like close around the seven. But it turns out it's actually 6 in the morning, and the clocks went back an hour the previous day. So the proposition that it is 7 a.m. is actually false, but you're justified in believing that it's 7 a.m. given the contextual circumstances. And the debate prompt that I took it between you and AR was that um, it is actually true, irrespective of your justification in it being true, right? So empiricism or foundationalism type views, those are just how you're justified in believing or how you are licensed to form an attitude towards a proposition. It doesn't actually deductively yield the proposition as being true. But I'm
Um,
sure AR explained
so,
all of
so
this.
well,
yeah,
he
I did.
didn't. He
I
no, he
did.
didn't.
I did. I talk
But
about empiricism being the case. Did I not say that empiricism only leads to justification of God, not that it actually proves that He exists? I literally said that in the debate, and you're gonna see the recording because guess
okay,
what?
yeah,
Coco
you
recorded.
did, yeah, you did say that. I'll give you that.
I
Okay, I
Hey,
think
thought so.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought so. I
yeah,
thought so.
yeah,
hey,
but
host.
my retort to that was that I was making an inductive case that it's most likely to be the case based off of our justification for it.
Well,
And I felt like
the
I didn't get any uh, good rebuttal against my actual argument. You just pointed to like other things.
so
Hey,
was the
host.
prompt the Christian
Could I
God
talk to you for a
exists?
second?
Yeah,
Oh, the
Oh well,
someone's
then it's just empirically false. There's more non-Christians than there is Christians.
that doesn't make the Christian God false. If the Christian God,
Inductively, it does.
no, it doesn't. If Christian God, like you have to go based off of the description of the Christian God
I'm
that
not talking about that.
he revealed. Well, if the Christian God says, "Hey, I will only be known by those who humble themselves," but and who he reveals himself to, and then you point, and he says that there will be many that end up going to the lake of fire because they don't know God. Then you point to the fact that many people don't know the Christian God as evidence that the Christian God doesn't exist. Is just like
No, I'm not talking about that. You said that you wanted to make an inductive case based off X amount of people being empiristically justified in their belief. Well, if that's what we want to use here, this type of inductive things where X amount of people believe, we'll just take the set of all people that don't
no, no,
believe,
no,
and
no, no,
it's
no, no, no.
quantifiably larger.
That's not the case that I'm making. I'm making that the consistency the consistency within these experiences points to the justification for his existence.
Wait, but it's justification for the belief in his existence.
So yeah, of course.
Right, but we already agree you can be justified in the belief of something being true and it actually being rendered as false.
Yeah, but
And the prompt was it being rendered as false.
you're trying to say that because other people don't have this experience is somehow evidence against their experiences.
No, okay. Maybe I've misconstrued my point. I'm granting you empiricism. I'm saying yes, this is absolutely correct. But empiricism is understood as a epistemic justification for propositional attitudes, not propositions being true or false.
Okay, but you just said that there are other people who haven't had this experience with the Christian
Yeah.
God.
I did
So
because when you said I'm making the inductive case based off those beliefs, I interpreted you as referencing a specific set of data, which is all of Christians, and I was going to take the exact inverse, which is a larger set of data. But it turns out that after we clarify this miscommunication, it doesn't even matter. And I'll just grant you the empiricism. But if you read on what that was, that's just for how people justify their beliefs. That's not for the propositions that the beliefs pertain to being true. But I wanted to know if that was the point that was focused on, because that seemed to be like the main substance there, or if it like devolved into other stuff.
Nope. That was basically the whole argument that he had.
All right. Well, I mean, that's just honestly, I'm actually kind of proud of you for like reading that. And it's not the biggest error in the world. Like, it's not like you're miles away from the point, but whatever.
Hey, AR, I have a question for you. Are you still thinking about joining a some kind of religion?
What?
You still think about joining a religion? Like you said, you think about being a Baptist.
But real quick.
No, I'm not religious, man.
I think you think about joining one though. You said something about being a Baptist or something.
Oh,
whatever was the?
Yeah, I was joking around and saying I'm an Eastern Baptist because.
Oh, okay.
That was a joke. There's no such thing, right? Like this.
Oh, okay. Hey, host, I have a question for you first. When can I do my debate with one of the guys on the panel?
Oh yeah, just DM me
Who do you want to debate?
Yeah, find it.
J-Rob and J-Rob have never won, so you can.
I don't want to smoke with Ori, bro. I'm good.
Well, I kind of want to do one of the debates further down the road. Like you put in your list or something. I'm supposed to do a debate on AR's panel, but I have not been able to get back into his panel for some reason.
I think Prook he'd be a better fit for you.
No, I'm good on that, bro. I'm scared.
Hey AR, why haven't I not been able to come back?
Fine.
Know what? You should debate Kunta.
Huh?
I think that's a good match.
Debate Binko.
Binko? I don't know who Binko is.
I think Ori and Kunta would be a good match.
Yeah, facts.
Why don't J-Rob and Brooke debate? That way one of them can get a win eventually.
We debate too much, bro.
Yeah, I mean formally. Like that way one of y'all can finally.
J-Rob and I debate too much too, Brooke. Look at it here.
But anyway, does anyone else have any questions or points? I'm probably gonna go get food and then crash.
Don't you end questions. This? Give me my mod powers back. I have a question about I was correct. Jesse. Hey, listen. I was correct to mute Russell for the entire live. He was using slurs, and I have it screenshotted.
Show me the screenshots. But also, I removed all my mods for today, so I could.
Well, you only had 2.
Yeah, I removed 2 of my mods.
I was writing my fucking opener.
I'm not modded.
Powerhouse of mods.
I used to be a mod, dude. I'm not
being
now.
one of your only 2 mods is an honor. And then I saw that Wit wasn't one, so I changed it to being your only mod. And then, of course, you took my mod power away, as you should. But No Degree was worried that I was going to be able to mod my own debate, which is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. But then again, it's No Degree, who both
Hey,
PRK and J Rob voted for, and I'd love to hear them substantiate or justify why they voted for no degree. But I'm sure that they'll choke on a dick when they do that.
hey, did you block me from
Bro,
your
bro,
live? So
Oh,
I didn't
no,
even
no,
watch the
no.
debate.
Power. I just looked into it. You were blocked. I don't know. One of my mods blocked you, so I'm gonna have to unblock you.
He's also
I have
got
no
like
idea.
56
I've been
mods,
trying to get back into you,
including
and I haven't been able
I'll
to.
unblock you. I'll unblock you.
he's got like 56 mods, and some of them are as low tier as like J Rob. So you can never know what you're gonna
What
get
is going on?
booted for.
Look, I just wanted to
Coco, do
ask
you
about the
see?
Jesse debate.
Ada, you should probably
Wait,
chill
did
with the
Jesse
fucking
lose?
like racist comments.
I'll make
Oh
some
yeah.
sense.
Thank you.
I'll make
Jesse
some
Did
lost,
you
right?
guys see that? You guys are being racist in the comments.
Yo, it's crazy that y'all think that
Yeah, I
these
haven't heard you
votes.
speak,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah.
do the
It's crazy that y'all
accusation
think
that
that
black
these
people are
votes
inherently fatherless.
actually determine who wins
Actually,
or
just
lose
telling on yourself because I
these
hadn't heard you
debates.
speak one time.
What the
It's
fuck is
literally
going
So
No,
on?
but
He had either.
so who wants to
Jesse
debate
won.
between us? Like,
these votes
It's
are
actually
literally
nuts that you would make those type
like,
of claims
are
when
there
Coco is
more Christians
one of my
or more
very good
atheists
friends. I'm just gonna
watching the
continue to
live?
talk over J Rob because
Actually,
it's probably one of my
admittedly,
favorite things.
It's literally what it is. But
admittedly, when I did post, I did just post the debate results on my channel, and when I did post them, I did caption them with saying that the audience vote should be taken with a grain of salt because there are many variables that can contribute to like the audience vote. There might be more atheists than Christians, or more Christians than atheists.
it's literally what
And
it
some
is.
people might be voting biasly, so it's like it's not a true indicator of who won, but
Didn't a Christian win? Didn't a
like
Christian win the
some.
first? Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Didn't a Christian?
Did Jeff lose?
Yeah,
Yeah, you lost.
I don't know, but like
You
I
lost.
would say like audience vote is like sort of a metric of who won, but it's not like it's not as accurate as a judge vote.
Sorry, but not even by
But a
like
Christian won the first one. The Christian won the first debate. It's not like Christian automatically
against
lose.
Jeff?
It's
Yeah.
true, J-Rob, but Christian did win one of the debates, so.
But
Who was it?
who even likes Jeff though?
Nobody.
I mean,
Well,
even
he's
Meanwhile, I
right
do.
about
I like
about
Jeff.
shitting on the Bible
Like,
because like the New Testament's dog shit and propaganda, and the whole Bible is disgusting as fuck. But yeah, apparently he did lose. So
but
I mean,
What was that Jesse debate? I mean, with all due respect and all that,
that was a pile of dog shit, steaming
I
hot
would
pile
not
of
say
dog
that.
shit.
I would not say that. I think it was.
I wasn't even paying attention. What happened to that debate?
Friend, and she deserved better, but she also didn't really have anything to contend with because back-to-back debates, like both of those two, like if you want to call them debaters, brought zero substance. Like
What
no
the hell
debate
did you debate for us? What the hell was that?
Yeah, I'd love to hear PRK and J Rob choke on it while they try to describe why they think no degree won.
Like I don't understand how they were like. No degree had no argument. They talking about
He
Trump.
talked about Donald
Where the
Trump.
hell did Trump come from?
He talked about Trump, abortion, and
Pro
nailing.
life? Like what is going on? Like what?
Listen
I
to
did.
that debate. Wait if it was
Yeah,
a
it was
debate.
disgusting.
That was crazy. Like stay on topic. That was
Listen,
not.
I'm one of the worst debaters ever. I just ask questions.
Like
Leave
I
me
said,
alone.
like 5 times. This is your brain on religion, and he literally like said I counted 13 times during the debate that he had won, and then at the end he was like, yeah, so I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be like a ton of atheists lining up to debate me after this big win, and I was like, hey, check the poll, dumbass. I have 84%, and Jesse accidentally voted for you. Like, you're a moron. You got 13 votes, 2 of which are at the bottom of the fucking panel, and they won't speak up and say why they voted for him because they know they're going to choke on a dick if they do.
Well, if there's not any more questions,
What?
or points or critiques, I would love to go grab some food and crash.
You don't get any food. All right, the pasta is done.
By the way, did Nated? I think I texted you or message, and maybe you just didn't message back because you're Coco and you're big time now. But did Nated give you an Interstellar the other day?
Huh?
Did Nated give you an Interstellar as a gift?
I'm not sure. I have to check.
I don't know. It was a badass gift. It looked like it, but I saw it and I was like, damn, that's $100 gift. Anyway, Coco, really, honestly, like all jokes aside, appreciate you hosting. This is now that now I got my first 2 wins. I think you saw the other one. Appreciate that. AR, congratulations. In all seriousness, I did hear a little bit of what you were saying, J. Rob, and you sounded pretty coherent. Yeah. So, Ori, I hope you get a good match. And Narada, don't you ever in your mouth
Oh yeah,
fix your lips
thanks.
ever express that I'm racist again.
Okay, well then don't act like it.
And
Yeah, yeah.
congrats,
I
Forrest.
hope
So real quick,
I'll find an.
Ori, real quick.
You
Narada, I
destroyed
never
that guy,
heard.
man.
Yeah, and I'm about to destroy Narada too. So I
Oh
never heard
yeah.
you speak. I never heard you speak, dumbass. So I can't. You can't. I can't think.
Oh,
Right? There's no
right,
insinuation.
right, 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 right,
It's a certain type of voice, and because you
right, right,
sound
right. No,
black. Sorry. So black people aren't inherently fatherless. So you're the racist. Thank you.
no, no, because Nate heard me speak, and that's why he did that. But you didn't catch on to that. That's right. That's what I thought. Fucking pussy. I mean, that guy's pretty dumb too. He just assumed I was a Christian over and over again because I'm a theist, which is a very low level thinking. But anyway.
Anyway, yep, I will catch you guys later. It's been an amazing day. I love this, and I hope to pull off many, many, many more 10s and 20s and 30s of more events like this.
Hey, thank you for letting us come up though. I mean, once I find a nice debate and someone wants to debate me, I'll be kind of cool. I'm
Yeah.
still waiting for the debate for
I was
AR's live because I'm supposed to be debating some physicist that says that God created everything, and I'm supposed to debate him. But I have not been able to get back into AR's live though, so I can
Yeah. I'll
determine.
unblock you. I'll unblock you. One of my mods blocked you. I'll unblock you. You're fine.
But
I don't know why they blocked me. I don't know why I did. Did I do anything to get blocked or something?
I don't know.
Go get some
I don't know.
food.
You got
yeah.
again, right? Like sometimes I'm just black people, and I have no reason.
I think
have no idea.
I think somebody probably thought you were Slurms because he was trolling as you one time, and they probably blocked you thinking they were blocking Slurms.
But yeah, send me a DM, Power, and I'm not sure who I would match you up with, but I'll try to see if I can find a matchup.
Yeah, how do I do that? Because I never did that.
We were the last debate, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Actually, I'll probably message.
Yeah, I followed you, AR. I like hearing people's opinions. I follow pretty much everyone.
Let me see.
So I just ask questions.
Let me write you in my notes like right now. Power of the Ori. No,
Well, I'm learning cosmology at the moment,
yeah, I
and
gotta educate.
I'm also doing like quantum mechanics, and then like particles with smashing particles together. Learning how like the universe expanded from to a certain extent to extremely hot dense, where the universe was one time is a very extremely hot. So for them to say there's a God, how would God survive like the extreme hot temperatures when it was hotter than stars? Because it was like quarks and gluons. It was a quark and gluon plasma that led to the extreme hot temperatures for our universe.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, good night. Have fun.